FTC. We're in Las Vegas, but this is a global president attending the conference, which I think is absolutely huge. I mean, Trump attended last year, but he was a presidential candidate. He wasn't in power. Now his family's going to be making an appearance. His kids are going to be making an appearance, and we have a vice president making an appearance as well. And of course, I have to mention Ross, man. That is an absolute victory for the Bitcoin community. More history to come, of course. Ross Ulbricht on the cover of the latest Bitcoin magazine. You go to bitcoinmagazine.com, check that out. We'll be talking much more about Ross's historic closing keynote as we get to Thursday. But of course, 3 days in between. Marty, what are you looking forward to over the next 3 days? Obviously, you're a veteran of the Bitcoin conference.
This is my 5th Bitcoin conference, 2019. Took a year off.
Have you been to every iteration of the Bitcoin conference? I think I've been to every
iteration. We were in a parking garage in San Francisco in 2019, and here we are today at the Venetian. It's going to be a big week. Obviously, a lot of talk on the political side. We've got the vice president here. Institutions are here. But we're also going to try and set a Guinness World Record for those payments in one day in one physical location tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. A lot of focus on Bitcoin as a collateral reserve asset, which is very important. But I think it's the payments aspect of Bitcoin has been a bit overlooked lately, and we're going to try and bring that back here.
Well, let's talk about that. At 9:10, you're going to hear a kickoff conversation from Steak and Shake. So this is a major fast food brand in the U.S. If you're listening to us globally on YouTube, Rumble, and X, you may not be familiar. Thousands of locations across the U.S., of course. Maybe not a McDonald's, maybe not a Burger King, but is this a sign that mainstream brands are going to start to accept Bitcoin payments finally after all these years, Frank?
It's a great question. I am excited to see restaurants getting into the game like this, or sort of a major outlet like Steak and Shake. I have cautious optimism. I think I saw a tweet. It was from a Bitcoin OG. I'm forgetting. Maybe it was Bruce Fenton saying, I spent a ton of Bitcoin in 2015 trying to, with these different organizations or institutions that were accepting it. So I'm hoping. I think we had like as early as Overstock.com back in whatever that was, 2015, 16. So I'm hoping maybe this sets into motion a trend that where the flywheel starts to kind of get set in motion, and we see more people following. It works out for Steak and Shake. We get a lot of positive press around it, and we see other restaurants, other businesses follow suit.
Well, of course, Treasury is buying. That's the big narrative. If you look at the news headlines right now, Nico, today, Trump Media coming out, the Trump family organization, raising $2.5 billion to buy Bitcoin. We're hearing a lot on the corporate side about buying Bitcoin, entities holding it, yet here we are, we're building an economy with things like Steak and Shake. Maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Treasury thing is very interesting. And the reason I say it's very interesting is like, I want to see the address. I want to see the address of those coins, right? We know that they can do this. Like Paolo's gone.
Now we're plunging headfirst into the latest X drama with proof reserves.
Look, I'm not saying he doesn't have those coins. It's very easy. Just put an address. I mean, we've seen Paolo do it in the past. He's posted an address on X. This is 92,000 Bitcoin on it. We know El Salvador, a country, has made their reserves public. So I would love to see that. Now, in the topic where you see, restaurants accepting Bitcoin, it's definitely a positive sign with Steak and Shake, and I don't think it would be possible without the Trump victory that happened in November. I think it created a lot of regulatory clarity for businesses to see. They see Bitcoin as a payment, and they say, okay, we could accept this without potentially not affecting our business, right?
Well, of course, numbers that we're maybe looking to hear from Steak and Shake. I would love to hear how much revenue they've derived from this partnership and this sponsorship, maybe how many payments have been completed. Marty, I believe that you have been to a Steak and Shake. Have you made a purchase there? Have you made the pilgrimage to make a purchase?
Not yet,
okay.
But I used to frequent Steak and Shake in college. We'd take road trips through the Midwest, and Steak and Shake is a staple in the Midwest. So I'm very happy that Steak and Shake started with it. But Frank, to your point, whether it was Bruce or the other OG, I think today Bitcoin as a payments mechanism is much more mature than it was in, say, 2015.
Yep.
I think most importantly, the problem that existed back then was not enough people had Bitcoin to spend. And I think today, River came out with some stats last week. America is certainly leading in terms of Bitcoin adoption by individual citizens. And so whether or not Bitcoin will be adopted as a day-to-day currency immediately, who knows? But I think the conditions for people spending Bitcoin at merchants are better today than they were.
Right?
Yeah, I'd love to jump in there as well. I think, we're also looking at this through a U.S.-centric lens. I traveled around the world a lot this year. Actually, I think I have my Bitcoin Akazi shirt on. Wow. Shout out to Bitcoin Akazi. So we have these circular economies around the world that are forming, right? I was in one in Kenya, one in South Africa earlier this year. So I think it's also really important to look globally, especially in places where you're cut off from the traditional financial rails. I used to live in Venezuela, where they're cut off from the SWIFT system. So something like Bitcoin is obviously going to be a lifeline for people like that. So I think while, obviously this is a U.S.-centric Bitcoin conference, we do have guests from around the world, but it is really important to kind of note that Bitcoin is money for the people globally. It's a global movement, and there's a lot happening.
Well, maybe let's zoom out, take the 10,000-foot view. Of course, a bustling conference behind us as people are filing in. We're expecting 30,000 plus over the next couple days. Today, a little bit diminished with Industry Day, going to be more focused on enterprise. But I want to speak again about, we're hopping around topics here, payments. We're talking about Treasury. Bitcoin as a technology is lots of things to lots of people. It's evolving in different ways. Nico, maybe you can speak to that. The people at home are tuning in. They're seeing the price highs. They want to get engaged. They're wondering kind of what narrative to lock into. And to a certain extent, all these narratives have a bit of a place within the Bitcoin technology view.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality is Bitcoin is becoming mainstream. Bitcoin is mainstream. I'd say with the
which one is it? Are we becoming or are we?
I think because you can't. There isn't a day, right? You can't just point at a day and say, okay, this was the day that Bitcoin became mainstream. I would say these last 2 years, Bitcoin has become mainstream, and my case for that is the approval of the spot Bitcoin ETF and the election of the Trump administration. And I think those two things essentially cleared the way for companies, institutions to look at Bitcoin as an investment asset, and look at and companies like Steak and Shake. They look at Bitcoin. They're like, okay, we're not going to go to jail if we accept Bitcoin now, right? So yes, I think we are becoming mainstream. I think in 5 years, I think Bitcoin is going to be a household name, in my opinion.
Marty, over to you. There's a lot about the technology. Bitcoin is a technology. There's been a lot of years that we've experienced where the focus has been on the technology, how it's developing, how it might develop in the future. Is Bitcoin mature now? Do you think that we're at that stage where you can say that it's mainstream?
I mean, I think it certainly is mainstream. I mean, people have been pulling up the Google search trends of Bitcoin, and they're low. And I think they're low because people already know what Bitcoin is. They don't need to Google it. But if anybody at home listening, sort of getting confused about everything we're talking about, Bitcoin is mature because it's a simple protocol, right? It does very few things. It does them very well. There's a block every 10 minutes. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. The difficulty adjusts every 2 weeks. The block subsidy halves every 210,000 blocks. So you have very simple rule set, and that simple rule set for a protocol is something that humans can organize around, and they organize around that in different ways. Some large companies like to organize around that by taking the assurance of the 21 million and using that as a treasury asset. Yep. Others, in places where they don't have banking infrastructure, they like to anchor around that and build payments networks so they can facilitate economic activity in their local areas. And so off of this simple protocol, many people are able to use Bitcoin in different ways. And I think 16 years in, it has matured to the point where people understand the simplicity of Bitcoin and are beginning to anchor into it because of that simplicity.
Well, of course, many thanks to many people, and many people filing into the Venetian here in Las Vegas as we get ready for day one. It's Bitcoin 2025. We're going to go over to our roving reporter, Isabella Santos. She's out on the floor. She's going to be taking you into the action, what you're missing there at home. Of course, we hope you're here next year. But Isabella, take us onto the floor and tell us what's happening.
Welcome to the world's biggest Bitcoin conference. We are live from the Venetian in Las Vegas. Today is Industry Day, and we're going to explore everything that's going on. We have over 55,000 attendees. We have Ross Ulbricht, who's going to give a keynote, and we're going to set world records. We're going to break the record with the most Bitcoin transactions. And you know what? This silent revolution is not silent anymore. Over to you guys.
Yep. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk. Thanks very much for that, Isabella. Of course, records expected to be broken tomorrow, setting a Guinness Book of World Record for payment transactions, proving what we're talking about here, that it's alive and well here in Las Vegas. So Steak and Shake, everyone who's watching at home, they'll be taking the stage at 9:10, giving an update on their program to accept Bitcoin. Thereafter, hotly anticipated, maybe one of the biggest speakers of the day. I'm talking about U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming. There's a lot of people here who want to see Washington, D.C. embrace Bitcoin, adopt Bitcoin. The Bitcoin Act. Last year at Bitcoin 2024, Cynthia Lummis unveiled this to the world. I think there's a lot of expectation. We'll hear about its potential advancement. Frank, what is the Bitcoin Act? Why is it important? And what do we want to see when Cynthia takes the stage?
I think the Bitcoin Act does two really important things. One, it codifies into law the right for Americans to hold their private keys, which is something that there's a lot of anxiety around. We want to make sure we have that. That's fundamental to Bitcoin, right? You have to hold your private keys to use it the way that it was designed to be used. Then the second thing is to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which I think, to use David Zell from the Bitcoin Policy Institute's words, is prudent. Everyone should have some Bitcoin, nation states, companies, individuals. So I think that it's super exciting to see that. Cynthia Lummis often gets a lot of credit for that act. She was the person that came up with the initial draft for it. But I want to give a quick shout out to Nick Begich as well, who I spoke with earlier this year. Nick is the congressman who introduced the same act, or I think it's called a sister act, into the House. Some cool information about Nick. So Nick is actually an OG Bitcoiner. He started buying his first Bitcoin in 2012 on Mt. Gox. I think he bought 7 Bitcoin for $100, which is quite mind-blowing to think about these days with the prices being what they are. But one of the reasons I think that that's important to note is because I think oftentimes when people think about government, they think about it like this impenetrable monolith, right? That's the government and I'm over here. But then when we think about the fact that we have legitimate Bitcoiners who are now Congress people, senators like Senator Lummis, right? And there's more and more of them in it. We'll have Representative Keith Amon. He's a state-level congressman in New Hampshire, but he was one of the people who helped move the bill that will now let New Hampshire establish their strategic Bitcoin reserve. He's been buying Bitcoin since 2011. So we do have these people here who are very much Bitcoiners at heart, trying to put through the proper legislation, again, to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the United States and to make sure that Americans can hold their private keys.
Well, of course, much more to come on the stage. You'll be hearing from politicians from all walks of life. The conversation now, the Bitcoin Act. We heard from Frank kind of talking about his reporting. BitcoinMagazine.com. Go check it out. Frank Corva's reporting from the White House. Marty, the Bitcoin Act, what does it mean? And can you tell us a little bit more about the broader context? Because it is just one of 3 bills right now in discussion in Washington.
Yeah, so in broader context, stablecoin bill is the first one they're focusing on. I believe Genius Act is making its way. Then they want to create market structure so people have regulatory clarity about what they can and cannot do with particular digital assets, and then the Bitcoin Act. Getting a Bitcoin strategic reserve in the United States, as Frank said, it's important for multiple reasons. The right to hold your private keys and transact in a peer-to-peer way. And then America, the debt, the deficit, the yields on the 10-year and the 30-year bond. Big conversation right now. Can Bitcoin help defease that massive debt problem that we have as a country?
The perfect way to introduce our new guest here, Mark Moss of the Mark Moss Show. Mark, we're talking about the Bitcoin Act. Cynthia Lummis going to be on stage at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're talking about the Bitcoin Act and what it means for America, potentially even diffusing the national debt. This is something that maybe a few years ago would be inconceivable that there would be a plan even on the table, $30 trillion in debt, maybe take the people at home into what's happening here.
Well, am I on?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. I was going to say, well, Einstein's definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so something's not working with the debt. We got to do something. I think Bitcoin could be that Hail Mary for sure, but I think it's bigger than that, obviously. We all see that. And so what we're really seeing is a shift in the monetary system. And I liken it to when we sort of shifted from a bimetal system to a gold medal system. And some nations decided to move later, like China. They stuck with the silver system, and they lost so much money. They devalued about 30% of their currency. They lost their position in the world. And so I think this is that moment for us. We're moving to Bitcoin first. The U.S. will benefit from that appreciation. As far as paying off the debt, I have some other ideas into that. I don't know if that's ever going to be paid off, nor maybe does it need to be. But I think, we sort of have this Triffin's dilemma that we all talk about here at the conference in the Bitcoin space, and I'll actually be on a panel talking about Triffin's dilemma. And I think in a lot of ways, Bitcoin can help with that because it works as this liquidity sponge. And so it's sucking up all this liquidity, allowing us to have this other store of value. Sure, you still use the dollar as a medium of exchange, of course, but now we have this new liquidity sponge, this new life raft, if you will, Bitcoin. And I think it helps not only America, obviously, as a country with the SBR, but all of us as Americans.
Well, of course, talking again about the Bitcoin Act announced last year at Bitcoin 2024, and segueing maybe to another subject, as Mark said, the strategic Bitcoin reserve tied up in this act, but also Donald Trump's main announcement or main pledge as a presidential candidate last year. For the people at home, Frank, how does the SBR fit into the Bitcoin Act? Maybe give the explanation.
It's a great question. I think what's already important to note is that we already have an executive order that's signed that says they can start to do this. They can start to move forward with it. I think where there's some concern, so I recently spoke with our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, as well as Bo Hines, who has the longest title in the history of titles in the White House or whatever.
White House Digital Asset Advisor?
It just keeps going now. The real one is huge. So anyway, so with that, I think it's really important that, one, we get some, we find out what's going on with the Bitcoin that we do have. Apparently, I think it's approximately somewhere around 100,000 Bitcoin. We want to see what's going on with that. How are the keys being secured? What's happening? But then we heard a while back, it was a few weeks ago or a few months ago, which is a while in Bitcoin land, they were talking about these budget neutral strategies to acquire Bitcoin. A lot of different ways being floated, whether it was Bitbonds, something like Andrew Hones at New Market Capital doing an amazing job getting the message about Bitbonds out there, or revaluing gold, using some of that profit to buy Bitcoin. So I'm waiting for that messaging. When I asked Secretary Lutnick, he's like, you'll get it soon enough. So I don't think you're in a rush, but I hope that it does come soon.
Well, the main stage is coming. We're just a minute away from going to the live programming. Want to go to the desk again. A lot of anticipation. Potentially we'll see history here. A first state to potentially put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. New Hampshire talking. Maybe the government announcing a purchase. Do you think we'll see either of those events happen? Mark?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think definitely the states down in Texas, they're moving the bills through the House. New Hampshire would not surprise me. It's a free state. Bitcoin aligns with the ideals of a free state, so nothing would surprise me. Most importantly, let's set the record tomorrow. Anybody here at the conference, we got a Guinness Book of World Records we're going for. We're going to set the record tomorrow.
There's still time to come to Vegas. Get your last-minute tickets. Join us here. It's Industry Day. Kickoff tomorrow. The main stage is heating up now. We're sending it over to Nakamoto. We'll be right back with you after this. Woo.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Vegas. It is truly an honor to be here with everyone in this audience. Wow, what an amazing crowd so early in the morning. But you guys are in the right place because we have an epic few days for you. So I want to start to get to know some of you as well. So let's find out where some of you guys have come from. So who traveled from Asia to be here? Anyone from Asia? Shout out. Come on, guys. I want some energy. That is a long journey, okay? Anyone from the Middle East? Anyone traveling from the Middle East? Just me. Okay, someone over there as well. That also was a long journey. And how about Europe? Okay, yeah, we have some Europeans. Also the UK, you are included in that even after Brexit, okay? And how about America? Who's in the house? Yes, guys. I knew you guys would bring the energy. Now, I have to say, as someone based in the Middle East, the last year, we have all been waiting for you guys, right? Every single conference that I've been at, we have been watching and waiting what has been coming out of the US. So I am so happy to be here. If you can't tell, I am British, and we are such an alliance with you guys. So it's so amazing to see how much just the small things that you guys have been doing has made such a positive impact across the whole globe. And I can tell you that. I've been hosting events in Asia, in the Middle East, in Europe, and everyone has been saying, we are watching and waiting of what's happening here here in the United States of America. So what a better time and a better place to be to host this incredible conference, Bitcoin 2025 Code and Country Day. We have so many incredible speakers. Are you guys ready? I need a bit more. America, I expect a lot more. Are you guys ready? Okay, to kick things off, it is my honor to introduce to stage Grant McCarty from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Let's get a big round of applause, everyone, for Grant.
Good morning, Las Vegas. Welcome to my hometown, and welcome to Bitcoin 2025. My name is Grant McCarty. I'm the co-founder and co-president of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Less than 4 years ago, when I was still head of policy at Bitcoin Magazine, it puts on this conference, I walked out on the main stage of this very same conference and I said, Bitcoin users are under attack. Politicians at the time were calling for federal bans, miners were being labeled eco-villains, and nightly news insisted that only criminals and bad people were using this technology. We were 13 years into Satoshi's vision, into Satoshi's grand experiment, and fear and misinformation were dominating the conversation in politics. And it seemed to me that unless something changed significantly, that Bitcoin was going to be smothered in the US via regulation and legislation before it ever got the chance to really thrive. So my friends and I, we decided to build the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We wanted to convince policymakers that Bitcoin is good for America. It was a very simple vision. We started out as a handful of true believers with basically a Google Doc, a prayer, and an absolute conviction that Bitcoin is good for the world. Now, eventually we graduated to becoming a glorified blog with really smart, credentialed people who were writing constantly and educating lawmakers constantly. And today, that Google Doc has transformed into the largest cryptocurrency think tank in America, and we remain the only major policy shop in Washington focused specifically on Bitcoin. But it's been a tough journey. It's been a really tough journey, and if you're here today, you know that the last few years haven't been that easy. And I'll give you an example from my world. So back in 2023, BPI hosted the first ever Bitcoin Policy Summit in Washington, D.C. This was the first ever Bitcoin-focused conference in D.C. FTX had just imploded, crypto looked radioactive, Bitcoin's price was in the gutter, and everyone in D.C. was asking some form of the same question, which is, why shouldn't we just ban this whole crypto thing? We could only get 3 members of Congress to speak at our event, and one of them had to join via video call. But a few hundred people working in public policy showed up to a conference, a bit like this one, and while they were there, we told them the truth. We said, Bitcoin is not FTX. Bitcoin is different. We told them, Bitcoin is energy-backed, open, incorruptible money. It's freedom technology in ones and zeros. And we made it clear that all the big scams, all the empty promises they've been hearing in the crypto space, like, that's not what Bitcoin is all about. By our next summit in 2024, Bitcoin had roared back to all-time highs, and there we were delivering the exact same message. We told people how Bitcoin is empowering dissidents and authoritarian states, how it's safeguarding people's life savings from hyperinflation, how it's giving every person on Earth an exit from financial censorship. But around this time, Bitcoin's toxicity was starting to fade and the tone was shifting. People were saying, okay, this thing survived. Maybe you were right. And not only that, but it's bigger than ever before. What am I missing? Now, one more orbit around the sun, it's 2025, and Bitcoin's timeline has accelerated drastically. Our government recently announced that America aims to be a Bitcoin superpower. Everyone is paying attention, and they all want to know the answer to the single question, what's next? What's next is here. What's next is here. It's this moment. Bitcoin's market cap is over $2 trillion, is the 5th largest asset on Earth. This thing didn't even exist 20 years ago. It's the 5th largest asset on Earth. 2 months ago, the President of the United States signed an executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And tomorrow, the Vice President of the United States will address this conference. There's going to be other senators, there's going to be representatives, there's going to be cabinet-level advisors at this conference. 30,000 people are gathered here this week for this event in these circumstances because history has moved in our direction. And today specifically, it's a special day. It's Industry Day, it's Code and Country Day, it's hosted in partnership with the America 250 Foundation. It's an organization that aims to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Now, what is the Declaration of Independence? Basically, 2.5 centuries ago, a ragtag coalition of farmers, printers, philosophers, they declared that liberty belongs to everyone and sovereignty flows upward from the individual. These ideals built the greatest nation on earth, and a couple hundred years later, they're the very same ideals that helped build Bitcoin too. But as we know, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance, because with initial success comes a number of new threats. And in Bitcoin's case, that includes things like regulatory capture. Powerful people are going to try to domesticate Bitcoin. They're going to try to turn a freedom network into a permission walled garden for their own purposes. It's things like geopolitical competition, all right? Nation states are already buying Bitcoin. They're going to accumulate Bitcoin as a strategic asset. And the question is not whether governments are doing this, it's which governments are doing it, how much are they going to buy, and under whose rules are we going to operate Bitcoin. Now, these threats remind us that in open systems, no matter how great their design, they can die in complacency. And it's on us, everybody here, to be eternally vigilant. We got to defend the protocol. We have to defend the people who build on it. We have to defend the miners who secure the network. And it's vital that we seize this period of opportunity and embrace the work that we have ahead of us. So my calls to action, they're very simple. I encourage you to do 3 things. 1, build relentlessly. Okay, whether you ship code, whether you run nodes, whether you draft legislation, keep stacking blocks and stacking wins, and don't wait. The second one is embrace agency, embrace debate. Okay, Bitcoin came out of nowhere. Bitcoin exists because you can just do things. We're here because you can just do things. The majority of Bitcoin's story is still unwritten, so help enact ideas that you think will benefit users of the network. And finally, own the geopolitical angle. Many countries are already buying Bitcoin. Many countries have been buying Bitcoin for a lot longer than people realize. So at the end of the day, the people who accumulate Bitcoin today are going to write the monetary rules of tomorrow. I believe that it's imperative for America to win the Bitcoin race. That way we don't have to live under somebody else's rules. So ladies and gentlemen, as I wrap up here, I encourage you, appreciate this moment. We are living through history. We are living through a historical inflection point. Appreciate that, embrace that. Future generations are going to study how, in the 2020s, a decentralized network leapt from chat forum experiment to global reserve asset, and how people like you stepped up to steward that leap. In short, Bitcoin's nation-state era has arrived, and we are just getting started. Thank you, and welcome to Bitcoin 2025.
The price of freedom is vigilance. Countries are buying Bitcoin. You just heard from Grant McCarthy of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're back on the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk with Mark Moss, Frank Corva, and Marty Bent. The subject of that talk, sobering. Whose rules will Bitcoin operate under? America must lead. Maybe let's start with that, given the presence here, the narrative that will be around the next few days as we hear the administration. Is America leading on Bitcoin currently? Marty.
I mean, I alluded to it earlier, but River came out with some incredible data. It seems like Americans are leading in Bitcoin in terms of ownership, businesses started, the amount of hash rate that exists in the United States. I've said this many times, and I still believe it. If you view Bitcoin as this geopolitical asset and it's a race to sort of dominate, America has the lead and is America's lead to lose as it stands right now.
Well, what we just got there is a sense of the stakes, right? And we'll be hearing from other countries over the next few days. We're going to be hearing from Pakistan, of course, movement around the world, Bhutan mining Bitcoin, Nepal mining Bitcoin, a lot of movement geopolitically. Mark, what did you hear in this opening speech? And is America leading on Bitcoin in your view?
Well, America's definitely leading on Bitcoin, and it makes sense because Bitcoin is American ideology. I mean, we're talking decentralization at the very core of American ideology. We're talking about, of course, freedom, freedom to transact and all of those types of things. And so I think that's one of the things that President Trump saw, that it's like, wow, this is American, and we should be embracing this. So we're certainly leading. And to be honest, as a Bitcoiner, maybe not as long as you guys, but pretty long, I was a little bit taken off guard. I thought it would sort of be this game theory where it would come up from the bottom, like El Salvador, other small countries that would certainly or eventually force the American economy's hand at this because of the dollar system that we have, right? But to see the U.S. take that leadership position, the rest of the world has no choice but to move forward. And so we're certainly leading, and yeah, it's exciting.
I think that's a great point. I want to piggyback on what Mark said, if you don't mind, Pete. So I think we are seeing a bit of a ground-up thing. I think we're seeing the states leading. So where the federal government is stalling a little bit, or where it's a little bit harder to get things through on a federal level, we're seeing states take the lead. We're seeing, I think it just passed the SBR bill in Texas is
SB
now
121
on the governor's desk, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
waiting for a signature. We already saw the governor of New Hampshire sign the bill that will allow New Hampshire to enact a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And I think what's going to end up happening is that the federal government might end up looking to the states. The states will be like a laboratory. They'll be looking for sort of the best sorts of bills, the best sorts of wording in bills that have come out of them. I know that this is on the minds of the people at Bitcoin Policy Institute, and so I just wanted to sort of capitalize, or piggyback on what you were saying, and saying it is sort of a bottom-up thing in that regard now. I think Bitcoin has passed the individual. Now it's at that corporate treasury, nation-state level, but within the nation-state level, within the United States, we really should be paying attention to what's happening at the state level.
And I was going to say, I think a lot of people are focused on states acquiring Bitcoin as a strategic asset, but I think we should also look at the mining industry, what's happening in ERCOT with the intersection of Bitcoin mining and the energy industry. We're seeing it in the TVA up in Tennessee, Kentucky, other areas. I think states are recognizing that Bitcoin mining specifically as part of a grid system is massively beneficial in considering the Trump administration's energy policy and the need to create more generation around the United States. Bitcoin mining can play a key role in that. So it's not just the asset, it's the mining as well.
Pete, I don't mean to cut you off. One more thing about that. So when I interviewed Secretary Lutnick, he actually said one of the things that Commerce wants to do right now is create an accelerator program that will enable Bitcoin mining companies to create their own power grid. So when we talk about creating more energy, we want an abundant future where there's a lot of energy, right? We see, when we look at graphs, we see human flourishing in correlation with energy, abundant, cheap energy. So if Bitcoin mining can play that role, and we now have a federal government that sees that, and we see other legislation at the state level that's going to help facilitate that, we're living through exciting times.
Well, in that speech, I think you heard talk about the network, but also the values, right? That this is a movement. It's a movement of people and ideas. So I want to throw it back to Bitcoin 2024 for people who are just maybe not even tuned in since that last speech in Nashville, where Trump took the stage and really made campaign promises. I want to talk about how much the administration has delivered against those. We heard Grant talking about the crypto crackdown, that essentially there was a kind of freeze on business activity in America. Has that thawed? What has changed, Mark?
Yeah, we've certainly seen that. I mean, Trump made a bunch of promises, to your point, and he fulfilled a lot of those. Maybe free Ross came a couple hours later, but I mean, for the most part, he's been fulfilling on all of those. And we've seen a massive shift. I mean, from Gary Gensler going out of the SEC all the way to the banking regulations being relaxed, and now SAB 121 being repealed. And so we're seeing these just systematically happening faster and faster and faster. And I can see it. I can feel it. Even in our fund, we have the word Bitcoin in the name, and we had problems getting money into our banking system. That was crazy from investors, and we've seen that relaxed. And so all across the board, we see the banks rushing in. We saw an announcement from, was it JP Morgan the other day? Charles Schwab now is starting to move into Bitcoin as well. And so we're seeing it happen pretty rapidly.
We're going to go to a quick ad break here. Stay with us. It's day one heating up here in Las Vegas. It's Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
We're back at the Bitcoin Magazine news desk presented by Mara here at Bitcoin 2025 Las Vegas. It's happening. People are pouring in. And of course, right now on the news desk, we're joined once again by Frank Corvo, Mark Moss, and Marty Bent talking about the shift from Bitcoin 2024 to today, Bitcoin 2025. It has only been less than a year, maybe 9 months, but a lot has changed night and day. Last year, we saw a presidential candidate, then under fire, then in a heated election, make promises. Now we're seeing a vice president take the stage tomorrow, talking about how they delivered against those expectations. Want to read some of the campaign promises here. Easy to forget what was said on stage. Establish a national crypto reserve, delivered, support US-based Bitcoin mining. Interested to hear thoughts. Create a presidential crypto advisory council, done. Kill Operation Choke Point 2.0. Create clear regulations, still to come. Fire SEC chair Gary Gensler. But also improve the economy and find ways to embed Bitcoin and crypto within the economy. As a scorecard, how is the Trump administration doing? To the floor.
I think he's doing pretty well. I mean, we didn't mention right before we went to break, but I think one of the biggest things is not doing regulation via prosecution, which was a big problem under the Biden administration. I think Trump's Justice Department has made it very clear we are not going to be regulating via prosecution, and we're seeing positive steps in that direction. And I think, as Mark said earlier, industry operators feel like there's been a gorilla taken off our back. You can get a bank account, you can create interesting products and experiment and really try to push the edge of innovation in terms of what you can do with Bitcoin, and it's extremely refreshing. I give them an A minus.
Interesting. Well, so then what are we waiting for in Washington right now? Because that's where all the attention is. There's all these acts. Mark, maybe over to you. What, as a Bitcoiner, are you looking for? What's happening in Washington now? Given that they've delivered so much already, what can they deliver on when they're here speaking?
Well, the few things we're waiting on is, one, we're still waiting on the SBR and what's going to happen with that. We're also waiting on what's happening with the Bitcoin that the government has. Supposedly there's an executive order to find out, to audit the Bitcoin. We're still waiting on that. The delay kind of makes me think maybe there's something in there that they don't want us to know. So I think there's that as well. We also know there's a talk of a sovereign wealth fund and what's going to happen with that, and will Bitcoin be in there as well? And then we can get into some of the bills. We're still dealing with like a stablecoin bill, the Genius Act trying to get through, so we'll see what's going on with that. And then the Digital Token Act as well. But regarding to Bitcoin, I think the big one is, do we have the Bitcoin, and what are we going to do to acquire more of it?
Well, let's talk about the economy, right? In many ways, Trump ran as a president as someone who was going to improve the economy. Now we're seeing the results of Doge, right? Doge has come and audited the government, maybe finding they can't cut spending. You know, we talked a lot about in this program over the past years about government spending being out of control, about inflation running hot. It seems like these problems now maybe aren't going to be solved in Bitcoin. How does it fit into that, Marty?
Yes, certainly I think you threw it to me. Certainly we've seen them throw in the towel, if you will, right? Scott Bessent went on the other day and said, hey, looks like we're just going to have to grow our way out of this thing. And I think Elon Musk basically said the same thing. Hey, look, Doge did great work, but I guess nobody wants to cut any spending. And so we have to grow our way out of it. And so we're seeing that.
Of course, more to come here. We're going to throw you over to the main stage. Steak and Shake taking the stage to talk about their pioneering Bitcoin payments program. We'll be right back.
In 1934, in our 91-year history as one of America's oldest burger chains, we've had quite a few milestones. We invented the steak burger, we perfected homemade milkshakes, and earlier this year, we became the first restaurant chain in the 21st century to launch beef tallow fries. But you may have heard about another recent milestone, which is on May 16th, we began accepting Bitcoin as payment in all of our locations where permitted to do so by law. This implementation was a global implementation, not just in the United States, but also in our company-operated restaurants in France, Monaco, and Spain. Thank you very much. Our experience so far with Bitcoin has been that it is faster than credit cards. And when customers choose to pay in Bitcoin instead of credit cards, we are saving about 50% in our processing fees. This means that Bitcoin is a win for the customer, It's a win for us as the merchant, and it's a win for you in the Bitcoin community. I have some facts and figures here, so if you'll forgive me, I'll refer to my notes a little bit, but I don't want to get it wrong. The day we launched Bitcoin payments at Steak 'n Shake accounted for 0.2% of the global Bitcoin transactions in the world. That means that on that day, about 1 out of every 500 Bitcoin transactions globally happened at Steak 'n Shake. So while Bitcoin may be the future, Steak 'n Shake has brought Bitcoin into the present. And there's no question we've seen an upsurge in our business. In our world, customer guest counts are one of the most key metrics that we measure. And in that measure, we've seen a sustained spike thanks to you. Accepting Bitcoin just allows us to meet our customers where our customers are. And so when we made this decision, we weren't seeking a marketing gimmick for short-lived publicity, but rather we were seeking to provide our customer with another viable option with which to pay for our products. And we understand that allowing customers to pay with Bitcoin alongside cash, probably heard of cash, and credit cards puts Bitcoin on par with those methods, those other globally accepted payment methods. And so what we believe we've done is we've allowed Bitcoin to be more broadly used as a medium of exchange at Steak 'n Shake. We believe we've helped to enhance the utility of Bitcoin. And by the way, we're not just accepting Bitcoin in our restaurants for your meals. If anyone wants to become a Steak 'n Shake franchisee, you can also pay for your franchise now in Bitcoin. All the benefits that we get from Bitcoin, whether it's gaining in customer traffic and same-store sales, or whether it's reducing our fees, allows us to reinvest in the quality of our products and also other very important initiatives such as removing seed oils from all of our restaurants. But we're not finished. Steak 'n Shake is a learning organization, and we're seeking to continually innovate. We want to advance the use of robo-taxis, cyber chefs, drones, and other AI technologies in our restaurants. And we need engineers to help us. We want the best and brightest to lead us into the future. So while we hope everyone will stop by our booth here at the conference, if you're an engineer, we'd love to chat with you. It's only like 3 engineers. 4, okay, there's like a dozen, there's more than 3. Okay, that's good. Lastly, I want to share with you to celebrate the use of Bitcoin. Steak 'n Shake has created something special for you, which is the Bitcoin meal. And it's special for you guys. It's a Bitcoin burger, a supersize beef tallow fry. Can't share it either. You have to eat it all by yourself. And it is a Bitcoin milkshake. Hey? You can try these products this week at our Fremont Hotel and Casino locations and our Cannery Hotel Casino locations here in Las Vegas. And following this, our team is working on a blockchain menu to be priced in sats. And you'll hear more about that as we go here. I got 3 minutes left to thank you for everything you've done for us and your support. But I just say that thank you for supporting Steak 'n Shake. Thank you for gathering at Steak 'n Shakes across the country and having parties and helping us celebrate this big milestone. We appreciate you very much, and we thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, okay. Who's going to be heading to get a Bitcoin burger? Guys, come on, let's all go after the conference. We've got to get our Bitcoin burger. I haven't tried Steak and Shake yet, so I definitely feel like maybe tonight it is time to have a Bitcoin burger and a Bitcoin milkshake. I'm still not sure if I'm ready to part with my Bitcoin. I don't want another occurrence of Pizza Day, but, you know, we have to start using our Bitcoin at some point, so what better than a Bitcoin burger? Okay, guys, I'll be back again shortly.
You just heard a special announcement from Steak and Shake here on the main Nakamoto stage at Bitcoin 2025. Going to pull out the highlights of that speech. Bitcoin is faster than credit cards. We are saving 50% in processing fees. Steak and Shake coming out and saying 1 in 500 transactions on the Bitcoin network globally attributed to Steak and Shake commerce. A couple quotes here. We've seen a sustained spike in business. Quote, "This is not a gimmick." Words that Bitcoiners want to hear. Who wants to react to Steak and Shake's announcement on stage? Frank?
I'll start if you don't mind. I really love seeing anything that, you know, makes people recognize that Bitcoin is money, right? That it is a payment system. As Marty mentioned a little bit earlier on the stream here, you know, years ago when people tried to do this, Bitcoin, we only had the layer 1. Now we have Lightning. We have, if you look behind us, we have tons of layer 2s here. People developing, making it easier for payments to go through. So we have the tech. It's ready to go. We just need people we need businesses like Steak and Shake being willing to accept Bitcoin as a means of payment.
Let's talk about the savings here, right? That's something that every merchant wants to hear. Credit card processing. This is a narrative as old as Bitcoin, perhaps. Some of the first Bitcoin adopters building payment processors and services. Marty, Mark, your thoughts on just Steak and Shake coming out and telling other business leaders that there's savings here?
I think that's massive. I mean, 50% savings on the interchange fees and the credit card fees is massive. And I think that is a signal that other business owners will hear and say, hey, particularly in these economic times, which are a bit tumultuous, people have to save wherever they can, increase profit margins wherever they can. And credit card processing fees are a bane of people that are processing payments. And so I think what is important for the listeners to realize is Bitcoin, even over the Lightning Network, it is an instant bearer. It's a bearer instrument that settles instantly. So I go to Steak and Shake, I pay the invoice, it goes from my wallet, it settles in their wallet over the Lightning Network, extremely cheap, and the Bitcoin is in their wallet. They don't have to wait for the credit cards and the banks to settle their ledgers. It's instantly settled, and that is a massive unlock from economic productivity.
No middlemen. And of course, the word there that I'll highlight, gimmick, right? There's a lot of people out there who think that this is Steak and Shake, tapping into a small user base, you know, getting into the meme culture. But it sounds like, Mark, you would agree that businesses should take what Steak and Shake is doing seriously.
Well, they might be taking advantage of this opportunity, and they should, right? I think more small businesses should jump in while they can still sort of have this splash, get the community behind them, and so good job if that's what they're doing. But in regards to what sort of Marty's talked about, I mean, we have a real economic incentive here. And I think at the end of the day, we want to use Bitcoin for things that really only Bitcoin can be used for. And when you're talking about saving 50% in processing fees, that's a big number. Now, it gets even bigger when you start looking at other businesses. So in the United States, we still have businesses that are considered high risk, and they're paying 3, 4, up to 8% in transaction fees, and it gets worse than that. Now they're paying $150 a month for their account. On top of that, they have to have reserves held back. They don't get their money for 3 to 5 days. Some of them have reserves being held for 6 months, and then they have 6 months of chargebacks to deal with. This is a $1 billion problem in the United States right now alone, just in chargebacks. And so when you can save 8%, 5%, 4%, that is a big deal. Cut those monthly fees, that's a big deal.
I can hear you. Over to you, Frank.
Yeah, I think what's really important there is highlighting those numbers. Again, a credit card payment is what, 3, 4%? I think a payment over Lightning averages to about, what, 0.5% of the payment, if I'm not mistaken. When you think about those numbers, I ran these numbers the other day versus Stripe, I think. So Stripe, one of the biggest traditional payment systems, I think they charge around that number, 3%. I looked at whatever their gross revenue was, and I think the amount of just middle person fees ended up being close to like $1 billion or billions of dollars or something along those lines. It's something that that we're all not totally conscious of. We're so just used to swiping a credit card, restaurants accepting it, businesses accepting it, and not really understanding that so much value is being lost in that transaction. Bitcoin gives that value back to not only the business, but to the person making the payment as well, because payments will come down as a result of this.
Well, we're going to go right now with something special and take you onto the floor. We're at the Venetian in Las Vegas. Of course, 30,000 Bitcoiners coming together. We've got a live crane shot. You can see the Steak and Shake booth here at Bitcoin 2025. So Steak and Shake walking the talk by actually coming here and interacting with customers. And it looks like selling merchandise. People, thoughts on the booth? Steak and Shake. We like that we're here.
I like the booth. I like the booth.
I haven't been over to see the booth, but I love burgers, so I'm definitely going to go check it out later.
Yeah, but I'm actually curious to see if they are selling food. It actually looks quite legit. They do have a kiosk. I don't know whether maybe they're selling merch, shirts, or something like that. But even if that gets people in the habit of saying like, hey, we can help you walk through. I don't know if they're setting up wallets. I mean, one thing I want to shout out, Uncle Rockstar has these Bolt cards. So if you're here or if you're on your way here, we have these cards here where literally you just tap, you make your payment. You could do that over at the Steak and Shake booth there, any of the booths that are accepting Lightning payments. Exciting times.
Well, very interesting stuff. And of course, more announcements to come. We're going to be throwing it back to the main stage shortly, hearing a special update from New Hampshire, a very different type of announcement. But maybe let's stick with Steak and Shake. Something that you said, Mark, behind the scenes I thought was interesting. Is Steak and Shake really adopting Bitcoin if they're not putting on their treasury balance sheet? This is perhaps the biggest narrative in Bitcoin right now. How should Steak and Shake be thinking about taking and saving and holding the Bitcoin that they're accepting for payments?
Well, a lot of Bitcoiners might think that if they're not holding the Bitcoin that they received, then it's not really doing any good. And I would argue that I think one of the best ways to get someone into Bitcoin is to give them a little bit of Bitcoin first. And so by them starting to use Bitcoin, it's sort of that slippery slope that gets them in there. Now, what should they be doing? Of course, they should be saving in Bitcoin, of course. They should be converting their entire treasury over into Bitcoin. They should start a Bitcoin treasury strategy on top of that, so we can keep going on and on. But at a minimum, they should be putting a percentage of their treasury into Bitcoin at a minimum to increase the profits and the value of the company.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they're profitable. That's one thing we focus on at 1031 is this idea of sats flow. If you're producing revenue, producing cash flow, most importantly, producing a profit, you should be sweeping at least a portion of those profits into Bitcoin. And we've written about this, done research on this at 1031. Bitcoin, Grant Gillum wrote a piece. He likes to think of Bitcoin as the fourth lever to equity value growth for companies. So in the context of startups, if you raise money, you put a portion of that in the Bitcoin, often you'll find that your runway gets extended, particularly if you're raising money. Typically, you go back to market 18 to 24 months. Companies that raise money, put a portion into Bitcoin, find they don't have to go back to the market 30 months, 36 months later. And so Bitcoin allows you to extend your runway, reinvest in your business, and really extend the value of the revenue that you're producing as a company.
Of course, we'll be right back after a short break. Heading in and out to a special announcement from one of our sponsors. Stay tuned. We're just beginning on day one, Industry Day here at Bitcoin 2025. So much more to come. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube. Welcome back to Bitcoin 2025. We're at the Venetian in Las Vegas, and of course, the action just getting started. You heard from Steak and Shake talking about their pioneering payments program. We're going to go now to a panel on the main stage about funding the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Of course, this is something on everybody's mind. States and governments, the federal governments around the world, stockpiling Bitcoin. The race has begun. What does it mean for people at home who are following along, looking at what their governments are doing? Why should they be enthusiastic about this, Frank?
I think one of the really big things is that governments have pension programs that they have to fund, and we have the best performing asset of the last 10 years, 15 years, Bitcoin, and governments haven't been putting this on their balance sheet, or at least state pension programs haven't been putting this on their balance sheet. So if they are going to meet these obligations, I think it's prudent, again, of these state governments to be holding the best performing asset of all time by some metrics. It just makes sense to hold this. So it's great that now we're at the stage where I think there's over 140 Bitcoin bills going through state level governments, many of which would help provide them with or allow them to facilitate the creation of an SPR. So it's exciting. This is something that's going to underpin the new financial economy. It's the pristine collateral of the new economy, and states should have it on the balance sheet.
Well, we'll look at the leaderboard really quickly. This data is from BitcoinTreasuries.net. Around the world, governments already owning Bitcoin, right? So this is the unspoken. We're hearing announcements about potential buys. China estimated around 200,000 Bitcoin. The United Kingdom around 60,000 Bitcoin. Of course, the United States estimated at 200,000 as well. But other countries, Ukraine estimated at 40,000 Bitcoin, Bhutan 13,000 Bitcoin, El Salvador 6,000 Bitcoin. How big does this get, Marty?
I think it's massive, right? And I think that's one thing we need to get clear here in the United States is how much Bitcoin do we actually have and how much do we plan on accumulating and how do we do that. But I think it's important to note the real strategic Bitcoin reserve is the Bitcoin held in the wallets of individual citizens. I think we sometimes get lost in the grandeur of nation states getting into Bitcoin and lose sight of the fact that you as an individual can adopt Bitcoin as a strategic reserve on your personal balance sheet, as a business owner, on your small business balance sheet. And I think if we're thinking about the long-term viability and strength of the US economy, not only is it important for the government to think about a strategic reserve, but individuals need to think about that as well. A strong nation of citizens who have strong Bitcoin reserves is going to be okay. At that point, it really doesn't matter what the government does.
We're taking it over to the main stage now. How will the strategic Bitcoin reserve be funded? We'll be right back. It's Bitcoin 2025.
I like that.
We literally publish a cold storage report every month, and it doesn't include Bitcoin. So as this asset continues to be adopted by sovereign countries, we had another one yesterday with Pakistan. We now count 9 countries that are mining Bitcoin with support from the central government. It makes sense to put our foot forward and engage with this asset class. That's the why.
Fred, what do you think? What's the why in your mind? Anything to add there?
Well, I think it's similar to a strategic petroleum reserve, strategic gold reserve. Bitcoin is now becoming one of the largest asset classes in the world. We're at number 6 or number 8, I think it is, depending on how you count it. And the US needs to be able to defend Bitcoin or use it as an offensive weapon. The only way you can do that is if you hold a lot of it. Why do we have a strategic petroleum reserve? US is arguably one of the largest producers of oil in the world. You have it so you can manipulate price, right? Why do you have a gold reserve? Because it certainly doesn't back the dollar. So you have it so you can defend the dollar in the event of an attack. So a strategic Bitcoin reserve does 2 things. One, it shows that the US says, this is important for us, it's an important asset class, and it's a way to project power. And I think that's why he did it, and I think that that's why you'll see the US will build a reserve, and it will be substantial.
Is part of it to think about what comes after the dollar, or is it more like a strategic commodity, or is it both? I don't know, Matt, do you have a thought on this?
Well, the executive order specifically named Bitcoin and singled Bitcoin out in particular as a strategic asset because of its scarcity and referred to it as digital gold. And that was a signal, being sent to the American population as well as the global population, other national leaders, that the US government sees Bitcoin as a strategic asset. Now, what you do when you hear that coming from the President of the United States, falls into whether you think that was just a patronizing pablum to a bunch of supporters, or is this a signal of a strategic shift? I think that is still an uncertain, question, but I think we're leaning towards the latter. I think other countries are now looking at that executive order and subsequent statements by the White House and senior administration officials, and they are starting to take a serious look internally at how they think about Bitcoin as a strategic asset. We still haven't seen that come to the fore publicly, but those discussions are happening as we speak.
So it's happening. It's happening around the world. It's supposed to happen here. It hasn't quite yet, but I've already been hearing some criticism of this. Matthew, maybe you could tell us some of those criticisms and your responses to them.
Let's address the naysayers' argument against the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I see two principal camps that oppose. The first I would call are the naive maxis. So these are folks who believe not your keys, not your coin, that's fine, but they lack an awareness of fiduciary structures. So I, as a money manager, I cannot hold the Bitcoin of my client. I must entrust it to a third party. That is fundamental to managing money. So as Bitcoin grows into a currency, a commodity with wider acceptance, there will be institutions that want to hold it. Institutions include corporations who need a regulated custodian. Institutions now include governments. The US government is of the people, by the people, for the people. We are the people who can sit in the government and suggest this is a scarce and strategic asset that you should acquire. That's camp number one. Too naive. Bitcoin should be held by institutions. Bitcoin is for everyone. The second category of naysayers I would call the do-nothings. So these are the people who are worried that if the US government acquires Bitcoin, it is a signal of instant hyper-Bitcoinization and the US dollar will go to zero. To me, that is a catastrophizing argument. And what backs the dollar is confidence that our economy is going to grow faster than the competition. Confidence that our money is more productive than the competition. Confidence that the US is a home for capital formation and that money will be treated best on our shores. So if we invest public money in a productive asset that can grow faster, scale better than the alternative, that is confidence in the dollar. Think back to World War II, when there was greenback debt, and after Civil War, greenback debt, and the legislation passed a law that the next debt issuance would be partially redeemable in gold. Did that hurt the dollar? No. It gave creditors confidence that the dollar was backed by something that was scarce and productive. So I don't buy the do-nothing argument, the deficit will take care of itself. No, I think that we allocate strategically, make the US a home for capital formation. Bitcoin is the hurdle rate for innovation, and it deserves a tiny piece of a US portfolio.
Let's talk about how to fund it. How to get from this executive order, which puts Bitcoin in hold and buy only mode, and it puts other crypto assets in hold and sell only mode. We're not going to talk about how to sell those, but how do we buy Bitcoin? I'll start with you, Fred. What are some ideas that people are talking about?
So there are lots of ways that the U.S. could use its assets to help produce Bitcoin, for example. The government has a lot of energy assets, both the military, Department of Energy, Department of Interior, et cetera. There's access to excess hydro energy. There's access to gas license fees. There's all sorts of sources of revenue, if you would, or things that can be used to essentially help generate more Bitcoin. And if the US government goes into the business of supporting the mining of Bitcoin, which essentially they verbally have by the president saying that the US should be the predominant location where Bitcoin should be mined in the world, then it could be generating its own Bitcoin, which is even stronger than buying Bitcoin. Then when it comes to buying Bitcoin, there are all sorts of ways that you can leverage US assets. For example, the US carries all of its gold reserves on its books at a value of $35. And if you look at the current price of gold, it's a lot higher. And so what could you do relative to leveraging that to potentially convert it into Bitcoin?
It's 100 times higher, the price of gold today.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Bitcoin has escalated in price, right? So I think there are a lot of creative ways. I think a little bit the administration today is still trying to figure out, A, what do we have? Where is it? How do we put it into a reserve? How do we structure a reserve? And then once they have that figured out, it's really up to Treasury and Commerce to come up with how are we going to acquire more. And I think it's critical. You know, the U.S. making a statement that we are going to have a strategic reserve is an empty statement unless you actually start putting stuff into it. And so the U.S. has to begin acquiring more Bitcoin, whether that's through the mining of it, whether it's through purchasing it, but it has to start acquiring it to really deliver, or as somebody on the panel said to me backstage, they have to land the airplane.
Yeah, talk is cheap. You have to actually stack those sats. Hey, Matt Pines, what are some of the other ideas? I know BPI has published stuff about bit bonds, about using certain funds that exist already inside the Treasury Department. Talk to me about some more ideas.
Yeah, I would sort of categorize as sort of three types of acquisitions. There's symbolic acquisitions, material acquisitions, and strategic acquisitions. A symbolic acquisition would essentially be sweeping sort of couch cushion money, right? The things that, say, the digital assets that, they've collected through different seizures, kind of collecting everything from the rest of the government and deciding we're going to sell that Tether, we're going to sell, Ripple, and we're just going to sweep it into the SBR. That's like a symbolic. We're just going to make, a clear commitment that we want to add to the strategic Bitcoin reserve, but it be kind of de minimis. A material acquisition would be using, say in the few $100 million to few $1 billion range. It could be, taking a slice out of tariff revenues that are earned. It could be, maybe these things that are coming up with Fannie and Freddie privatizations, taking little pieces of oil and gas revenue, sort of royalty leases, small, a few $100 million things, but they could add up. But again, sort of building on that symbolic sort of signal. A strategic acquisition, we're thinking in terms of the U.S. actually making good on this, indication they want to be a Bitcoin superpower. Like, what does that mean? Well, I think it means you have to have the largest holdings of Bitcoin as a sovereign in the world. Now, a lot of sovereigns that hold Bitcoin haven't made their holdings public, but, it's plausible that some countries in the Middle East, say, have a few 100,000 Bitcoin. So that probably sets like a target, right? And so if we take away the Bitcoin that we don't have like clear and final title to, maybe we have 100,000 roughly Bitcoin that will be left. So you got to find a way to purchase 200 to 300 to 400,000 additional Bitcoin. That's a significant amount of Bitcoin to purchase. And so you need to find mechanisms that are budget neutral per the executive order to fund that. And the two that I think are the most feasible are using surplus funds in the Exchange Stabilization Fund. There's about $39 billion that's unencumbered, essentially.
What is that, the ESF?
Yeah, the ESF is essentially the government's kind of slush money fund going back to pre-World War II days. And it's established by the Gold Reserve Act, and it basically gives the Treasury Secretary the authority to deal in gold, foreign exchange, or other instruments of credit and securities. So no specific authority to buy Bitcoin with that, but you can structure essentially an overnight note that's essentially redeemed in Bitcoin, but is denominated the transaction in dollars. And so that's kind of what we've outlined in some of our work. Up to 40 billion. I think they like to keep about 20 billion in sort of a rainy day fund there. That's 20 billion. And then beyond that, you have like these, as Fred said, like more strategic moves, like revaluing the gold certificates. And if you do that mark to market, that could clear $800 billion plus into the Treasury General account. That will likely require statutory authorization because those gold certificates are pegged to the official price of gold. The Treasury Secretary has officially said he's not interested in exploring that. But of course, that's what you would have to say if you're exploring that. And so these are like the options on the table. The last is the bit bonds idea. That will likely require statutory authorization as well, where essentially you issue a debt instrument, obligation of the U.S. government, with some Bitcoin kicker built into the coupon. And I think, as we've seen with in corporate finance, there's a lot of demand for these types of securities that have a traditional kind of a maturity profile of a debt security, but with a Bitcoin kicker built in. So there's lots of options on the table, lots of creative solutions that sort of span the gamut. And I think now that the White House is sort of getting the message that they have to get serious and they have to actually, make good on this rhetoric, because other countries are moving.
There's two ways to fund the strategic Bitcoin reserve, right? One executive action. The problem with executive action is that it's going to prompt lawsuits, and anything over, $100 million, I think, is going to get sued by the Elizabeth Warrens of the world. So I would say start with something by the executive, maybe in the ESF, $100 million, very tiny. The second way is legislative. That's likely to be more durable. Every year, the US Congress passes a budget. They do it through the reconciliation process, which requires just 51 votes. We need to start putting in small pieces of legislation and amendment that make it easier for a company like Fred's company to mine Bitcoin with the government taking a small royalty. And if that Bitcoin can be mined with sources of energy that are especially pollutive, like methane gas, then Fred should be able to mine that Bitcoin tax-free. Government should take a little royalty. We can clean up the environment and accumulate a Bitcoin stack at the same time. There's going to be a lot of pushback to that, so we need to start early, start opening that Overton window, just putting those little amendments in every single piece of legislation that hits the floor. Eventually one will pass. That's how it becomes durable.
Fred, what do you think the most likely, fastest pathway? These are all very interesting, and we've now heard a range of ideas. I mean, 10 ideas here to do it. Maybe they all happen, maybe some of them happen, but what would you say is the most likely way that the U.S. government first buys Bitcoin or acquires it?
I think other than just taking the Bitcoin that it has and putting it in the reserve, it's going to be small buys using funds and essentially using royalty fees. I think that's the easy, very simple to do. It's just really an allocation of an expense item. It'll give them time to do the rest of the things that they're going to do.
I think they ramp up. They start small. What about Fannie and Freddie? There's been some talk of this, right? These are the mortgage giants that were, I guess, taken onto the government's balance sheet during the great financial crisis. There's been talk for years of spinning them back out into private entities. I think Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, when he was running his hedge fund, was interested in that. And there's been some additional talk. Could those things throw off a lot of cash? Is that an option?
I mean, I think if you look at the different ways that the government both generates subsidies and pulls money back out of the system, it could just start collecting Bitcoin and putting it in the reserve and holding it in the reserve and using it as an asset they could collateralize to borrow against also. Right? So one has to think of it as just an alternative potentially to using dollars in the accounting system. Why don't we just start stacking sats, and then we can borrow against those sats?
I do think the revenue neutral comment has done more harm than good, because it's raised expectations that we can somehow transact in $100 billion worth of Bitcoin as long as we can raise $100 billion on the other side. That's not true, right? If you raise taxes to 100% on the top 1% and then tax cut for everyone else, it's revenue neutral, but you still need 60 votes in the Senate. So I go back to what Matt Pines said, the symbolic purchase. It kind of doesn't matter how big or how, as long as it's done and the citizens get used to seeing that their government holds Bitcoin.
One thing I'll add is the context for this discussion is the world economic and geopolitical system going through a kind of a once-in-a-century shakeup. And so a lot of the traditional ways sovereign pools of capital manage their reserve assets and think about their economic and geopolitical alignments is being rapidly readjusted. And so just looking at the US and Japan relationship, it seems like there's going to be some sort of geoeconomic deal done to kind of mutually support each other's bond markets. And this is a recognition of the fact that we are collectively very fragile. Our debt is a glass jaw. And so we're going up against China, which is a peer competitor across all these domains. And China has a strategy of accumulating gold and trying to link the wider economic orbit through their CBDCs. And so I think the US government is looking at this strategic landscape and seeing Bitcoin as a digital counter to China's gold reserves, as well as stablecoins as a counter to China's CBDCs. And those different conversations, haven't quite met yet, but I think we're on this trajectory where these strategic geopolitical deals being done to kind of support each other's collective defense, a commonwealth essentially, using sovereign wealth funds. There's a role for Bitcoin to play in that. So this is where we go from the purely symbolic to the strategic. And so we want to lay out all these options on the table so that when the conditions are right, strategically and geopolitically, there's a well thought out mechanism to leverage Bitcoin to our strategic advantage.
Is the deep state thinking that way about Bitcoin yet?
I think there are lots of curious people inside the government, right, which is not a monolith, right? There's folks in the government that have historically been very hostile to Bitcoin, a source of illicit finance. They have experiences going back years and years. I think there's a new generation of folks that are picking their head above the parapet, that think about Bitcoin in a much more strategic fashion and also see it as a competition over values, right? Like Bitcoin is an open system. It embodies what we think America represents around the world. And especially as we enter an environment where there's an acute competition over what sort of values are going to be embedded in digital systems, from AI to money. I think America wants to be, and there are, I think, aligned, patriotic individuals who want to see that ethos flourish around the world, don't want to see a CBDC ensnare the global south and have China kind of write the rules of the digital future. So I think this is still yet to be determined, like who, those old guard versus new guard, right? But I think there are folks inside various three-letter agencies that are now reassessing the strategic value of Bitcoin.
I think that makes sense. Let me play devil's advocate for just a second, okay? In America, we the people own assets. This is not a socialist country. We do not have the government owning a bunch of things. Well, we do, but should we? And in our last few minutes here, maybe push back on me and explain why it is so important now. Matt Pines, you touched on it a bit, but why is it so important now for the U.S. government, for America, the country, to be thinking strategically about Bitcoin? Fred, kick us off.
Well, I think there are two areas of Bitcoin that are very important to think about. One is it's a huge asset class, and it's important for the U.S. to think strategically so they can defend U.S. investments in Bitcoin and be able to project power. The other piece of this has to do with being able to protect the transactionability of Bitcoin, which is what Bitcoin mining is all about. Bitcoin miners are the transaction processors of the Bitcoin network. And you have to ensure that enough American-allied interests are mining Bitcoin such that other non-allied organizations can't censor American organizations from transacting in Bitcoin. And this is the importance of strategic block space. And I think this is a key thing.
I mean, look at this room. Bitcoin is going mainstream, so we should let it. There are a lot of advocates who have seen Bitcoin as a tool for defiance instead of a foundation for global finance. And I would contend that Bitcoin's true power is not in remaining a niche asset. It's becoming the backbone of a new financial order. And that means we need adoption, not just by individuals, but by businesses and nation states. And so the goal here is not to be a fringe asset, it's to fix the concept of money itself, and that can only happen when Bitcoin integrates into the broader financial system. And that's why the government also, it's inevitable, they will be involved.
I guess I'll finish by putting some numbers on this, right? So in this gold versus Bitcoin kind of comparison that has this geopolitical overlay, if you sort of add up, back of the envelope, total America's holdings of gold, from individuals to the gold ETFs to America's gold reserves, 8,100 tons, we have about 8 to 10% of the above ground gold stock. We don't exactly know how much China has, but that's probably an upper bound. If you actually do the same analysis for Bitcoin, we have between 30 and 40%, depending on how you measure it, of total available Bitcoin supply. And so that's like a 3 to 4 to 1 sort of asymmetric advantage that America has in a world where hard assets are going to be remonetized. It's just what's going to happen, right? The sovereigns of the world collectively are going to have to devalue their currencies, and their debt markets are going to have to take it in the shins. And so America has to ask itself, Like, do we win relative to our rivals if gold wins or if Bitcoin wins? And we have a 4-to-1 advantage right now, and I think we should secure that advantage and bring the world to a Bitcoin era while supporting the development of open source tools that allow the rest of the world to participate in the network.
Yeah, it's not even just about the SBR. Fred, you touched on transactability, right? America already is the clear leader in mining and mind share and holding in technology for Bitcoin, and we need not squander it. Thank you so much, Matthew Sigel from VanEck, Matt Pines from the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Fred Thiel from Mara. Everybody enjoy the conference. Let's go.
Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible panel. Our first panel of today.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. We are here presented by Mara. We just heard from the chairman of Mara, or the CEO of Mara, Fred Thiel, from the main stage talking about funding the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I'm here to talk about this with none other than Marty Bent, managing partner at 1031 and founder of TFTC. Pierre Rochard, host of the Bitcoin for Corporations show, and Eric Kaysen, author of Crypto Sovereignty. Marty, let me start with you, talking about Bitcoin as the backbone of the global financial system, ways for the United States to acquire Bitcoin. In your opinion, what would be the best way for the United States to go about this?
I think I'm partial towards BitBonds. I think the executive order was around seizing Bitcoin or keeping seized Bitcoin in the reserve. I think that creates a perverse incentive. If you're going to build a strategic reserve in a budget neutral way, I think the idea of issuing debt and underlying a portion of that debt with Bitcoin at a lower yield makes a lot more sense to me. It makes me more comfortable as a Bitcoiner.
Fair enough. Pierre?
Yeah, I agree with Marty. I think that the opportunities to seize more Bitcoin are going to become more and more limited as criminals understand how to secure their private keys. And on top of that, if we look at the other assets the government holds, there's a massive opportunity to sell the gold that's in Fort Knox and actually put it to use. And when we hear the gold proponents talk about the utility of gold, they're right. The gold should be used as jewelry. It should be used in electronics. It should be used in dentistry. And we need to stop having it collect dust in Fort Knox. And so when we look at next year, it's going to be the 250th anniversary of this great nation. And what better way to commemorate that than to create a line of jewelry that, honoring those who fought the American Revolution and using the gold from Fort Knox for its real utility, and then take all those proceeds, put it into Bitcoin.
Using the gold, holding on to Bitcoin. Eric, over to you. You wrote an amazing book about how Bitcoin empowers the individual. What does it make you feel like to hear all this talk of governments adopting Bitcoin, corporate treasuries, all this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I just want to start with saying fuck the state. It's a hateful apparatus that wants to kill you and steal your money. And the fact that both the red party and the blue party, they both want to steal a certain amount of your wealth and redistribute it to other people. And inviting them into Bitcoin, I think, is actually kind of a dangerous idea, considering how reckless and idiotic that they've been with the current financial system. So, tell you what, if they can balance the budget and pay off the debt, I'd be open to having them trying to manage a Bitcoin treasury. But I feel like they should be mature enough with their own finances to actually sort of pay off all of the debt that they've accrued before they start fucking around with a Bitcoin treasury. But you know what I think would be incredible is everybody should be on their own Bitcoin treasury and their own Bitcoin standard. You don't need the nation state to tell you to do it. You can just own Bitcoin on your own self-sovereignly, and they can't steal it from you.
Incredible perspective from Eric. Very, very important. Marty, you touched on this earlier. So we have a lot of these new stocks, corporate treasuries, people buying MicroStrategy. We have Nakamoto, sponsor for the conference here. What's the message to maybe new Bitcoiners, people who are interested in investing in Bitcoin, speaking to this idea that Eric just talked about, this idea of self-sovereignty?
Yeah, I completely agree with Eric. The real strategic Bitcoin reserve is a Bitcoin held in individual wallets. And to anybody out there new to Bitcoin, seeing this publicly traded treasury strategy, keep it simple, stupid. Stay humble, stack sats.
Boom.
Download Strike, you can download River, Cash App, whatever it may be. Just buy Bitcoin directly and then learn how to secure it properly. And create your own strategic Bitcoin reserve. That is how America will succeed in the long run.
Fair enough. Pierre, what do you say to people? So, well, it's too hard. I don't want that responsibility of managing my private keys.
Well, the products are getting better and better every year, so it is getting easier and easier. And I also think that when we look at the institutional adoption, the logic described at the individual level is the exact same reasons why a corporation and why a government should hold Bitcoin as well. And you know, with regards to Eric's point about the national debt, I think the only realistic path is to outgrow that national debt. And the only asset that is going to maximize the growth rate over the long term is Bitcoin. And so to me, Bitcoin is a way to bail out the government, bail out the financial system, so that everybody who is a normal civilian that is relying on that, on the benefits, right, from these entities, whether it's insurance companies, pension funds, or Social Security, that they get made whole. And so I think that's why it's really important to have a smooth, gradual transition to Bitcoin by adopting these reserve policies for all these different entities.
Okay, excellent. Eric, what would you say to people who are saying, you know, you got into Bitcoin early, you know, many, many years ago, you were early at Coinbase, you're a holder from early on. People might, you know, Pierre's talking about this growth that we're going to experience in Bitcoin. What would you say to people who say, I'm too late? Like, Bitcoin it's at $100,000, you know, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, it was trading at three-digit figures, $100 or something along those lines. What message would you give those listeners?
You either get it or you don't. Like, I don't have the time to explain. And like, I really would love to try, but the sincere answer is most people aren't actually interested in answering the question in a meaningful way, and they're much more, they want to know how are they going to get more of the dollars. And like, this is the exact problem. Like, you don't need more dollars. You need some amount of Bitcoin that will continue to accrue wealth over time. And until people really want to start asking these questions on their own, I've personally found it quite exhausting and difficult. But if people are open and willing to sort of, you know, pull on the thread to see where it goes, like, you can get pretty far.
I think a good way to frame it is you throw it back at them. Is it a bad time to adopt the internet? Is it a bad time to adopt Fire? Is it a bad time to adopt the wheel? No, it's never a bad time to adopt better money.
We appreciate that. Perfect way to outro it. We're moving back over to the Nakamoto stage, where we're going to hear from Senator Jim Justice, Senator Marsha Blackburn, and Senator Cynthia Lummis talking about the Bitcoin Act. Heading back to the Nakamoto stage. Stay with us. We'll be right back here on the live desk after this.
A few years back, she's 5 years old now, all of a sudden, right over my shoulder, my son and daughter reached this little 10-week-old bulldog puppy. Well, I had no idea that she was going to turn into what she's turned into, but literally we had our first grandbaby at the time. He was 2 years old. December 7th was his birthday. He knew some words and he could talk, but he surely didn't know what the word puppy was. Well, she's down in the presence going around everywhere. He's down in the presence going around everywhere. And all of a sudden he turned around out of nowhere and said, "Where'd that baby dog go?" So we named her Baby Dog. And it only seems just fitting and everything that I knew she was going to grow into this. She's grown into a 60-pound brown watermelon, and she's my buddy, and she loves all y'all. And she loves Bitcoin. Thanks for being here.
We're excited to have her on stage with us. So now on to the topic at hand, the Bitcoin Act. I'm joined by three of the most pro-innovation, pro-Bitcoin members of Congress today. And Senator Lummis spearheaded a bill to create the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve.
Thank you. Thank you.
And they all recognize that what Bitcoin means to all of us and the nation at large. So, Senator Lummis, I thought we would start with you and talk about, you know, have you had conversations with the president? What is it going to take to get this signed into law?
Well, it's great to be back at Bitcoin 2025. Thank you all for your help in the last year, bringing the Bitcoin Act to the attention of the American people and the world. President Trump supports the bill, and he has a team in the White House working on digital asset issues, everything from stablecoin to market structure to the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. And they will probably roll out in that order. The Senate Banking Committee has passed the stablecoin bill out of committee. We're getting close to being ready to have it on the floor. We've worked for untold hours with the minority party to satisfy them, and we should be voting on it the week we get back from this break. Then we'll do market structure, and then we'll do the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. And at that time, we'll be calling on you to help members of Congress in your states understand the importance. It's so important strategically to our country. Other countries are moving in the direction of establishing strategic Bitcoin reserves. The United States needs to lead in this area.
I agree. Our nation is $36 trillion in debt. How can this strategic Bitcoin reserve help right this ship? Senator Blackburn and then Senator Justice.
Yes, you know, Lauren, and thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you to all of you for being here and for the support that you have given us over the past year. Some of us have talked this morning about how we think that the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, in my home state of Tennessee, was really kind of a turning point for bringing things forward and pushing forward on things like Cynthia's bill for the strategic reserve. And that is where she introduced that bill at the conference in Nashville, and we're all supporting her efforts. And the reason this is important is that a Bitcoin reserve will provide an alternative and some stability that you don't get from government bonds or from a fiat currency or from gold. And it is important that we have that option. I think also, Lauren, as we look at this, knowing that our allies watch what we do, that it is important for us to take these apprehended assets that we have, the Bitcoin that government already owns, and use that as our nest egg and continue to buy and feed into that.
I agree. Senator Justice?
Well, first of all, let me just tell you this. I'm a business guy. I'm not a politician. I'm the new kid on the block. I came to the Senate with white hair and am not looking to be the chairman of committees or whatever it may be. I'm the most impatient guy in town. And absolutely with all in me, I know exactly what the key to Emerald City is. You're not afraid. There's too many people afraid. But Bitcoin represents protection. It represents strategic. It represents pragmatic. It represents growth. We're $37 trillion in debt today. $37 trillion. You hold the key to Emerald City right now. And what we've got to do is some way, somehow, bridge that key and make it become a reality. You hold so much power. Absolutely, we need every single last one of you. But today's our day. We can do it today. Thank you so much.
This week, we'll hear about institutions adopting Bitcoin. We've already seen countries start to adopt it, like El Salvador. How important is it for the U.S. to lead, Senator Lummis?
When China forbade mining of Bitcoin, they did the United States a big favor because a lot of those mining operations came here. President Trump has declared his stand for making Bitcoin mining and America conjoined. And so that's a good area to start. But having a strategic reserve is the ultimate way of having geopolitical advantage. I've talked to generals in our military who understand that economic power is as important as military power in addressing aggressors around the world. And there are generals in our military right now who are big supporters of having a strategic Bitcoin reserve for that reason. Then we have states, which have always been the incubators of innovation. Senator Justice was the governor of West Virginia. Senator Blackburn's going to be the next governor of Tennessee. The states are where the innovation is occurring. So you have Arizona, Texas, and New Hampshire that passed strategic Bitcoin reserve bills this year. You had 30 states consider strategic Bitcoin reserves. We have the United Arab Emirates purchasing Bitcoin through American exchange-traded funds. That's good for America because they're going to build their sovereign wealth in Bitcoin through an American ETF. We have the Czech Republic investigating through its central bank adding Bitcoin to its diversified asset allocation. So it's happening all over the world. The United States often has led through the states. It's leading again through the states. But it's important that our government include among its strategic assets Bitcoin as digital gold. We have about 5% of the world's gold in the United States in reserve. We need to have at least 5% of the world's Bitcoin in reserve.
Yes.
Absolutely. To complement our strategy with other strategic reserves, Senator Blackburn, how do you look at Bitcoin alongside the other reserves that we have in this country?
Well, and we should do that. And that's why getting this strategic reserve fund in place is so vitally important. You know, one of the things that happens is that many of our allies follow what we do. So and if you want to get a good in-the-moment snapshot of this, watch what is happening with the tariff and trade negotiations. Everybody wants to be a part of our market. They want to be a part of our trade, and they will follow what we do. And as Senator Lummis said, we already see countries that are establishing these reserves. So it is vitally important that we hold this as a portion of our reserves. Now, Senator Justice mentioned the nation's debt. And knowing that we can continue to buy, the supply is limited, you've got 21 million coins, knowing that we can use this as a store of value, and knowing that we can hedge against that debt as we begin to work to pay down that debt so that we remain a solvent nation. This is one of the instruments that we have. You know, we talk a lot about using all the tools in the toolbox. This is a tool that we can add to that toolbox, and we should do that. Another thing, Lauren, that I think we should do to show the importance of Bitcoin is to have those ETFs available to federal employees on our federal retirement options.
That's a very good.
And the message that would send of the recognition of this. And President Trump has been absolutely stellar in creating the environment and providing the support that is necessary for us as legislators to move forward confidently in this space.
That's such a great point, and adoption continues to grow. Look at this conference. Every year it keeps getting bigger, and I think that trend will continue. Senator Justice, how do we bridge the gap so that adoption continues, and how can we meet communities who haven't been as fanatical following as this group here?
Well, I'd like you to really pay close attention to me just for a second. First of all, I've had the opportunity to be the governor of West Virginia for 8 years, and now I'm in the U.S. Senate. Honor beyond belief. But with all that being said, when I walked in the door as the governor of West Virginia, it was as upside down could possibly be. Maybe in a lot of ways similar to where we are in America today. Now, the whole thing, as I see this entire situation, is just one thing and one thing alone. You know, Senator Lummis just said, we've got to get the economics right. Many people ask me many times as governor, what's the most important thing you do? And I'll promise you this, it's all about the economics. Because when you have the economics right, you can do all kinds of things for all kinds of people. And if you have the economics screwed up, you can't do anything for anybody. This absolutely makes everything happen from the economic standpoint. It absolutely does all the other stuff, but when it really boils right down to it, what do we really do here? We make real headway in the national debt. We make real headway in people's lives. But here's the problem. Toby and Edith don't get it yet. And you may wonder, well, who are Toby and Edith? Toby and Edith are the voters. Now, with that, just stay with me just one more second. Here's the deal. If we get to a time, and let's hope and pray we get there, to where Toby and Edith are using Bitcoin at Walmart. And absolutely, as they use Bitcoin, they're saving themselves all kinds of money.
Yeah.
They're not only doing that, they're contributing to all kinds of goodness, and it's happening all over the place. How do we make all that happen? Because they don't understand. It becomes a marketing problem. It becomes an understanding problem. But let me just tell you just this. When Toby and Edith get it, then everything starts happening at light speed for all of us. All the legislation, everything in every way starts really happening like light speed. And why? And here's the whole why. Toby and Edith vote. All the politicians want to get reelected. Toby and Edith control the absolute control. So with all that being said, we got to do one thing. We got to make sure wherever we go, we bring Toby and Edith with us. If we bring Toby and Edith with us, all kinds of goodness will happen.
Definitely all eyes on DC these days, so I agree with that. You know, implementing this is really important, and I know, Senator Lummis, you've thought a lot about that. How does the reserve become implemented in a way that's responsible?
When you're 37 trillion in debt, you don't want to borrow more money to buy Bitcoin. You want to use assets that are underperforming and convert them to Bitcoin. So the Bitcoin Act would have us first use the money that is, Senator Blackburn mentioned, is in the asset forfeiture accounts to be the basis for the first year's purchase of Bitcoin. We think we have about 200,000 Bitcoin in asset forfeitures. We're still trying to find out what the exact number is. Now it's been classified, so the three of us are going to have to go to a classified briefing to understand why they classified the asset forfeiture funds in Bitcoin. Right. That said, then in years 2 through 5, we can buy 200,000 Bitcoin by converting what we have in what's called gold certificates. Now, they're held by the United States at their 1974 value, which is somewhere, I don't know, between $36 and $45 each. Now, each of those could be brought up to current fair market value for gold, which is over $3,000 now, and then use it to buy Bitcoin. And honestly, we have enough assets in underperforming assets that we can get 5% of the world's Bitcoin without borrowing a single dime.
So everybody buy Bitcoin now. You know, each of you spend a ton of time in DC, and then you go home to your home districts. I would love to hear the questions that you get about your support of Bitcoin, your support of innovation as you travel back home. Maybe Senator Blackburn, you could start us off.
Yes, and Lauren, as I mentioned, Nashville is a very entrepreneurial town. And of course, we have Bitcoin Park in Nashville. And all across our wonderful state, whether it's the West, the Middle, or the East, we have Bitcoin mining operations that are choosing to locate there in Tennessee. We have a wonderful, reliable energy source. We are a leader in working toward nuclear power with the work that the TVA is doing and with SMRs. So people in Tennessee are beginning to pay attention to this. I will also add, Chattanooga, Tennessee is developing a commercialized quantum network. And so you've got companies that are locating there. In Tennessee, people like the idea that you have Bitcoin coming into the state, that there are mining operations coming into the state. They look at this as high-paying jobs. They look at this as jobs of the future, and are, as you see companies like Oracle, like Amazon, like the XAI that is in Memphis, and as they choose Tennessee to be their home, people say, this is what is going to give us jobs for our kids and our grandkids, and they want to see it there. So they're making room for these companies and putting the pressure on TVA to make certain they can supply all the power that is going to be needed.
I love to hear that. Senator Justice, how about West Virginia?
Well, West Virginia has surely got a ways to go, like a lot of states. We've got to get the understanding correct without any question, but I want to deviate just 1 second, because one thing that is enormously important, and it's just this, I have the privilege of being on the Small Business Committee and the Ag Committee and the Energy Committee. Honestly, if we don't watch, we're going to just spin around a couple of times, and a year and a half from today, we're going to have an energy crisis in this country like you can't imagine. And we got to get moving. We got to get moving right now. Yep. You can't imagine what a hold that you have and what a player that you are in all the energy sector that is coming at us, and we need you. We need you so badly, it's off the chart. Now, West Virginia is an energy state. And we got a lot of really smart people there that have done an awful lot with energy forevermore. So we understand energy. Like Bo Jackson said, Bo knows. Well, West Virginia knows energy. And they know of the crisis that is absolutely right at our doorstep. And they know of the potential that you have. You see, that's why I go back to just this. All of us together, we're from 3 different states. We're from 3 different areas of the globe, but yet we absolutely all get it. We all in this room get it. And absolutely now what we've got to do is make sure those out there get it. Because when they get it, then all the politicians and everybody will move at light speed, like I've already said. We've got a ways to go, but we can get there, and we can get there now. But we got to really pull the rope together, and we got to pull it right this minute. The last thing I'd tell you is just this. I had a fellow a long time ago and everything. He used to look at me and say, any frog that's not proud of their own pond isn't much of a frog. So we got to be super proud right now. So let's get with it.
And Senator Lummis, in the last few minutes we have, would love to hear about Wyoming, and then also what everyone here can do to support this bill as well.
Thank you. Wyoming exports 12 times more energy than it consumes. So like Senator Justice, we know how to produce energy. We have Bitcoin mining equipment pulled up right next to oil and gas wells that have not yet been connected to pipelines. They are mining while that methane's being vented and using the vented methane. So we're getting an environmental win-win. And there are other examples of where Bitcoin mining is being used around the country to take advantage of energy and baseload balancing like they're doing in Texas. When you have stable baseload, it works better. And so in Texas, they'll ramp down during the day when activities that are not mining Bitcoin related are occurring, and ramp up at night when the converse is true, balancing that baseload. Bitcoin's an advantage to this country in terms of energy consumption, energy adaptability, and is helping pave the way to artificial intelligence. We know that the one impediment for America being dominant in the artificial intelligence race is in our need for energy. And Bitcoin is helping transition us into a much more efficient energy-consuming nation as we move into the artificial intelligence age.
You know, if I can add on that, Cynthia, she makes such an important point there. And one of the things we're doing in Tennessee is engaging the hyperscalers when we look at small modular reactors and then finding ways to balance this baseload and increase that baseload supply of energy, but beginning to engage our miners and our hyperscalers as we look forward to a nuclear power generation and an SMR utilization.
So we're going to, sort of in conclusion about how we get this done. There's a reason the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is coming after stablecoins and market structure. And it's because there's too many members of the Congress who don't understand why we need a Bitcoin reserve.
Yes.
That's where you come in.
Yes.
What we've been doing since this bill was filed last September for people to look at and start talking about is to try to find out who understands it and who can help us get it passed. Alaska Representative Begich is going to carry it in the House. We're involved in carrying it in the Senate. But I'm telling you, it's going to be a heavier lift than I thought because so many people don't understand the use case for Bitcoin or the strategic importance of Bitcoin. Help us teach them. Talk to your senator. Write an article. Do a blog. Get on social media. Get where you can help address the issue with them. We know why we need one. We need the United States Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives to know why we need one. And once there's a greater mass of members of Congress who understand it, the president is going to step in and lead this effort.
Well, I just want to thank you all for your leadership on this issue.
And let me just say one thing. Thanks to these beautiful, unbelievably intelligent ladies and everything. God bless you for letting me be a part. Thank y'all.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks.
Wow. What an incredible...
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm here joined by Marty Bent, Pierre Richard, and Eric Kaysen. We just heard about the Bitcoin Act from Senator Lummis, Senator Justice, and Senator Marsha Blackburn. What we're going to do right now is actually cut over to the Ross Ulbricht exhibit, to the art exhibit that we have here. We also had Ross on the cover of our latest print issue. I personally wrote a fantastic piece in this one with Alexei Navalny's former chief of staff, but it's the freedom issue. So we highlighted the use cases for Bitcoin where it's essential for people who have been cut off from the financial system. And we have to rewind a little bit. When we talk about Ross Ulbricht, he was one of the first people to show people how Bitcoin could be used as money, right? With the Silk Road, people buying and selling goods in a bit of a different way than some of the ways that Bitcoin's being discussed here today on stage.
Favorites.
On the way, Eric, I'll go over to you first. What are you looking forward to here? Ross is going to headline this whole thing. He's been in jail for 11 years, part of that time in solitary confinement. Now he's going to be speaking in front of 30,000 people. What's going through your mind?
I mean, like, first I want to just, like, honor and respect him for, like, the man's been through an extraordinary ordeal, and the kind of pressure that's put on him today in an event like this. I just kind of want to give him the space to show up however he needs to or wants to. And furthermore, like, I hope I get an opportunity to meet him and just really express to him he really made a monumental contribution to the safe use of people choosing what to do and what to put into their bodies and making that accessible through a free market mechanism that really revolutionized and changed sort of the violence that went in to these darker markets. And I think it was a really powerful and incredible effort. And the fact that he's gone through this whole developmental arc of going into prison, being in solitary confinement, and then finally actually, being released and having his record expunged is pretty incredible. So I'm curious to see where he's at, how he's feeling about it, and what his ideas for Bitcoin are into the future.
Yeah, great perspective. Appreciate it. Pierre, what are you thinking about when it comes to Ross at this conference?
I'm thinking about the judge that put him in prison for so long. When she sentenced Ross to a really extraordinarily lengthy sentence, she herself said that she was making an example out of him. And I don't think that's the proper role for the judiciary system. It's not what we should be using prisons for, to make examples out of people. We should be using prisons to keep violent criminals out of society so that they don't do more crime. So I think that he was a political prisoner and that President Trump, much to his credit, at this conference in Nashville last year, promised to free him and then did exactly that very early in his administration. So I think it goes to show that voting matters. Elections have consequences, and Ross, the injustice that was done to him has now been corrected. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say today.
Appreciate that, Pierre. Marty, I'm going to come back to you. When we come back from the Nakamoto stage, we have to head back over there right now, though. We're about to hear from Faryar Shirzad, Rosie Rios, Chris LaCivita, Brian Jack. We're going to be talking about America at 250 years old, the America 250 celebration, and the next golden age of America and how Bitcoin will be a part of that. Stick with us. We're heading back to Nakamoto. We'll be right back after this.
On this stage. So our next panel is titled The Next Golden Age of America. So please join me. Let's get lots of energy in here. Our moderator is Faryar Shirzad from Coinbase. Let's get a round of applause, everyone. We have Rosie Rios from America 250. We have Chris LaCivita, the President Trump's 2024 campaign, and Brian Jack, U.S. House of Representatives. Enjoy, everyone.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here. Such a great event, and particularly for those of us who were here at the Bitcoin conference a year ago in Nashville, an extraordinary evolution of what's happened in Bitcoin, crypto, and in the United States in the year since. So we have an amazing panel and a particularly important topic. I think for many of you, you know that we're about to hit the 250th birthday of the United States. And it's a great opportunity to talk about that with this panel because we have people who are leaders in that effort. And this audience talking about Bitcoin, freedom, crypto is a perfect opportunity to do that. So I want to just kind of get right into it and ask a question of Rosie Rios, who is a former treasurer of the United States. There's over $1 trillion of paper currency out circulating with her signature on it. So she's quite famous and familiar to all of you, even if you may not know it. But so Rosie, tell us, so you're chairing the America 250 effort. What is the America 250 and what are we celebrating?
So thank you so much for that. So America 250 is the Congressional Commission planning the nation's 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. But who remembers the bicentennial of 1976? All right, great. Good. Excellent. So I remember it like it was yesterday, and this one is going to be bigger and better. there's going to be celebrations that have never, ever, ever been seen on this scale, not just nationally, but globally. We've already hit the ground running. We're already hitting some milestones already with the 250th anniversary of our federal government. So the Army's 250th on June 14th. Be prepared. It's going to be amazing. We start hitting all these other milestones coming up, and this July 4th is the one-year count-up. So if you're going to take away anything from this, remember this. 350 for 250. No one else has ever made that declaration that we're going to engage all 350 million Americans here and abroad. It's going to be spectacular.
Amazing, amazing. So Chris, you're playing a huge role in the America 250 effort. We're at the Bitcoin conference. So what is the connection between Bitcoin, crypto, and America 250?
Well, thanks, and it's a great pleasure to be here, especially in front of so many friends who were instrumental in helping Donald Trump get elected president. And I, for one, and I can say this, that had we not been successful, many of you all, including myself, we would have been looking for a country with a non-extradition treaty. So it's good to be here. You know, really, it's about freedom, right? And what crypto represents on a national scale. And you know, this country was founded in the entrepreneurial spirit of Americans, and we're on the forefront of establishing and formulating, you know, the future of currency, and it's a natural fit that you would have that reach a degree of legitimacy while we're celebrating America's 250th anniversary, and I just can't think of any other better synergy than that.
That's amazing. And Chris was actually hugely instrumental in getting the president to adopt Bitcoin and crypto as one of the platforms of his campaign that ultimately was pivotal in his success. And I think we all saw the energy in the last Bitcoin conference, and then ultimately saw the results in the voting booth. And one of the things we also saw is a new crop of Congress people coming into office, including Congressman Brian Jack, who we have a privilege of having on this panel with us. So Brian, you're in Congress, you're a leader in Congress, you're one of the folks that everyone talks about as the next generation of leaders that we're going to see emerging in the freshman class. So tell us about kind of Bitcoin, America 250, and how you're looking at your role in Congress.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for inviting me, and to everyone in the room. Were it not for the support and investment from so many of you in my campaign, were it not for President Trump's endorsement of my campaign, and were it not for the support of my constituents, I would not be here before you. And I think it's instructive and reflective of the approach Bitcoin and the crypto industry has undertaken to engage people running for Congress in early stages, to help brief them, make them aware of the issue set, enables us to be much better legislators, because when we get to Capitol Hill on day one, we're ready and prepared, thanks in large part to all of you. And I'm honored to be on this panel, meeting new friends, but also at the same time, Chris and I share a unique distinction. We were at one of the very first dinners at which President Trump started planning his 2024 campaign, just a handful of us. So it's special. I think Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles are the best presidential campaign managers in history. And I'm not just saying that because he got President Trump to come to the Bitcoin conference last year, but I say that because they ran an incredible campaign around issues that Americans care about. And for us, when we talk about Congress, we talk about what are we doing. This Congress, we've only had 119 iterations of Congress since our 250-year beginning. And I say that because this Congress is that first Congress in my mind that can really effectuate the change you are looking for, create that stable framework that enables regulatory environment to have an opportunity for you to have innovation and entrepreneurship. But beyond that, I think this Congress has an opportunity to codify so much of what President Trump has already done with administrative action. We hear that a lot from our constituents. I think we hear that from many of you, too, in the audience, people that supported me. You want to see all the great things President Trump has done with executive action codified into law. I look forward to pursuing that and talking a little bit more about that on this panel.
No, that's great, Brian. Well, let's actually ask you about that. You're on some key committees in Congress. You had a very impressive set of committees that you were assigned to. What tangibly have you been able to kind of get done in your short time in office?
Well, first and foremost, so I mean, our overarching theme for the last few months in Congress has been to pass President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. We did that last week. Took a lot of effort, but we got it done. So thank you to everyone who helped support that. But another thing that we've done that I'm really proud of, and it does impact some of y'all in this room, is we've really started to roll back the regulatory regime that Joe Biden thrust upon all of us. And I say that because you mentioned the committees on which I serve. So you're going to hear from a few of my colleagues. You just heard from an incredible panel of senators that are incredibly powerful and are working on these issues every day. You're going to hear from some of my colleagues later in this Congress or the conference that serve on the Financial Services Committee. I serve on the House Rules Committee, and it has a very unique intersection with everything we care about. The Rules Committee was the first committee ever formed by Congress. It was constituted the second day of the first Congress. It's the same committee through which James Madison moved the Bill of Rights, and it's the last stop for any legislation before it hits the floor. And I say that because earlier this year, we started using a congressional tool called the Congressional Review Act that enables us to repeal any regulation Joe Biden's administration put on any sector during those last few months in office. And one of the first laws that Donald Trump signed into law was the repeal of a very niche but interesting issue for some folks in the room. It was a policy that the CFPB thrust upon the industry in December that really helped them regulate, if you will, or over-regulate payment processors. So a lot of the payment processors that process Bitcoin, process crypto, they were going to be under these incredible burdens by CFPB. We used the Congressional Review Act through the Rules Committee to repeal this regulation, and that's just the first step. But when it comes back to what you were sharing, I think the most important thing that we can do is codify what President Trump has already put into writing and create that framework, create that regulatory environment that enables our market structure to grow, enables innovation to thrive, entrepreneurship to thrive, and you have invested and helped elect so many of my colleagues that are going to be so motivated to get out there and lead on this issue because they're now hearing from their constituents for the first or second time, depending on which Congress you talk about this specific issue set. So I think the activism from people in the room, if there's one takeaway from my speech today, so to speak, it's the activism really helps create an environment in which legislation that can help this industry grow survives. Thank you.
No, it's been amazing what you've been able to do, Brian, and your colleagues in Congress. So before I go back to you, Rosie, I want to make a big announcement, which I'm super proud to make on behalf of Coinbase. We have just become a major sponsor of the America 250 effort. We'll be announcing the details of it fairly soon. But for a company whose mission is economic freedom, we're really proud to be a part of this important celebration.
Thank you.
So Rosie, you were treasurer for 8 years. You were in charge of managing how we produce currency and issue it. And so for a lot of people, when they think about Bitcoin or they think about crypto, they're kind of unnerved because it reflects a change in how we think about currency. But you, better than anyone, can help us understand why currency changes and how we transact value is a constantly evolving thing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So first of all, I think for us, I actually led the Future of Money initiative starting in 2012. And back then, the fear was Google Wallet was going to take everything over and everything's going to have to shut down, no more currency, no more coins. And I think what people have to realize is that consumer behavior is very, very hard to change unless there's a shock to the system. Well, the pandemic really provided that shock to the system in terms of what needs to change. And I think, what I've been so amazed with is the momentum for that level of change, this awareness and action that has happened in this administration. I mean, it's amazing what 4 months make in terms of giving that green light for innovation to actually happen. You're going to hear me say a lot, the train has left the station. So, thank you. Bitcoin is here to stay. Blockchain is here to stay. And the unfortunate part about government traditionally, it doesn't lead, it follows. And a lot of it is because you don't have a lot of the subject matter experts who are literally coming into government. And so that's why the fact that this administration has taken the lead to form these task forces, to actually bring business and the expertise into those conversations, we're literally playing catch up from the last 10 years where things didn't happen. Now things are happening. And the fact that there's now this momentum, that clarity is going to happen now for the very first time, that's going to allow this innovation to take place. I mean, the job that we need to do as government officials is stay out of the way. How do we provide those wings? How do we literally provide the ability for those guardrails and for the regulatory framework that's going to be needed for folks to do their job? And so I think, but it's going to take time. I mean, we have The credit card system's in place. That's not going to go away anytime soon. You know, there's going to be obviously a lot of stakeholders involved, not just, you know, card holders and financial institutions, but consumers in general. So, you know, this transition period is going to be important. It's not going to happen overnight. And that's the same for fiat. I mean, we need fiat, believe it or not. People, and this is why we have stable coins. A dollar is always going to be worth a dollar. The US dollar is still the world's reserve currency. That's not going to go away anytime soon either. But the fact that there is now so much more support, and that goes, by the way, for the administration on the 250th. I mean, on President Trump's 10th day in office, he issued the executive order forming Task Force 250 to hit the ground running. I've been on this commission now for 7 years, but in the last 4 months, we've gotten more stuff done than the previous 7 years combined. And Chris has been part of that team, by the way. That's the green light we all need to move forward.
So Rosie, you alluded to this, but just to say it out loud, I think it would surprise people to know that you were the treasurer for 8 years under President Obama. I think for a lot of us in our community, we sort of think it's become a partisan issue. Democrats on one side against Bitcoin and crypto, and Republicans in favor of. But there's so many smart Democrats like you who are on the front end of those. Can you talk about
I mean, look, I'm a fiscal conservative. I always have been. I've been a disciple of blockchain in general for years. And so, you know, I feel like the rest of the world is just catching up to this. So I don't think it's a DNR issue. And by the way, we are by law mandated to be bipartisan for the 250th, by law. So, I mean, look, I come from a family of 9 kids. 4 of us are Democrats, 4 of us are Republicans, and I'm the only one that's kind of a fiscal conservative in the middle, but, you know, with moderate views. And I think if we learned anything from this last election, those borders, boxes, and boundaries don't exist anymore. I mean, look what Trump is doing for the next generation of voters, right? People didn't see that coming, where people thought millennials and post-millennials were going to be traditional kind of progressives. That's actually not the case. I mean, I know Chris can cite this better than I can, but I mean, the percentages of Trump's support for the 18 to 29 age category was phenomenal. And, you know, if you want to see the future, go talk to a millennial or post-millennial. That is absolutely the future.
So Chris, when you were co-manager of the Trump campaign, and you were there, obviously, for every big decision they made, a lot of those decisions that the campaign made under your leadership were counterintuitive or seemed counterintuitive, and then in hindsight were prescient and strokes of genius. One of the big ones was to adopt Bitcoin and crypto as a big platform for the campaign, which everyone didn't understand at the time. But can you kind of talk about the evolution of the president's thinking on the issue and how you looked at it as an electoral opportunity?
Well, thanks, and you know, it's about knowing who your base is and who you need to attract and who you need to bring in. And clearly, on the Trump campaign, you know, we made, you know, massive moves with Hispanics, with African American men, with suburban women, with younger voters, and it's really is, you know, Bitcoin and the whole crypto movement really was a part of that, because it's such a wide swath of voters. It's not just, you know, one segment of the population. So it actually fit, you know, from a political perspective. Plus, I mean, there's no better definition in the 21st century for entrepreneurship and freedom and liberty than what you all represent. And so it fit, you know, it fit perfectly. And of course, the president, he speaks to literally, and Brian can tell you, hundreds of people every week from all walks of life. And he really, you know, takes in, you know, their advice and their counsel. And you know, that's how he comes to the information in order to make decisions. Obviously, we had a lot of great friends, you know, with David Bailey, one of the first people that we met with. And I remember the meeting in New York and with the president, and, you know, really getting an understanding of what it represents and how to make, you know, the use of it. But really, it's a welcoming, you know, I think with a lot of the legislation that's moving now, you see that you actually have a friend. You actually have a partner that will help grow, that provides that degree of legitimacy, that provides the clarity for the market. You know, these are things that they're obviously very important for any industry, but you know, taken in a political context, it just was one of those things that matched up perfectly with what the president's vision was, and of course you guys were a big part of that and very supportive on so many different levels. But knowing that you have a friend in the White House, knowing that you have, you know, I know Bo Hines will be here a little later today, our true friend who's moving a lot of this stuff for the industry, and again, it's just it's a great partnership. And why shouldn't America be the leader? Why shouldn't we be? We always have been. And so now we have a president who recognizes that, wants to make that a reality, and you guys are very, very much a part of making it happen.
Hey, Brian, you know, one of the things that we did at Coinbase in trying to activate the crypto voter was to create this thing called Stand With Crypto, which has now reached about 2.3 million advocates around the country. And for those of you who haven't signed up, I would encourage you to go to standwithcrypto.org and sign up and be heard. But as a member of Congress, there's still a lot of your colleagues who are sort of not with the program and are voting against crypto just reflexively. How important is it for everybody here to make their voice heard, talk to their member of Congress, stand up with sign up to grassroots organizations, and talk to people like your colleagues so that they understand why this is an important issue?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say, as it relates to Stand With Crypto, I can't speak more highly enough about the team that is within Stand With Crypto. Nick Carr has been fantastic for me. Everyone at Coinbase, obviously from Brian all the way down, Kara, Paul. But I say that because, I mean, really, which, as I alluded to before, I mean, every member of Congress has hundreds of issues thrown their way every single day. But I think what Stand With Crypto did such a good job, first off, you chase votes. I mean, I got the text message. Granted, I'm Georgia, so I'm in a swing state, but I probably got 30 or 40 elements of outreach, whether it be text, email, phone call, all through Stand With Crypto, that reminded me just how many people within my district care about these issues. And really, I think what you have with Congress right now, we passed the one big beautiful bill in the House. We'll see what happens with the Senate. Hopefully we're able to, fulfill the president's goal of having this signed into law by Independence Day, but that gives us another 75% of this Congress in which we're going to want to make history, and making history with respect to creating, stablecoin legislation, creating the framework that we all need to enable the entrepreneurial spirit Chris alluded to thrive. That's something we can accomplish this Congress, but motivating members of Congress always comes from the ground up. It comes from the grassroots, and you have 2.3 million, but it's probably much more if you think about people that want to see America continue to lead the world in every element of society, every element of business and industry. This is where we're looking to do so. But I'll also just note, as it relates to a role that you mentioned earlier, I'm also the deputy chairman of the NRCC. So I'm the number 2 guy responsible for retaining the House majority for Republicans. And one of the things we need to be able to sell victories and wins back home in 2026 in order to continue this Republican majority, to continue to enact President Trump's agenda. And by having the partnership you have in the White House, any politician's priority is where he or she spends their time. Look how many people from the administration are here before you. Look how many people who are instrumental in Congress. You've got our great majority whip, Tom Emmer. You've got Brian Stile, who chairs the subcommittee of jurisdiction through which all legislation will flow. You've got Byron Donalds, who is going to go on to probably bigger and better things. So you've got really good representation. You have the senators here that just talked about the Bitcoin Act. So you've got a lot of people here that are going to help play a leading role in this space, but it's really incumbent upon everybody in this room and everybody that's watching. You got to reach out to your members of Congress, make sure they feel that support back home. 2.4 million, in my mind, is reflective of a movement that's only going to continue to grow as long as you continue to engage. So thank you.
Rose.
I want to follow up with that. This could very well be one of the most consequential Congress bodies we've ever had in our history. The engagement has been incredible. In fact, we have formed the largest congressional caucus right now. We're 297 members of our America 250 Congressional Caucus. We're actually on track to be the largest congressional caucus in the history of our country. And it's almost split equitably between Democrats and Republicans. People want this to happen. And I want to go on one other point that you mentioned, Congressman, which is the global nature of what we're talking about. This isn't just about the U.S. This is about celebrating being the oldest democracy in the world and what that represents moving forward. So, think about what's happening in 2026, by the way. It's also the World Cup, right? Mostly in the US, and 2 short years later is the LA Olympics. You're gonna have billions of people watching the US in 2 very short years. And so the eyes of the world are watching. We are setting the tone for what happens, not just in our history, but for the future. And for all of us, again, this is about the American dream. This is about, again, the values in which our country was founded, was those liberties that Chris mentioned, but the pursuit of the American dream. When people ask me all the time, how do you know you're gonna be successful in 2026? And my answer is the same. I want as many Americans as possible to feel like this is the land of opportunity all over again. And for Bitcoin and blockchain in general, whoever creates that dominant digital infrastructure will set the tone for the whole global financial system, and it starts here, literally at this conference, with this leadership, with this president moving forward.
I'm going to come back to you, Rosie, to finish us off, but just quickly, Chris, you're already advising a number of candidates in the next cycle. Is Bitcoin and crypto coming up as a campaign issue and a campaign opportunity for them?
Well, for the people that I work for, yes. Because we've made in just a very short period of time so much progress, and we've moved fast. President Trump's in a hurry. And, the first 100 days was marked by a level of activity I don't think people have seen coming out of Washington in an awful long time. And the next 100 days, of course, we're, a third way into that already. And we want to hold and we want to build on the gains that we've made. And we can't literally go back. By codifying a lot of the things that we want to accomplish, we can't do it unless we have the help in the House and in the Senate. And of course, most of my time is spent advising the president's outside political operation, and obviously the entire goal there is increasing the House and increasing the Senate. Because if we lose the House, I can't tell you what the next 2 years are going to look like. So our focus has got to be really on moving the ball forward and building on those gains. It's the single most important thing that we can do. And everyone in this room, everyone out in the hallway, everyone here has a key role to play. Midterm elections don't generate the level of activity or turnout than, say, a presidential race does. But we know our people are out there. And so it's incumbent on all of us to ensure that they show up. And so we'll stand with crypto and, all of the support that we now have, this very energized and activated customer base really will set the tone, and it'll put us where we need to be, which is at the forefront. And because, again, as I said earlier, why shouldn't America be leading the way on this, especially in the 250th anniversary of our great country? So, but again, it's shaping up to be, I would say, probably one of the top 5 issues that we'll be debating in the midterms. And the great thing about that is we also have an educational aspect to the message. Because there's a lot of people out there who don't understand. And so we need to take advantage of that opportunity, educate the voters, because it's a very simple message to sell, and one that the vast majority, overwhelming numbers of Americans would agree with.
Amazing. So just one thing. At Coinbase, we've committed to take Stand With Crypto up to 4 million advocates by the time of the 26th election. Rosa, we only have a couple of seconds left. How can people find out more about the Sequincentennial?
There's something for everyone on our website, america250.org. We're going to have student competitions. We're going to have the ability to nominate whose story you think should be preserved in perpetuity at the Library of Congress. We have many more anniversaries coming up. Post Office in July. We have the Navy in October. We have the Marines in November. So many things to look forward to, and big, fabulous moments we will share very, very soon, maybe even on July 4th. Those amazing moments that are yet to come. But I want to just end by saying, look, it is a public-private partnership across the board. You have representation here that I think, these are leaders. These aren't folks who are just kind of talking. They're actually walking the walk together. We're doing all of this together. So much more to look forward to. And again, thank you to all of you for what you have done to put this president in office, but more importantly, what we can do to inspire the next generation of leadership for the future.
Amazing. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We are live here at Bitcoin 2025. Vibes are high, Bitcoin's price is high, all is well. My name is Frank Corva. I'm the political correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Jeff Walton, founder of MSTR True North, Pierre Richard, host of the Bitcoin for Corporation show, and Timothy Kotzman, host of the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast, as well as a proud member of MSTR True North. We were just talking a little bit about MSTR True North off camera. MSTR has become this incredible performing stock in the United States. You teach people about it, why it's worth investing in. Please tell us a little bit about what you discuss on the podcast.
Yeah. So MSTR True North, we're really focused on the securitization of Bitcoin, how MSTR is really changing the landscape of traditional finance. In my opinion, this is the biggest story in all of 2025. Bitcoin treasury companies, what Strategy's doing with the products that they're offering the market with different risk-return metrics. So what we're aiming to do is really provide some education for the market so they can start to think about these different products that they're offering the market. And these are alternative to traditional Bitcoin lending, and they provide a much needed risk return asset for standard or traditional portfolios. So what we're seeing here is the evolution of a Bitcoin portfolio where you can have an efficient frontier of all of these different assets to maximize your upside and minimize your downside. So. Okay. Yeah.
Appreciate that. So I know that you're focusing on MSTR. Timothy, over to you. You're looking at different companies that are holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet. What other companies should we be paying attention to right now?
Well, I think the obvious name might be GameStop. Might also be the U.S. government. So yeah, I think there'll be some exciting announcements from what we're hearing on the ground here. And it's been really exciting to work with Jeff and Ben and everybody at True North, and also really put a spotlight on the executives and the analysts with the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast of what's going on here, and to hear their story and try to just dig a little bit deeper, I think it'll be interesting to see how many Bitcoin treasury companies, not just Bitcoin on the balance sheet, but really using those capital markets and the leverage intelligently to go about that strategy in different capital markets and different industries as far as their operating business is concerned. And it'll be really interesting. Some of the conversations that I'm having is, hey, we're good on the capital side, or we're comfortable on the capital side, but what about the media side? What about people actually knowing, well, this is the 5th company or the 12th company? How are you going to differentiate from people kind of leaning into what is your story? What is your conviction on Bitcoin? Right, because you can talk about your company till you're blue in the face, but the Bitcoin aspect and really that storytelling that Michael Saylor has done so fabulously for 5 years, I think there's a lot of opportunity.
I think that's a great point. I recently spoke with Eric Semler of Semler Scientific, which I think was the second publicly traded company. They followed in MicroStrategy's footsteps to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. And he said, yeah, I learned how important messaging was. I had to come to these conferences, tell people what I was doing, get them excited about what I was doing, let them explain it so that they felt more secure about what I was doing. Pierre, over to you. When are we going to get to a point where holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet is just the norm? You know, how far out are we from just these not being super exciting stories? Another company puts Bitcoin on the balance sheet and it just becomes a prudent thing to do for a company.
I think that it's going to take some generational change. When we look at companies that have gotten very close to adopting a Bitcoin treasury standard, sometimes the blocker is just one veto on the board of directors. And so it's really challenging for companies that have developed a track record where they have enough success to not need Bitcoin. Saylor puts it, Bitcoin's on a need-to-know basis. And so that creates a huge hurdle for this trend to spread to other adjacent companies in different industries. On the other hand, when we look at the amount of disruption that's coming in from AI and from regulatory policy, whether it's tariffs or other things, clearly there's a lot of pressure on management teams and boards to find ways to get capital markets to open up and to have access and to be able to compete with these magnificent 7 that are sometimes quasi-monopolies. And so there is a bit of a trap, but it's going to take a lot of education in order to overcome those overly risk-averse board members who don't understand Bitcoin yet. So that's why I'm excited about the Bitcoin for Corporations podcast, and of course the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast as well. So we just need as much content out there as possible to get the messaging through.
Yeah, just as a quick final thought, if you don't mind, Jeff, back to you. Just when it comes to education, how important is that? Really breaking down some of this terminology that might be new to new investors, to new Bitcoiners. How much of a focus do you put on that?
Yeah, a ton of focus, right? Because what the world is trying to reconceptualize here is risk. Right, you're comparing the old world to the new world, right? And you're seeing all these new products that have.
Jeff, if you don't mind, I just got word from the Nakamoto stage. We do have to cut back over there. I apologize. We're going to be right back with Jeff, though. We appreciate the insights, and I appreciate that emphasis on yet before Pierre as well. But we're heading back over. We're going to commercial break. We're back to the Nakamoto stage, and then we're back here on the live desk. Stick with us here at Bitcoin 2025.
Help the people that I hurt. That was not part of the conversation. It was punish and send a message. Going to jail for a very few hours was a defining moment in my life. I felt hopeless. But inside the walls where I lost all my agency, almost all my hope, and my freedoms, I met others. I met plebs. I met underdogs, nonviolent drug offenders, and dozens of people who had no hope of getting out. I'm incredibly blessed. I had a fucking badass criminal defense attorney who showed up and ensured that I pled down. The felonies didn't stick. Not everybody has that option. Today, there are problems. Our institutions cannot respond fast enough in the age of abundance with the speed of AI and the changes that need to occur. America was founded on a set of principles that believe that people can self-organize and unite with anyone to do right. When the degenerates left Europe and founded this thing, started to think about this thing called America, the Europeans, the elites, they were glad to see them go. Like, hell yeah, these are the worst people ever. Like, look at these degens. If shit posting was a thing, the founders of America would have been the best at it. I think that's funny. Thank you. Come on, we gotta liven up. Come on, that's what I'm talking about. All right. So where are we at today? Well, I told you a little bit about my journey, but it didn't stop there. I got out of jail and I had a deep, unsettling thought. So I started reading books. I didn't want to go out, I didn't want to talk to people. And I picked up a book called Liberty Defined by Ron Paul. All of a sudden, I saw hope. I saw a system. I saw philosophy. I saw letting go of tribalism in pursuit of getting things right. And reading Dr. Paul's book set me on a path. I didn't know how, but at first I wanted everybody inside of the jails who didn't deserve to be there to get out. So what do? Have you ever tried to get someone out of jail? It's incredibly difficult. So my wife and I threw a fundraiser for a startup philanthropic organization where I invited all my friends, my Bitcoin friends. They were 1/3 the party. Parker Lewis and I stayed up till 2 a.m. He orange-pilled me that night where I let go of my shitcoinery. But most importantly, we threw a fundraiser for a woman named Alice Marie Johnson, just a little one, just to get things started. I said that night it would take 10 years, but maybe if we work together, we can get Alice and many people like her out of jail. I'm proud to report that 2 years later, because of President Donald Trump, he pardoned Alice and she walked free. Played a super small role. Well, what does that mean? It means anybody can participate in this system to do right. So not only did Alice walk free, but as most of you know, Ross Ulbricht walks free and hugs his mother because Bitcoiners showed up and were the change that we wanted to see. Few prouder moments than watching Ross and just knowing that he was able to embrace his family. He made mistakes. I've made mistakes. We've all made mistakes. There's a lot of problems in the world. Everybody here wants something. You need something. You're here. Maybe it's because you see something bigger than yourself. I know I do. So in addition to the criminal justice reform work that we started just showing up and taking action, we started mining Bitcoin. I had an intern. I'm proud to report I believe he was the first Doge intern, Department of Grid Efficiency, back in 2017. Finished all the work I gave him, started mining crypto in 2017, and all of a sudden we saw a price signal. If we can innovate in energy markets, we can create value for grid stakeholders. We pioneered something called HODL Ranch. We built the world's first Bitcoin-only energy infrastructure project, and we just made that shit up. I was very blessed to participate in the shale revolution, where a bunch of my homies, my landmen, and others, we just got together. We looked for markets, we built liquidity. What HODL Ranch did, me and a few other underdogs, is we saw a market need. Now, of course, the Germans, they thought they had us beat in this competition. They teamed up with Iceland. And as I stated at Consensus 2018, Texas is going to dominate the future of Bitcoin mining. And that obviously is true today. But the game's just getting warmed up. The grid, America, we need a lot more power. A lot more. And right now, I don't see a lot of good options. Everyone's complaining. But a ragtag bunch of us in Texas, we learned you can write laws. we learned we're operating in a rules-based system called the civic process of America. What the founders laid out was a beautiful system where anyone have a voice. I just wrapped up, and we're about to wrap up the Texas legislative session where we had a grid bill, we had the strategic Bitcoin reserve bill, which Texas got passed. Oh, not, well, we're almost there. So Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, he got the Senate, he teamed up with anyone, got them in line. Speaker Burrows, he united with anyone to do right. And we have successfully brought the two chambers of Texas together. Democrats, Republicans, other plebs, and other individuals have come together and are about to send the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve to Governor Abbott's desk. This is monumental. David Bailey, the entire Bitcoin ecosystem, laid out a vision, said we need strategic Bitcoin reserves. I wasn't even that involved. I just said, oh my God, my homies are showing up to Texas. Let's get after it. So organizations like the Texas Blockchain Council, they united with people and they got the strategic Bitcoin reserve on the way to the governor's desk. But there are more problems. Right now, the grid, we have a lot more power. So how do we solve that? I literally learned you can write laws. Anyone in this room can write a law. You can show up to your political member's office. You can unite with them. You can educate them. There are ERCOT protocols. There are PUC rules. Every single person in here is affected by the reliability and innovation on their grids. And every single Bitcoiner can show up and be the change that we want to see in the world. So my call to action today is, I've done a lot of crazy stuff. And there's a small group of us in Texas that are just getting warmed up. But to ensure that America's upcoming 250th relaunch is successful, we need a lot more people showing up. And every single individual can participate in this new system. We're starting with Texas. In fact, we stood up a new trade association called the Texas Bitcoin and Grid Alliance. Me and some homies on email, Telegram, we literally got together and started it the night before my last testimony in front of the Texas legislature. And I was able to tell the Senate State Affairs Committee that a ragtag group of Texas Bitcoin miners are showing up and we're just getting warmed up. And we just made that up. So you got a lot of options. Bitcoiners have empirically proved that we're here for finance. We're voluntarily changing the financial system, Wall Street, global public equity markets. That momentum is there and it is just getting warmed up. But will Bitcoin's greatest role be in advancing energy abundance or remaking capital markets? I don't know. That's up to you. Where do you want to get involved? Every single person. We have digitized money. We have torn down all rent-seeking initiatives from a legacy system. Before us today, we have the options to change, to embrace the principles that made America great. We have an opportunity. Everyone in this room has an opportunity to be the change. So what do you do with that? What are you going to do? It's up to you. I think a lot about what we're doing, the problems in the world, my kids. What do I want their future to look like? What did my granddad go through, whose dad died in 6th grade? He didn't have anybody there. Ended up founding a business in the oil business that set me and my family up for greater prosperity. I never got to meet my granddad, but I think about him often. My dad was a great man. In fact, he's passed away, but he was the first obituary in the world to unite the oil and gas community and the Bitcoin tribe. In his obituary, my brother literally wrote it talking about how when we first started, few people believed in us, but my dad believed in us. And so today, fellow American Bitcoiners, don't ask what Bitcoin can do for you. Ask what you can do for Bitcoin. To the liberty lovers across America and across the world, don't beg for sats. Don't ask America for sats. We don't want to send you sats. We want you to come here. Come to America. Come to Texas. Bring your ideas. Let's build the energy abundant world that America so desperately needs for all. Whether you're a Bitcoiner, still shitcoining, or a recovering fiat bro, ask of us, ask of the Bitcoiners what we ask of ourselves. Integrity, courage, an extremely strong bias for action, and a commitment to first principles. Number go up's the signal, but it's not salvation. History is the final timestamp. Let's build the voluntary parallel systems and for the new American institutions, rooted in freedom, subsidiary, and pleb leadership. History is being written. You are writing it. We do not wait, we trust, we verify, we build. Stack sats like your freedom depends on it. Spend sats on Bitcoin businesses. Speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. Build what fiat won't. The network is strong. The Texas Bitcoiners, our mission is clear. Every single human on Earth deserves reliable, extremely abundant, cheap power. To bring that to reality, every single person needs to ask themselves, what change do you want to see in the world? And how do you be the change to create the world that we want to live in? Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to go out and build and unite with anyone to do right.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corva. I'm joined by Jeff Walton, Pierre Richard, and Timothy Kotzman. Jeff, we had to cut over to the Nakamoto stage and we cut you short. You were telling us the importance of education when it comes to investing in companies like MicroStrategy. Please continue with that thought you had before.
Yeah, education is incredibly important here because the world is reframing and rethinking how they see risk, right? They're seeing risks of the physical world and these other assets that they may own, whether it be real estate or bonds or equities in other places, and they look at, what is the risk-return trade-off of all these other things, and comparing it to the risk-return trade-off of, holding a digital asset. And, what is the risk? And we talk about the evolution of these products and thinking about Bitcoin as your hurdle rate, right? So always stacking Bitcoin, and how does that influence the decision-making you have today?
Yeah, appreciate that. You talked a little bit earlier, Timothy, about messaging, right? Messaging can be tough. You sort of have to find something that emotionally resonates with people. You have to get their attention, but then you have to sort of get that message home. What are some strategies that work when it comes to your messaging and letting people know the importance about the details with these Bitcoin treasury companies?
Yeah, I think we're so early that, unless you're on CNBC and you're a sailor, or you're on all the podcasts like Sailor, I think we're just really early. Like, I think it's yet to be seen, like, high quality, 2, 5, 10-minute, 3-hour Lex Friedman type, like all of that for these CEOs and companies to tell their stories. I think that's where this is going. And I'm often reminded of when Eric Semler was at MIT. Jeff was interviewing him, and he said, look, I'm an introvert. I'm not really, I got to make a presentation. I got to do all this media, and he's leaning into it. But for me individually, personally, that was, I'm like, oh, that's very endearing. That's authentic. It makes me like Eric Semler more. So I think if you could just, whether people come to New York or Las Vegas, or you helicopter yourself into London, and you spend a day or two with these guys, and just really get that content and get it, as Sailor said in Orlando, get it out in the 2 minutes or the 2 hours that people want. I think that's going to be really powerful, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Great perspective. Appreciate that. Pierre, you're doing some real important work with the Bitcoin for Corporations show. 2 episodes out there in the wild. What's coming next? What can people expect from this show? What sorts of educational efforts will you be sort of putting front and center?
So I think every Bitcoin treasury company has its own story, both in terms of how they got into Bitcoin, but also in terms of what they want to do with it. And whether it's innovating on the capital structure side of issuing securities that have different trade-offs, of some of them want to take on less risk because Bitcoin's too volatile. Others, so that would be like STRF or STRK. Others want to go leverage long Bitcoin, and they might even be thinking about the derivatives around that. And so that's on the liabilities and equity side for these treasury companies. On the asset side, there's also going to be new different strategies. So Saylor has really emphasized just put it in cold storage, don't even reveal the addresses, and keep it passive, right? Others might try to be more active in their management of the Bitcoin treasury. That's going to come with risks. It's going to come with opportunities. So it's going to be interesting to explore those. And then also understanding how does the operating business feed into the Bitcoin treasury strategy, and what are the trade-offs between having a lot of free cash flow in a successful business versus really being desperate and hungry and laser focused on Bitcoin.
Appreciate that perspective, Pierre. We are headed back to the Nakamoto stage again here at Bitcoin 2025. Nakamoto stage is next. We'll be right back here at the live desk. After that, stick with us.
So my case with you guys is that the last halving of Bitcoin is 2140, is that not? Wouldn't it be cool if we were all around for that? My message to you is that we may be the first generation who won't die. That has been a ridiculous statement from when time began, and this is the first time that has ever been possible. You can see my slides? No? Yes? Oh, there we go, okay, great. Okay, so what I've been doing over the past couple of years is I've been trying to take a qualitative idea of health and make it into a global competitive sport. Give something numbers, status, and ranking, and humans love to play that game. I've tried to be the world's first rejuvenation athlete. So you see here, I've posted, I have the world's best comprehensive biomarkers. I've posted 60 of the most predictive markers for longevity. And I do so in a way to invite others to try to replicate and beat my scores. But it's also a point to try to say, you can, in fact, quantify health. That we are transitioning from a moment of storytelling to a quantified framework. So one thing I've learned is that a unit of measurement is really helpful in longevity. Over the past couple of years, I've been measuring my speed of aging. So inside of each one of you is a clock that tells you how fast or how slow you're aging. If you're aging at a 1, that means 1 year of time passes, and you have 1 year of what you age 1 year. If you are 1.2, you're aging faster than time is passing, and if you're less than, you're slower than time is passing. So, consistent with trying to make this a global sport, I created the Rejuvenation Olympics, where people all around the world are competing to see who has the lowest speed of aging score. I'm currently #1 in the world, 0.54 for my best 3 test score. This means that for every year that passes, I age roughly 6 months. So you can, in fact, meaningfully slow down your speed of aging through various things I'm going to talk to you about today. So you probably hear a lot of things about health. It probably seems all very confusing, and people disagree with everyone about everything. So what do? I'm going to help you understand there's one marker in particular that will help you achieve the majority of the health benefits: lowering your resting heart rate before bed, okay? So we're gonna spend about 5 minutes on this. Everyone put your phones down and let's focus on this, yeah? Okay. So my credentials in doing this is I scored 8 months of perfect sleep, okay? 100% sleep score for 8 months. I wanted to demonstrate you can, in fact, master the practice of sleep. And in doing this, I realized in all my health practices that the most important marker determining whether or not I was going to have restful sleep was my resting heart rate before bed. So tonight, when you go to bed, lay down on your pillow, take a few deep breaths. If you have a wearable, pull it up and see your heart rate in real time. If not, just take your pulse for 6 seconds and then multiply that by 10. Let's say your resting heart rate is 60 beats per minute. That's your baseline. Your goal over the next month is to lower your resting heart rate by 10% to 54, okay? And the way you're going to do this is these things right here. So one of the biggest things that I've seen is the timing of my final meal of the day is perhaps the greatest influencer of my resting heart rate. So my final meal of the day now is around noon. I go to bed at 8:30. You don't need to do that if you simply start with 4 hours before your bedtime. So if your bedtime is 10 p.m., finish eating your final meal of the day by 6 p.m. No snacks and no food after that. You'll notice that when you do that, your resting heart rate goes down because your body is almost finished digesting food, and it leaves metabolic capacity for your body to then sleep. You see here in these other things, alcohol, for example, increases your resting heart rate. Anxiety and stress and rumination, that's the biggest one. Okay, so if you master first, don't eat right before bed, 4 hours before. You want a wind down routine. So if you say again, your bedtime is 10 p.m., when 9 p.m. arrives, screens off, and you're in a wind down mode, calming your body and mind from the day's stress. So you know this from experience. When that moment of the day comes, you're stressed, you're tired, you're mad, you're anxious, you have all kinds of ambitious thoughts. That rumination will drive your heart rate up, which will lessen your sleep quality. Now, the reason why these things are so important is because when the resting heart rate is up, your sleep quality goes down. And when your sleep quality goes down, your mood goes down. Your want of bad foods goes up. So sleep triggers this cascade where you're not going to exercise, you're going to eat bad foods, you're going to put on weight, you're going to have mood imbalances. Sleep is the #1 best performance-enhancing drug in the world. Resting heart rate is the best predictor of your sleep quality. So to summarize health in one statement, if you lower your resting heart rate before bed, you will achieve the majority of the health benefits through all the other things you could do in life. Because it leads to high quality. If before bed, you are looking at that pint of ice cream, or the bag of chips, or the candy, you realize that's going to drive up your heart rate and you're not going to do it. Okay, these are the things I would suggest. It is very counterintuitive in our culture today. I would suggest each one of you build your life around sleep. Okay? Again, this is what I've learned over 5 years of doing this, of having the best biomarkers of anybody in the world. Building your life around sleep is the best thing you can do to make more money in Bitcoin. You guys believe that? You will make more money in Bitcoin if you get sleep. And I know you don't believe, many of you don't believe that. You will. You will make better decisions. Your mood will be more stable. You will make better judgments. Okay? My nighttime erections are the length of the Titanic, the movie. Now, why would I share something like that? Because when I talk about sleep, the majority of you are like, yeah, whatever. Did you know if you don't get high quality sleep, you don't get nighttime boners? This is true for men and women. Did you know that nighttime erections, men and women, is one of the most important biomarkers for your health? It is psychological, cardiovascular, and your fitness. So as you age, this is again true for men and women, nighttime erections go down. It is a function of aging damage. So when I first started talking about this important marker, I had several friends, many of which are in Web3, were saying, Brian, I have no nighttime erections. And I said, how is your sleep? I get 4 to 5 hours a night. That's what happens. When you don't get sleep, your body shuts down critical functions, including your sexual function. It also eliminates, you have NK cells in your body. These are cells that go out and survey for cancer. When you don't get high quality sleep, your body lowers searching for cancer by 73%. Your body stops looking for cancer. Okay? Also, when you get 4 hours of sleep at night, there's a response in your brain of an inflammatory protein that is equal to a traumatic brain injury. So I want to impress upon you that sleep is not just a productive thing that helps you make better decisions and have a stable mood. It also, if you don't get it, your body literally shuts down really important functions. So here, I'm just going to give you guys this. Pull out your phones, grab this QR code. This is what I eat on an ongoing basis. So the thing that distinguishes my endeavor is we have combed through the scientific evidence. We've used a philosophy to say every calorie has to fight for its life. Every single molecule gets in my body. And we've said, what are the superfoods among superfoods? This is a great representation. So as you try to, so number one is lower your resting heart rate. Two is have good nutrition and eat from this guide. This is probably the most evidence-based guide out there. Finally, I think we all know this. The most consequential thing happening in the world right now, of course, outside of Bitcoin, that's obvious. Second to Bitcoin is AI. AI is progressing at a speed that is unfathomable to our current minds. It is changing things beyond our ability to understand. As it does this, I want to put forward to you that as a species, we're going to be playing a new game. And whereas right now our games are primarily locked in on status, prestige, money, wealth, and power, the new game as a species is going to become how we stay alive individually and as a species. That's what Don't Die is. Don't Die is about individual health, but Don't Die really is trying to answer the fundamental question, what does a species do when you're giving birth to super intelligence? Don't die individually, don't kill each other, don't destroy the planet, align AI with Don't Die. That Don't Die is attempting to be the world's next major global ideology on par with democracy, capitalism, Christianity, Islam. It is meant to say, as a species, this is what we do. This moment can't be overstated in consequence. For centuries, for millennia before, you would say, death is inevitable, therefore, YOLO. I'm going to raise an army and conquer territories. I'm going to go to war. I'm going to be immortal in my professional accomplishments. I'm going to acquire wealth. I'm going to have children. This is the first moment in the history of the human race where somebody can say with a straight face, we may be the first generation who will not die. And that requires a fundamental revolution. Don't Die is the single thing that every human on this planet can agree to. Nobody wants to die right now. So in summary, I hope you guys are open to the idea that this moment is fundamentally different than any previous moment, that you practice these principles of Don't Die starting with your resting heart rate. You will be more successful, you will be happier, you will be a better family member, better partner, better at your work if you prioritize sleep. And that if you do this together, we can map out a path of our potential that I think is unfathomable in our current minds. Thank you, be well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Brian.
Is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing all of the signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I am Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined by none other than Alex Thorn, head of firm-wide research for Galaxy Digital. Alex, I want to first start by congratulating you. I know Galaxy went public on the NASDAQ, was it 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, Frank.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, we're all very excited. It's been a long road. We were already public in Canada, but after a long road, we are now public on the NASDAQ, GLXY. Thank you.
That's that.
Very
All right.
excited.
One of the early companies to hold a lot of Bitcoin on the balance sheet, right? Am I
That's
wrong
right.
about
No,
that?
that's right.
Okay. Yeah, good amount of Bitcoin on the balance sheet over there at Galaxy. I want to talk a little bit about the panel that you hosted earlier in the day. SBR. So we have federal level SBR. We're seeing states create SBRs. We were talking a little bit off camera about, maybe the federal government will look to the states, see what they're doing and how they're sort of establishing policy, and maybe use that for some of the federal policy. Your thoughts on this?
I mean, the states are making progress. Obviously, you saw Texas. There's been, attempts in Arizona. You saw New Hampshire has done something here. There have been maybe a dozen around the country looking at ways to do it. It is fundamentally different, right? The U.S. government can print money. It has significantly more money. States have to manage a budget, an actual budget. I mean, can you imagine? But I do think, look, America was created as a federated federal republic. The idea was that states would be laboratories for new policies, and those that worked would sort of bubble to the surface and maybe be adopted by other states or the federal government. Those that don't would fade from existence. So I think it's interesting to see. It's exciting. I think, look, whether you're an allocator, a pension endowment, a portfolio manager, an individual investor, you cannot deny the performative benefit that Bitcoin allocation has given you, and I don't see why a state is different.
Okay. From a policy angle, I know that you're a bit of a policy wonk when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto more broadly. What else should we be paying attention to right now?
Well, I mean, obviously the SBR, we're going to talk about that at the federal level, but look, I mean, I think one of the existential crises for crypto and Bitcoin is everything related to the Bank Secrecy Act and trying attempts by a certain wing of politicians to apply Bank Secrecy Act requirements on non-custodial entities like wallet developers, non-custodial wallets themselves, software developers, smart contracts on other networks, where they fundamentally have no capability of knowing their customer and complying with those rules. And I think those efforts are largely a backdoor attempt at banning crypto, right? And banning self-custody of Bitcoin, which of course is at the core of its value proposition. Those continue to bubble up. You saw that bubbling up during the stablecoin back and forth and debates in the Senate, and we expect the Senate to start voting and really moving that stablecoin bill this upcoming week, I guess I should say next week, after they get back from the Memorial Day recess. And again, that was an issue in here with a specific cohort of Democrats in particular pushing to add these anti-DeFi, anti-non-custodial provisions. It's been an ongoing issue. Obviously, Elizabeth Warren, the senator from Massachusetts, has been promoting this. This is not going away. This is a constant battle, and look, I mean, this is one of the few where the rest of crypto and Bitcoiners are in the same boat, right? Yeah. Because it's all about non-custodial technology, not holding software developers to the same standards as banks when it comes to regulation, which is obviously insane. Yep. It's also totally unenforceable. That's one that keeps bubbling up that Bitcoiners need to watch out for, right? I mean, I think as long as you can self-custody your Bitcoin, it doesn't really matter who owns it, whether it's governments or adversaries or whomever, you always have the ability to take that Bitcoin, take those keys, do with it what you want, store it under your mattress, on your cold card, wherever, and that is the core. That's, to me, like the core differentiator about Bitcoin, and that is always constantly under threat. It continues to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think, not only holding your private keys, but maybe the ability to use a mixer as well. What Alex was referencing there was, of course, the Samurai trial, which I've been covering personally, as well as the Tornado Cash trial. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to kick it back over to the Nakamoto stage, where our former host here, Pete Rizzo, will be speaking with the first Bitcoiner to ever go to the moon. Yes, you heard that correctly, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going back to the Nakamoto stage. We'll be right back here at Bitcoin 25 after that.
Orbit both poles of the north and south poles of planet Earth. And he's also he's the first Bitcoin billionaire in space and one of 10 billionaires to go to space. So welcome, Shun.
Oh, nice to be here. Thank you.
All right, round of applause. So let's start. You went to space. How was space?
Space was great. I already read a lot about space, all my life, and I just go there for verification. So don't trust or verify. So I verified space like some of space like what I used to hear about, and some of the difference, and that was great.
So what inspired you to go to space?
I just heard about too many of them over time. I'm eager to go verify what I heard about.
How many people here would go to space? Maybe a show of hands. How many people want to go to space? Okay, a few people. I sympathize with the people who don't want to go to space. I don't want to go to space. So what was
we actually have an option over there by Blue Origin.
What did you say?
We have an option there by Blue Origin.
Oh, right, yes, there is the Blue Origin spacecraft if you want to experience space flight in the deep. What was your biggest concern about flying to space, and then what was your training like? How much training and preparation did you have to do for your trip?
When talking about space travel, I think the most important thing is the big difference between Blue Origin, what they do, and the SpaceX and other people, because there's two kind of spacecraft, space flights are very different. One we call it a suborbital flight, the other one is orbital flight. The basic energy used for orbital space flight is 100 times more than suborbital flight. So what Blue Origin doing suborbital flight, you probably heard about the news, Katie, last month. They only spend 75 seconds in space, and the entire space flight lasts 11 minutes.
So Katy Perry was in space for 11 minutes.
Yes.
And you were in space for 3 days, was it?
Yes. That's also the difference of price you're gonna pay for the flight. I cannot share with you about this, but what I heard randomly, you probably can ask the Blue Origin what it's gonna cost for that flight. It's probably also, 100 times the energy cost difference. But anyway, this is a big difference. It's like, how to compare it? It's like fly airplanes to fly on Blue Origin. It's kind of different.
So you did the more difficult trip to space.
Yes. So basically, we spent 2 months, more than 2 months, maybe 3 months in training in total over a year, 14 months of period. We go through the same training like a professional astronaut. The only difference, we pay ourselves, and professional astronauts, NASA or ESA, there's respective countries pay for that. So we call it a private space flight. We call that professional astronauts is I'm not sure what kind of word to use, a traditional space flight, or ours is kind of a newer private commercial space flight. That's the difference. But we go through the same training process.
So something else that is interesting about this trip is that you funded the trip with Bitcoin. Can you talk a little bit about that? There's a lot of people here who don't want to spend Bitcoin, and maybe they don't want to spend Bitcoin to go to space. You spent Bitcoin to go to space. Can you talk about why you wanted to spend Bitcoin to go to space?
I think you cannot just stack that for no reason. Bitcoin is it can help humanity, and I think the space is one of the next big thing. When people talk about Bitcoin, crypto, people talk about AI, space industry is it's like all this, it's being developed pretty fast. It's growing. Since about 10 years ago, SpaceX started to recover boosters. We can see the entire space industry is growing at an incredible pace. So I think this is probably the next industry. If you're curious what the future be like, you should pay attention to it.
How many people here would you sell your Bitcoin to go to space? Show of hands. Show of hands. We've got a couple people here. So do you think it was it worth it to go to space, to do that?
It's very well worth that, because eventually human have to be, like Elon says, human has to be multiplanetary. We cannot stuck here. We've seen a lot of people talking about the environment, but the ultimate solution for environment here back on Earth, because you cannot stop the development of human society. Human society development are always exponential, but the resource on the Earth is limited. So eventually we have to looking for resources, energies outside this Earth. And spaceflight technologies is something human must have. If we cannot obtain this technology, and soon we'll see the human society development with cheese will stop.
So would you say that space is your full-time career now? That's your pursuit? That is what you want to do with the rest of your life, is to take humanity to space?
Like when I was young, I was very interested in computers, programming. That's because computer programming was new. And later, 2011, as you said, I got into Bitcoin. Basically, the first day I first heard about Bitcoin, because Bitcoin was excited, Bitcoin new technology. And now we already seen Bitcoin here for 15 years. And I have to say, it's no longer new. And I'm actually looking for the next adventure. That's why.
So you talked a little bit about humans need to become interplanetary. We talked about Bitcoin's role as money, potentially, between planets. You have some thoughts about Bitcoin and whether the technology can be used between planets. If, say, on the moon, can they spend Bitcoin? Will there be a Bitcoin economy on the moon? Will there be a Bitcoin economy on Mars?
That's because when you have 10 people on Mars, you don't need money. That's actually a good thing. If you're one of the first people on Mars, you can basically spend all your money for that trip. And once you are on Mars, you don't have to worry about money anymore because you only have 10 people. But as the society on Mars, as the community grow, when you have 1,000 people on Mars, you probably start to need to think about money. How do you buy stuff on Mars? How do you pay for services on Mars? For that, you need money. I hope, here in the US, we use dollars. And in Europe, we use euros. And what kind of money are we going to use on Mars? That's the question.
The Mars, maybe.
Yeah, maybe if Elon, leads the projects, probably use Dogecoin. But do you want to use the Dogecoin on Mars? Other than local Martian money, you also need a system for interplanetary settlement. For that role, today we still use dollars, but can we find another better way for this purpose, for interplanetary settlement?
What are the technical limitations that you see for Bitcoin being used for payments in space?
I think Bitcoin have a lot of potential for this.
But you think the limitations are, right, data can only travel so far, right? If I am mining on the moon and someone is mining here, it's not possible for them to exchange blocks.
It's possible, but you probably enjoy a high offer rate. The round trip light time between the Earth and Moon is about 2.6 seconds. And, the average time between two Bitcoin blocks is 600 seconds. That means normally if a majority of hash rate on the Earth, then you mine on Moon that you have maybe offer rate of 0.5%. That makes you less competitive to those miners on Moon. Right. But we replace the Moon with Mars. That's render the closest distance between Mars and Moon is 4 minutes light time. But if I'm not lucky, Mars on the other side across the sun, then it could be up to 45 minutes. That makes mining Bitcoin on Mars completely impossible.
Are you interested in working on these challenges? Have you thought about how should people here solve this? Because it sounds like you're saying we can't send a Bitcoin payment from Earth to Mars or from Earth to the moon. And so maybe Bitcoin can't scale to be an interplanetary money.
I think it's like a quantum computer. It's something with, upgrade the Bitcoin network that can be achieved. But we need to convince those Bitcoin core developers.
So how would you recommend that we think about this problem? Should we be working on this?
It's actually not just about Bitcoin. One, the shift of humanity from Earth-based civilization to a multi-planetary civilization, it will involve the whole society to get prepared for this. I must say it's probably one of the biggest shift of human society. Such like, how for those people living on Mars, how do you, receive, every year we receive a new generation iPhone. For those people living on Mars, how they can, I think the first decades when people start their community on Mars, they probably won't have the industry chain enough to support to manufacture something like iPhone, as come like an iPhone Institute on Mars. They probably have to wait every 26 months when Mars and Earth sync up again. So their new generation iPhone deliver from the Earth. So that means after you receive your new generation iPhone, brand new, every 26 months, you find there's no servers on Mars from Apple. You cannot even activate it. A lot of this challenge. That means that every single company, major technical company, other kind of company, they have to get prepared for this, the biggest evolution of the humankind.
So this is a Bitcoin conference. There are some Bitcoin maximalists who think that Bitcoin will be the currency of Earth. But maybe, as you said, maybe you'll need some interplanetary settlement, that maybe there's a legitimate role for other cryptocurrencies, for other planets. Maybe Mars would have its own cryptocurrency. Maybe the moon would have its own cryptocurrency. What do you think about that?
Yes, it's possible that Mars have one currency and Moon has currency, but eventually you need one currency for the settlement between Mars and Moon. That's what we are talking about. I hope this interplanetary settlement is achieved by Bitcoin, not other coins.
So you think maybe we should work on how to solve that problem?
I think the most Bitcoin core developers and the general public haven't recognized the issue yet. Just like Apple hasn't set up a server on Mars yet, but when the time comes, but for Bitcoin it's a little bit different because from our experience of Segwit activation or Bitcoin scaling, we know it takes a long time. Maybe we can start to think about that because it's going to take a long time.
So there were a lot of people who wanted to see you make a Bitcoin transaction in space, to send a payment when you were up in the space shuttle. What was the reason you didn't make the payment? Is it not possible, or did you were just enjoying being in space?
Nobody asked me. Nobody, because payment, you have to pay from one person to another. But I must say, I did carry the Bitcoin little holder. You probably see the photos on X. But yeah, there's some Bitcoin stuff. But I didn't make a payment because we only have 4 people up there. I don't have to pay for my, colleague. But yeah, but we do have internet. I think future flyers, future space travelers, once they will have a sizable community up there, they have a reason to make a payment, they will make a payment.
So we're talking about the future of Bitcoin. Maybe there will be problems with interplanetary Bitcoin. Are there other ways that you think Bitcoin could fail or not achieve its success? You've been around, you've been mining for 15 years. What do you think about the future of Bitcoin?
I don't want to think that way. I think the blockchain technology is the best technology for, for system for payment. So if Bitcoin fail, I hope it's because the blockchain technology fails, not because the Bitcoin itself fails and replaced by Dogecoin, replaced by Ethereum, or replaced by other things.
There's a lot of governments here, and they are talking about mining. They want to mine. So it came out this week that Pakistan is mining, Bhutan is mining, Nepal is mining. What do you think about governments mining Bitcoin? Is this good for Bitcoin?
Everyone can mine Bitcoin. Everyone free to mine Bitcoin. So long the government they do not forbid other people.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I am Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I am joined by none other than the one and only Scott Lee, the event producer for this incredible event. He's also leading the charge with all things AV and all things UFO as well. Speaking of UFOs, Scott, tell us a little bit about what it's like to get something like this together, to get these big fixtures we have like UFOs, the Skull of Satoshi, lots of exciting stuff happening here. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so I'm in this unique position of getting to take a designer's vision of the most unusual things you can imagine, and we had lots of different ideas on paper, but getting to see them walked out and getting to be the one that presents these ideas to the teams that fabricate these, like, you know, the UFO, this is like a multi-month build just to get the skins right and to get the colors right and all this stuff is a very, very intricate process. And just being the hub for that between the creative designers and the fabricators and the production companies that we partner with to make these things come to life, it's definitely a labor of love, but it is definitely a labor. And so, you know, what are we, like 9 months, I think, for us to put this together from the time we really started diving into the rudimentary, you know, how are we going to do this and some of the what we're going to do, but definitely, yeah, it takes a team. It's definitely you know, I couldn't even explain to you what.
Can I ask you one quick question, if you don't mind, though? I know we're going to cut over to the Skull of Satoshi. I want to show people who might not know it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a scoop for us, or if you could share anything about how you got it.
The Skull of Satoshi. Oh man, you know, I like to tell people that we captured the flag. You know, like that was kind of a little game of that. I think we're going to find out a little bit more about that Thursday.
Okay.
I think we have a plan to present why the Skull of Satoshi made it here.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting story, not one that I want to give the full detail on.
You heard it here first, an announcement of an announcement, folks.
That's right.
Appreciate it, but I didn't want to take you away from what you were saying before. Let's go back to that. So just more generally speaking, beyond the UFO, the 9 months it takes to get all this together, the full year, you were telling me off camera, you're going to get started with planning next year's event right after this. Let's talk a little bit about what that process looks like.
Yeah, right out of the gate. You know, I think in June we'll start receiving proposals for new ideas. You know, because we have so much involvement from our partners and sponsors, we really want to get out in front of, like, well, what is, you know, what you see what we did, and before the dust even settles, we want to figure out, well, what's the next best thing? You know, how do we top this? You know, and it's a real challenge for us to think, well, how do we get bigger? How do we get better? And you know, it's like, you know, from it was, you know, moving from Nashville to Vegas, there's this automatic, like, raising of the dynamic a little bit, and also a challenge to, like, how do you present this, what is really a nascent industry in the real big scheme of things, on a platform like Vegas? How do you bring Vegas alive and activate in Vegas in a way that you can be heard over the noise of Vegas?
Yeah, we are shortly being heard. I think we have upwards of 75,000 people tuning into the live stream, so we want to say thank you to everybody listening. But I also want to get to one thing. You talked about this as a labor of love. I know how much of your heart you put into this. What means the most to you when you see this come together? What is it that really resonates with you most, Scott? That's all right, buddy. Yeah, you're good.
It's you, man.
No,
it's you. It is. It's you, and it's Spencer, and it's the producers that I work with and the team. You know, we're real. Like, these are real people that care. They're Bitcoiners in a lot of cases, in most of the case. And I care deeply for all the people that I work with. They pour their hearts and souls into this. Like, you know, it really is. It's 10 months of just grinding and lots of late nights and weekends put into this. And I am surrounded with aces. You know, like everywhere I look, I've got A players doing the things that they do. I don't even know what everybody does in our company. It's so deep. But everybody that I contact, everybody I'm in contact with, are working at a really high level in a way that you don't see consistently with other companies, and it has to be that way. And that's why, like, when you come here, it's like it feels almost effortless. It feels like, I mean, you know, in about 100 hours. So last Friday, we watched the trucks from the last show roll out of here. We got it on time lapse. I hope you guys get to see it. But they walk out of here. We start, and you know, all of this whole city gets built. It's like building this 30,000 person city in about 100 hours. And so it's nonstop. It is a grind. And so it is not for the weak. It is not for people who are not committed to it.
Yeah.
And,
also not for those who are not team players. I think that's really one thing to highlight
That's it,
there.
man.
Scott,
That's
we're going
it.
to keep you on here for a second. We're going to be right back with Scott Lee, the event producer here. We're going to cut to commercial. Stick with us here at Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back here from the live desk.
$100 billion. That's how much custodial Bitcoin-backed lenders lost in 2022 alone. We decided to build a better solution, one that doesn't require you to give up self-custody, Lava Loans. Lava Loans is a non-custodial loan product that gives you cryptographic proof, not just legal or reputational assurances that your collateral is safe. Lava is the most secure way to borrow against Bitcoin. Try us out today.
Satoshi released Bitcoin. The world was forever changed. No one realized it.
This is the once-in-a-century opportunity.
And this is just the beginning.
Bitcoin is like digital gold.
So I view Bitcoin in line with the next evolution of humans engineering a better world.
I think the story of the past few years is Bitcoin going from a niche interest into a respectable global macro asset.
Bitcoin Policy Institute has become a thought leader.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. Vibes are high. I'm Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by none other than Aaron von Weirdum, the editor-in-chief of this here Bitcoin Magazine print issue, as well as the Bitcoin Magazine website. Aaron, welcome.
Thank you.
How's it going?
We're back.
Yeah, he's over here from
Vegas, baby.
Transatlantic flight all the way over from the Netherlands. Aaron, tell us a little bit about what it was like to get this issue together, especially an issue with Ross Ulbricht on the cover.
Yeah, I mean, Ross was freed earlier this year, obviously, and that for us, you know, we immediately knew that the topic for the next magazine had to be the freedom issue, right? Bitcoin is freedom money. It allows anyone to pay anyone else anywhere in the world for anything they want. And, you know, Ross has sort of become a symbol for that for me. You know, obviously, you know, what Ross enabled was kind of a radical form of using Bitcoin as a freedom tool.
Are you saying the senators aren't talking about what Ross was doing on stage?
I don't think they're highlighting it very much. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, fair enough.
So so we got Ross on the cover, but it's a cool concept because it has this double cover idea. On the other end, we have MIA, the singer, who is a big proponent of freeing Julian Assange, for example, who's also into freedom tech and that kind of stuff. So we have a long interview with her. So one side of the magazine is completely about Ross, like all the stories about Ross getting free, what went wrong during the trial, because there were a lot of issues with that. And then on the other side, you can turn it around to have a whole new magazine, Frank.
That's it, yeah. 2 magazines for the price of 1. You heard it here first. Aaron von Weerdem, we're cutting back to the Nakamoto stage. We're about to hear about how we're building the future of financial products in America on Bitcoin. Headed over to Nakamoto. Stick with us here at Bitcoin 2025. We'll be right back at the live desk after this.
This event is just such a fantastic gathering of the community. On the topic of flows, I guess my message to all of you, and I think something that Mike and Justin will also be very familiar with, is that the game has changed in 2025. We're entering a new chapter in 2025 with the change in the regulatory circumstances in the US. Huge swaths of traditional investors can participate in this asset class, in Bitcoin, for the first time. So UTXO put out, a great firm put out a report on this, putting some numbers to that. But I think something that's sometimes hard for people to fathom is just how massive the opportunity is. At Bitwise, we serve a lot of wealth managers, for instance. And in the US, wealth managers manage between $30 and $60 trillion. And if wealth managers wind up allocating 1% to the space on behalf of their clients, helping their clients access the opportunities here, that's hundreds of billions of dollars. So the doors have opened to a lot of traditional allocators in 2025. We do thousands of meetings with those investors to help them understand and access the opportunities, and we've never been more excited.
And you're coming out with products too, because they're looking at their overall allocation and they're saying, listen, 60-40 portfolios are antiquated, especially in the Bitcoin revolution era. And so for you guys, what kind of percentage are you talking about in allocation for those wealth advisors to really kind of diversify their portfolio, get on an efficient frontier?
You know, that's a fascinating topic. Everyone remembers sort of the old refrain of get off zero. Everyone's familiar with the idea of 1%. I see some of my colleagues in the audience here who work with advisors, and I think that what we're seeing is the conversation is moving to 2 to 5%. I think that more and more traditional allocators are wondering how to position for the future. They're thinking about equities, they're thinking about fixed income, they're thinking about alternatives, and they're thinking about crypto and Bitcoin. And they're seeing an increased role for that in portfolios. So I don't think that we're going to end at a 1% allocation. I think we're going to end in a world where traditional investors have much more than 1% allocated. And right now, the conversation that we hear is 2 to 5%.
Awesome. And I think I'm going to pass it off to Mike, because Mike's got great insight, right? So Mike and BitGo, they custody ETFs, but also they work on with Bitcoin treasury companies. So he's got great insights on the financial products that are going sort of into the traditional realms, but also the non-traditional realms for adoption of Bitcoin. So Mike, what kind of financial products can we expect to see come out linked to Bitcoin that you guys are help servicing across all the different verticals?
Well, thank you. So I run a company called BitGo. We've been doing this since 2013. Started out with just how do you secure the asset? You know, the conversations that have evolved in the last decade just keep changing for the better. And this year, as Hunter said, we had a step function forward as a result of the administration finally being willing to embrace what we're doing. Before, they've been really fighting us and resisting it. And then now, they're more like, hey, how do we make this better for everyone? So this is helping tremendously. Suddenly it makes it so that any money manager in the world, any financial person in the world knows that they can touch digital assets, they can touch Bitcoin in particular,
And it's not going to be a hit on their reputation. This is like something that they can do, and they're not going to get in trouble for it. That is a huge unlock. It's hard to actually, I think, quantify how big that is. So in terms of our clients, I think we got over 4,000 institutional clients at BitGo today. We have over $100 billion in assets under custody. We help a lot of people that want to do the custody on their own. Now, by the way, I'm still a big believer in self-custody. For all of you self-custody fans out there, we absolutely need that to grow. But when you have institutions holding money, it has to be done with a higher bar. That is, you can't have institutions where one guy holds the ledger, holds the key, in his drawer. Instead, we use banks, we use, regulated entities, et cetera. So we run a bunch of custodians around the world. So the types of clients that we have, venture funds have been here for a while, but increasingly we've got other types of asset managers that are also wanting to get their allocation. And if you just take a look at it from high risk to less risk, we just keep moving more towards the conservative side. A couple of years ago, we started to see endowments and some of the pension funds come in. That's the area that I think is really going to come in now. These guys, when they make investments, it is very deliberate. They come up with a thesis, they study it, they run it by all of their counterparties on the investment council, and then they get it through committee and committee. Finally, they take moves. So anyway, we are moving along that spectrum, and it's all for the good, mostly Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I think one of the most unique things, and this is why Justin can come in and kind of talk about it, and WBTC is wrapped Bitcoin. And so Justin works with Mike and his group at BitGo for multi-jurisdiction. So I just want to preface with what is WBTC so the audience can know, and we can kind of peel back the onions from there on how it's so unique and how it's going to help the entire ecosystem.
Yes, definitely. First of all, you cannot stay your Bitcoin naked, right? You need to, wrap it. So first of all, I think wrap Bitcoin is a way to get your Bitcoin into smart contract platform. So, right, we all know like Ethereum, Solana, Tron, like all the major smart contract platform is the place you can actually use your Bitcoin as collateral to borrow like stablecoin, to borrow ETH, other major cryptocurrency token, and also, of course, generate yield on the Bitcoin you are holding, right? Because Bitcoin is a proof of work network, there's no way for you to generate any yield on the Bitcoin you have. But once you wrap the Bitcoin and get into the smart contract platform, you will get yield for others to borrow the Bitcoin from you. And also at the same time, you can do more with your Bitcoin, right? You can do anything a smart contract network let you do, and also you can interact with all the DeFi application, DApps, make payment, make movements anytime actually around the Bitcoin network. So that's, I think, I will see WBTC as a gateway. You can get through into the smart contract platform with all your Bitcoin. And also, of course, I think WBTC introduced a very important market standard proof of reserve system. So any transaction you can see on the blockchain, and all the reserve addresses is available on the blockchain, all fully cold storage Bitcoin. So it's safe and transparent, and at the same time is smart. So that will be the smart right Bitcoin.
And
can I just add a little bit? It's a stablecoin for Bitcoins, right? So just like stablecoins of dollars make dollars usable within smart contracts and within DeFi, wrap Bitcoin does the same thing for Bitcoin. All of a sudden, you can use it all kinds of things everywhere. And one other thing that's interesting, it's actually now a global product. So we switched it out to have custody that's split between the US, Singapore, and Hong Kong late last year. So it's the largest stablecoin of Bitcoin and the most broadly used in DeFi.
So that enables the scalability, right?
Yeah, I mean, what makes a good stablecoin, whether you're talking about dollars or Bitcoin, it's the liquidity that you have on the markets around the world, right? The fact that you can use it at every exchange is actually the main benefit of it. And then, so how do you get that? Well, obviously, there has to be confidence in how it's held and how it's stored, so that everybody can use it, and know that they can trust it.
Yes, I want to also add a little bit. For example, the liquidity is the key. So, for example, right now, if you hold naked Bitcoin, right, you need to deposit into the exchange, and you need to wait like 6 confirmation to go through. It's like an hour or so, and you can start to sell your Bitcoin, right? So, sell, buy Bitcoin, withdraw, it's all take like an hour to do so. But if you just do it on Wrap Bitcoin, right now the main network is on Ethereum. We are expand on Tron, Solana network. You can do it instantly. Actually, today order book, you can do $100 million worth of the Bitcoin sell and worth the Bitcoin buy with I think around 1 to 2 bips. 1 to 2%. So basically, you can buy and sell the Bitcoin instantly on Ethereum network.
But here, you heard it first, for a limited time offer, in the next 10 minutes, you can get 1 to 2 bips charged, and then it's going to go back.
Yes.
So this is great because we're talking about the different types of products out there, and you've got TradFi, you've got DeFi, and I think Hunter's got a great product that came out that shows kind of the marrying of the two. It's OwnB, and it owns the Bitcoin treasury companies, and so he's probably got a unique insight on why institutions kind of want access to the Bitcoin treasuries companies through the ETF wrapper. And then, so can you opine on that when you're talking to institutions about the Bitcoin treasury companies and kind of their role in the ecosystem? And then also talk about, because I think it's beneficial here, how are these institutions valuing Bitcoin? Because we've seen it before where they wouldn't touch it, and now they're dipping their toes. So what was the light switch? So it's kind of a twofer for you.
Sure. Well, I think it's top of mind for everyone that corporations are buying Bitcoin. It's an extraordinary theme of this year. As of the first quarter of this year, 79 publicly traded companies had put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, over 600,000 Bitcoin, and there's only 21 million Bitcoin. It's a lot of Bitcoin. People for a long time have wanted to own Bitcoin because they view it as potentially a superior store of value of their wealth, their savings over time versus fiat currencies. Well, corporations have $5 trillion of cash and treasuries themselves, and they also want to transport that cash and those reserves over time. So what we're seeing is corporations having the same thought that individuals have been having for 15 years, which is maybe I should store some of that value in Bitcoin. And that's why we're seeing, over 80 companies already this year holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet. There are a ton of exciting endeavors to this end. The product that Kevin mentioned, the ticker is OwnB, as in Own Bitcoin, OWNB, and it's an ETF of all of these companies that have more than 1,000 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So for an investor who says, I like this thesis, but I don't want to be picking the specific companies that are undertaking it, I want to own an index of them, we've created a product for that, the Bitcoin Standard Corporations ETF, which is OwnB. And I think people are very excited about the idea that corporations can put themselves in a position of strength and advantage by adopting this strategy on their balance sheet. And I think we'll see more and more. I think we'll see a ton of companies adopting this and hundreds of thousands more of Bitcoin being put onto balance sheets. So, yeah, please.
And so, Mike, a thing in the past for Bitcoin used to be not your keys, not your coin. And you've got a platform that I think really addresses that and it's kind of squashed that notion that if it's, not your keys, not your coin, there's safe and secure ways to actually create product to hold Bitcoin. So can you talk about how we've transitioned from this not your keys, not your coin to actually the democratization of access?
Well, I'm not sure I quite agree with the statement. I actually think not your keys, not your coins is still very important today. This is why we have a full complement of both self-custody solutions as well as, institutionally is where we do most of our business, and that's where we take over custody. When you take custody, there's a lot of things you got to do. It's like, who's the management team? What's the balance sheet? What's the SOC audit? What are the controls? Where do you store the keys? What's the technology? What's the regulatory? This is a lot of questions that go into it. And so we solve that. But we start with this, 2 out of 3 threshold signature platform. And originally it was multi-sig only. That was Bitcoin. We still use multi-sig on Bitcoin. It's absolutely the best way to store your Bitcoin. We also now support 2 out of 3 MPC on many, many other chains that don't support necessarily multi-sig natively. But when we take custody, we then are taking that same exact platform. We're taking ownership of the second 2 keys, and then we put it in custody, we put all the controls. It makes it pretty easy. You can switch. You can use both. In fact, a lot of exchanges to this day will hold large treasury assets in cold storage, fully custodied at BitGo, and yet they might operate hot wallets real time for some of the day-to-day transactions that they're doing. So you can blend these 2 things. As wealth accumulates inside of Bitcoin over the next 10 years, people are going to have a new decision to make, which is how comfortable do you feel taking security of your own asset on yourself. So imagine there's no Bitcoin and you have cash and all you have is cash, there's no banks either. How are you going to secure your cash? Are you going to hire a security guard? You're going to put bars on your windows? Like, what are you going to do to hide this cash from other bad people? So we're going to increasingly have to answer that question. And the same thing will happen with Bitcoin that's happened with other assets, which is you're going to use a combination. You're going to use some amount of self-custody where you hold on to yourself. Different people will have different thresholds. Now, the ability to secure Bitcoins is easier for most types of attacks, but we're going to go through some evolution here. And then, of course, you can put some amount of it into custody. A lot of people do ask, they're afraid that they're not going to be able to pass it on to their kids. Maybe they have a technical setup that's difficult for their spouse or their family to take over. So this has been an increasing thought. But look, I think the industry will continue to evolve. We'll continue to make it easier. You're going to have both options available to you, and everybody's going to have to figure out what's the right balance for themselves.
Awesome. And Justin, so you were looking dapper last Thursday. You were in a great tuxedo. Can we see you in the tuxedo later this week at some events? And what was sort of the main takeaway from the dinner? Is there anything that you learned from last Thursday, as a top holder of Trump coin? It'd be interesting to hear from you, your unique perspective from being the top holder.
Yes, totally. So for the gala dinner last week, I think President really showed commitment to Bitcoin and the whole crypto ecosystem. I will say without Trump, Bitcoin cannot go like 100K US dollars, right? So I think his support is enormous and very important to our industry, and I'm really appreciate what all his policies and all the Trump administration has done, like all the research, encouraged the whole industry to support it, right? And also happened in United States. I think it's the best thing because U.S. is one of the leading countries in financial regulation. I think once U.S. had a clear regulation for cryptocurrency, for Bitcoin, like all the other countries in the world can just embrace it, right? So that's why I think the progress we are making here in United States really matters because it will further encourage people around the world to get into Bitcoin industry. Because before that, I'm visiting all the world leaders. They seem to be quite conservative on Bitcoin too, right? But after US embrace Bitcoin fully, I think lots of them come back to me, right? It's what's going on? We want to revisit Bitcoin again. So that's why I think once Bitcoin pass this kind of the stage and get institution adoption in United States, it will accelerate the adoption globally. That's what strategy I see. Yeah.
Awesome, and I think that's an important notion that the U.S. has some of the most deep liquid markets, and so leading from the front with product innovation, access, leads me to Hunter, and what can we expect from you guys going forward on new products, or is there demand that you're seeing from current clientele, whether it's retail, institutional? What type of strategies are they looking for linked to Bitcoin? It doesn't have to be Bitcoin, it could be cover call strategies. I know you guys launched one recently. You guys just made a distribution. Congratulations. So what can we expect?
For those who don't know Bitwise, we've been around for 7 years. We manage $12 billion of client assets, and our aspiration is to be a partner to investors and to give them leverage on their time in accessing the opportunities of the space. And that's relevant to mention for this question because more is the answer. When a client has something that they want to accomplish, if they're a partner of ours or a client of ours, we want to help them be able to do that with professional management and leverage. So, we mentioned OwnB, which is helping people participate in the companies buying Bitcoin on their balance sheet, a new ETF. We launched 3 covered call products, IMST for generating income on MicroStrategy and 2 others in that vein. I think the conversation with traditional investors is still to some extent about grokking the space for the first time. So thinking about Bitcoin, thinking about companies in the space, equities. Having said that, for investors who've been in the space for a long time, they're starting to want to do additional things. So we've had a bunch of requests to generate yield on Bitcoin for investors. They have Bitcoin sitting in a custodian. They want us to generate yield for them, and we're starting to do that. So there's so many different things that I could hit on there, but I think the theme is continuing to build bridges so that more investors, institutions, wealth managers feel empowered to access the opportunities of the space. And at the same time, for investors who are further along, keeping pace with the things they want to be doing with their Bitcoin, like generating yield these days, which is a very common topic.
Yeah, and I think Bitcoin, if you take a step back, you've got Bitcoin has a beta of 1. And then you can go into high volatility, high beta Bitcoin strategies, and you can have low volatility, low beta strategies. I mean, that's how we look at sort of a Bitcoin covered call strategy where you could generate income. It could become your own Bitcoin treasury, and you're generating income every single month off of it, and it's sort of your lower vol, and you can go into the higher vol sections should you want. And I think there's just tremendous opportunity and democratization of that. And I think, I'd love to hear from Mike and Justin on what can we see in those types of new products coming out that are sort of tethered to your guys' WBTC?
Yes, totally. So first of all, I think we're gonna see more and more product on chain, right? So we see recently Kraken start to bring stocks on blockchain as well. So I think it's a great idea, because you can trade stocks, and also all the index on blockchain, and also, of course, with crypto exchange. And I think every financial, traditional finance, TradFi product will be bring on blockchain. And also on the same time, we have like Wrap Bitcoin product to bring Bitcoin onto the blockchain as well, right? So basically, I think in the future, Ethereum, Solana, like Tron, those major blockchains, you can have all the product trading in a decentralized way on the blockchain. But of course, I think the arbitrage opportunity and also the yield product will be enormous. So you can earn yield no matter from like stablecoin or Bitcoin or like stocks, anything. You can do it on chain. And also the beauty of doing it on chain, I think, is the transparency. So like everybody can see like if you have the real money, have the real product, and also doing it in a decentralized way. You don't need to trust anybody, right? You don't need to be afraid of, my money got a freeze on chain, right? Like I cannot withdraw something. So it's gonna be fully transparent. We have seen some on-chain futures trading platform doing very successfully. And I think eventually we will see a lot of the product, right? Like getting on the blockchain and be very successful. So I think Wrap Bitcoin is just one of the products to bring Bitcoin onto blockchain, and we will continue to do so.
And Mike, what are you seeing from the institutional side?
Well, I think it's still early. We're actually really lucky that we finally have regulatory that's like enabling us to have these conversations. We were kind of just stuck in the how do you get to use it at all. There's been a lot of interest in the last 12 months around Bitcoin staking. Frankly, I think it's still actually pretty early for these. There's a number that have been, I think there's something like 91 different Bitcoin staking protocols that have come out. in the last 12 or 15 months. Right now, it's still actually pretty early for getting a yield off of them. I think also we haven't really learned how to quantify exactly where the risk is. I think there's a lot of people that are coming and saying, hey, stick with us, and making it sound stronger than it is. But look, we'll get there, and that'll start to be something. On the DeFi side, it's also been difficult to have the conversation about how DeFi fits into institutional investors when you haven't even figured out how Bitcoin fits in for institutional investors. So now that we have that first hurdle done, we got great products, from Hunter and his team, and there's so many stocks on the market that can give you Bitcoin exposure as well. Now that conversation about how does this dovetail into DeFi gets to start happening. I think it's probably still 3 to 5 years before it's very formed. I don't think there's a huge low risk yield anywhere, but people are going to start figuring out what they like.
Awesome, and we've got a limited time left, so I just want to kind of get some final thoughts from the panel. We'll go up and down the river. So we'll start with Hunter, and just what are you seeing? I guess here's the best question we could end with. Where do you think Bitcoin's going to be at the end of the year?
I've never been more optimistic about this space. I mean, everything that you could hope for, and you two have been in the space for a long time, Bitwise has been in the space for 7 years. So many things are going right. Now, the world does not happen in days and weeks. Some things take months, some things take quarters. But if there's one high-level thing I could say to everyone here, we're all part of a community. My gosh, it's happening, and Bitcoin is becoming a mainstream asset, and I think you're going to see it everywhere. So I think higher.
You heard it here first. 1 million.
Look, I think unlocking the U.S. regulatory problem has a massive global effect. So we operate 7 regulated custodians around the planet. I talk to regulators all the time. They were all looking to the U.S. for leadership. At the end of the day, regulators and legislators are just like everybody else, a bit of a school of fish. They don't want to stray too far away. The U.S. has the strongest, best capital markets in the world. That is not changing anytime soon. So they're all looking for the U.S. That's now happened. It's going to take, as Hunter said, it's not days and weeks. It's quarters and years. It's money. It should move a little bit slower than social media and other types of technologies. But the unlock is happening right now, so it's really strong. I guess one word of caution, I don't mean to be negative, but for everybody here, this is the Bitcoin crew. Many of you have been around for a long time. We have to stay diligent, right? Like there still are, I think, real threats to Bitcoin. I'll throw it out. I don't think quantum computing is a problem, 6 months from now, but I get this question every month. So it's become a inhibitor for some to get their heads around Bitcoin, maybe the new FUD. It's our job to go and put these things to bed. Right, let's go fix it. Let's go continue to ratchet up the security, make sure that this thing doesn't have any faults, and it'll make it stronger against any type of legislative or regulatory difficulties which will otherwise be put on top of us.
Yes, I have joined the industry since 2012, and one of the lessons I learned is Bitcoin is always going up, so don't bet against Bitcoin, So I think it's enormous to see, U.S. is coming back, right, with the conference we have today. Like everybody is backing on U.S., building Bitcoin ecosystem. I think we will continue to hit all-time high, So we basically have an all-time high like last week, right? I think the whole industry continue building. We're gonna see the price continue to going up. I have no doubt about that, and I think we just keep building.
Yeah, that's great. And I think one of the things too is I hear a lot out there that people look at global M2, right? And back previously used to money printer go burr, things like that. So looking at global M2 and looking at the 90 to 105 day lag, kind of gives support that there is still monetary easing happening in the marketplace, and Bitcoin could be a great alternative in portfolios. So, I think that's a great way to look at it. And as Hunter said, higher, but it's hard to pick a price. It's hard to value it against certain things. So, but having access and exposure is very important for investors, and we have some of the leading firms here. So I appreciate everyone's time. We'll do one more. I say Naka, you say Moto. Naka. That's right. All right. Thank you, Vegas. We really appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and have a great Bitcoin week.
Thank you so much, gents.
We're here in the deep, and behind me you can see the replica of the new Shepard capsule. This mini spaceship takes humans to space. It's currently taken 58 humans, and currently it's going to take 6 more this weekend. We're going to try and go in and see how comfortable it is to go to space. Honestly, the price is not public yet, but I've heard it takes a couple Bitcoin to go up to space. I don't know. How many Bitcoin would you make to go to space? Do you think Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos would pay to go to space? Woo! This is very, very interesting. It's very warm in here, especially since the deep is really cold. It has over 6 seats, so you can just lay there, enjoy the view from the whole world, literally, because you're going to be in outer space. Bueno, guys, I want to know, how much Bitcoin would you pay to go to space?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We're live at Bitcoin 2025, the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, happening behind us. The price, $109,000. Of course, lots to come here on day one. Industry Day, alive and well and rolling. You're going to hear upcoming from Bo Hines, representatives of Cantor Fitzgerald. You're going to hear from David Sachs and Donald Trump Jr. But to break down all that we're about to see and all that we've seen, we've got special guests here. We've got Aaron Van Wertum, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, and Alexander Lizet, CEO of Blockchain Group, a publicly traded Bitcoin treasury company out of France, currently one of the hottest stocks on the Paris Stock Exchange. So why don't we start there, Alex, with you. The Bitcoin treasury company model, this is a fairly new idea. Michael Saylor, of course, pioneering this years ago, but it was recently caught fire. Last year at this conference at Bitcoin 2024, there was maybe a handful of companies buying Bitcoin, putting it on their balance sheet, and using corporate debt to finance those purchases. Now it's wildfire. There's over 100 companies doing it. What happened?
Well, in the world today, the best performing companies are Bitcoin treasury companies. You can see Strategy over 5 years, 3,000%. Metaplanet over 1 year, 4,000%, even 5,000%. And now you have in Europe, Blockchain Group, already 2,000% in 6 months. We are the #1 performing stock out of all stocks traded in Paris. We have 100x our volumes. And we have the best performance over the last 6 months. And that's due to our focus to Bitcoin. We are Bitcoin maximalists. We fully focus on Bitcoin. We only do Bitcoin per share increase over time. And you have thousands of companies that have Bitcoin on the balance sheet. But overall, you have only 3 companies, in my view, that are fully laser eyes focused on the strategy playbook. Of course, Strategy, Metaplanet, and us.
Aaron, I want to go over you. There are risks and concerns. Some would say a bit of a cultural divide. We've got Alex here in his orange tie. We've got yourself in a polo representing maybe the older culture. Can you talk a little bit about what you might find uncomfortable about these Bitcoin treasury companies?
Well, I mean, there's 2 angles to take. Let me start with the first one. Okay, so these companies have been doing very well. Bitcoin itself has also been doing very well, right? And it has to do with each other. These companies are buying Bitcoin, price goes up, does well for the company. But what if the trend reverses? It's going to reverse at some point, presumably. Like, are we going to see a similar rate of decline as we've seen with previous Bitcoin bubbles? Is it just going to, is your company going to crash even faster than Bitcoin itself?
So there are key risks to take into account for Bitcoin treasury companies. The first one, of course, is the prolonged fall in Bitcoin price that can happen. And of course, as Bitcoin treasury companies represent more Bitcoin and Bitcoin leverage exposure for investors, well, that represents potentially even higher downside in a bear market.
We're going to come back to this debate. We're throwing it now to the main stage. We'll be back with more content for Bitcoin 2025.
The strategic Bitcoin reserve, he's done that. We're well on our way of becoming the Bitcoin superpower of the world. If you look at his first digital assets EO, there were some landmarks in there that are important to consider. You know, we had the 30-day landmark, which required interagency actors to do an internal review or audit of everything they touched in the digital asset space. We had the 60-day landmark, which compelled the same actors to basically provide a list of recommendations, things that they could do independently to help us, you know, welcome in the golden age for digital assets here in the U.S. And then now we're working diligently, as Tyler will describe, on our 180-day report, which will be more like a book to show what is the most robust framework we can possibly have to welcome innovation here in the United States, establish ourselves as that Bitcoin superpower, and really ensure that innovation is happening onshore, not going offshore.
Just to echo what Bo just said, I would say we're back. We were in a pretty dark place a couple years ago, and we're back at reestablishing ourselves as the digital asset and Bitcoin leader in the world. And just as the secretary said the other day, we're going big on digital assets. So Bo wrapped up what we've been working on in terms of the 30 and 60-day landmarks for the first executive order. We have a big report that we're working on that's due in July 22nd. It's really a comprehensive first ever rendition of what the government has produced on what it thinks about digital assets across the government. So it's going to cover everything from tax to market structure to Bitcoin strategic reserve, everything you can think about.
So I think that's absolutely right. You know, we definitely saw the sea change shift in the administration change across, you know, our portfolio of companies that we work with. I would also say, you know, one of the conversations that I often have with you know, people within the Bitcoin community is, you know, for a long time they felt like they had regulatory clarity with respect to Bitcoin, and I think for the most part that is true. But I still think that policy and regulatory clarity for the digital asset space more broadly is very important for the Bitcoin community, as it will help kind of a rising tide lifts all boats. So we'll get into kind of, you know, specific elements of the you know, policy framework right now. Why don't we start with stablecoin legislation? So Bo, it took a lot of debate and compromise to get the Genius Act to where it is today. That is the bill that came out or is coming in the Senate right now. How are you feeling about the status of that bill and its chances of passing?
Well, you know, I'll take just one step back before we go there, because we really look at this in three phases, right? We've had the demolition phase, in which we've removed a lot of the red tape, or as we like to call it, blue tape, over-regulation that existed under the Biden regime, and more or less that lawfare that was created really through policy, through prosecution. We feel like we've done about 80 to 90% of the legwork there with the interagency actors, with phenomenal folks like Tyler over at Treasury, with the banking regulators, and so on. And now we're in the construction phase, right? And we're relying on our colleagues on Capitol Hill, who are doing an absolutely phenomenal job of working to get Genius home. And, you know, Genius is very important for the ecosystem and for Bitcoiners, right? Because, you know, what we're looking at here is updating our archaic payment rails that have existed for quite some time. You know, you look at, you know, technology more generally, you look at the ways in which we communicate, how that's evolved. You know, one thing that hasn't changed is the way in which we move money. And that's something that needs to be fixed. So we're looking at a system that will create much more expeditious transactions with instant settlement times. We're looking at a system that will provide a lot more transparency. And then we're looking at something that will secure US dollar global dominance for decades to come. But with all of that, the reason that Bitcoiners should really care about this, you're talking about a massive injection of capital into the digital assets ecosystem. That is great for Bitcoiners, it's great for Bitcoin, and, you know, we are extremely excited about what's to come as a result of Genius. And, you know, I'd be remiss not to thank Senator Haggerty for his leadership in this space, Tyler, who's worked diligently in this process, Luke Pettit in Senator Haggerty's office has done a fantastic job, and we've done this in a bipartisan way with Senator Gillibrand's office. You know, in the last vote on cloture, I think we had close to 15 Democrats sign on. You know, this is something that's not partisan. This is about revolutionizing our financial system, taking the technologies that come out of the digital asset space, plugging them into traditional systems, and creating an environment that welcomes innovation and establishes the U.S. as not only the global Bitcoin superpower, but the crypto capital of the world.
I think that's a great point.
Can I just jump in real quick on that?
Go
I
ahead.
couldn't agree with more of what Bo said. I would just echo, the last time the Senate has acted on a financial services bill in a bipartisan manner is 2018, and we've seen a drastic shift in the matter of weeks in terms of adoption of stablecoin legislation in the U.S. Senate. That should not be lost upon anyone here. And I think we should just underscore the fact that I've had no less than 15 meetings with other foreign central banks and monetary authorities, and the rest of the world is watching as well. And they're quite impressed by the bipartisan effort that's been going on in the Senate on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we like to joke that I think crypto and Bitcoin might be the most bipartisan issue in D.C. at this point.
Should be. It should be for sure.
So Tyler, back to you. What part does Treasury play in all of this, and what are you hoping comes from stablecoin legislation?
Well, we've played quite an active role in terms of working with Congress, in terms of providing technical assistance. For those who don't know how Treasury is structured, there's sort of three core verticals in main Treasury. There's domestic finance, there's international affairs, and then there's the terrorism and financial intelligence vertical, and then obviously there's some bureaus within Treasury, the IRS and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. So we have lots of vectors of sort of institutional excellence that we can lend upon to provide technical assistance. Moreover, if the bill becomes law, and I hope it does, knock on wood, should it become law, Treasury will play an active role in terms of negotiating reciprocal agreements with other foreign sovereign jurisdictions, working with the bank regulators, working with the states. So we'll have quite an active role. And I think Bo and I were sort of the first rendition of crypto people working in the government. If this becomes law, there'll be sort of a domain expertise because we'll have a lot of work to do to implement the legislation.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I think that the connective tissue, Bo, that you were speaking about between the legacy financial system and Bitcoin, stablecoins, everything like that really will be paved with stablecoin legislation. So it's really a huge step forward.
Well, and the one thing I'll add to that too is this can act as the foundation for what we can build upon in this space. You start talking about tokenized public securities and 24/7 markets and these things that folks have dreamed about for a long time. Updating the payment rails is a necessity in order to get there. And I think that we're well on our way of achieving that. And we'd be remiss also just not to thank our brilliant AI and crypto czar, David Sachs, for his leadership in all of this. His reputation precedes him. He's obviously a brilliant business person, but he's been super involved in just ushering this and being the guiding star to point us in the right direction. So I know you guys are going to hear from him later in the day. That'll be certainly a treat.
All right, so maybe turning to market structure. I think that's the next piece of legislation that's on the horizon. Market structure really deals with kind of, how do you regulate intermediaries within the digital asset space, like exchanges, brokers, dealers, as well as kind of token classification. So how do you tell if a token is regulated like a security or like a commodity? What are the key provisions of that legislation from your perspective, and what steps are needed to make sure that market structure legislation is successful?
Well, look, the industry needs clarity, like any other space. If we want folks to innovate here, they can't be fearful that when they walk into the SEC and pitch something that they're going to be writing their Wells notice before they can get on the elevator. This is a completely different environment in which folks have been operating in over the course of the last decade. Our interagency actors in the working group are begging us to tell industry folks, come in, pitch us new ideas. Let's innovate here onshore. And our message to folks that have gone offshore is welcome home, truly. We want you here in the United States. We want you building here. We want you creating new things. And I can speak on behalf of all of our interagency actors in the working group that are encouraging and fostering this innovation. With market structure, what we're able to do is provide that clear regulatory authority that's necessary for folks to build. That's, what is a security, what is a commodity, where is the line, who has regulatory authority over what you're building. That's extremely important. And then, if you want to pitch something new, we need to have the flexibility to be able to offer insights as to how you do that here and have access to U.S. capital markets. At the end of the day, if you want to be the crypto capital of the world, you need folks innovating here. You need folks IPOing here. We want that innovation staying right here in the United States.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And again, going back to what we were saying earlier, I think Bitcoin has long probably had clarification when it comes to that delineation between a security or commodity, but a lot of the rest of the industry hasn't had that. And that doesn't mean that more clarity for the rest of the industry doesn't also benefit Bitcoin, because again, right, creating a regulatory framework that is going to help push against scams and frauds and everything like that should lift the entire community and the entire digital asset ecosystem.
Maybe I'll jump right in on just add one quick thought on that. I think that Chairman Hill and the Financial Services Committee has done an excellent job in his leadership in pushing for market structure legislation. I would say, as we think about what market structure legislation should look like, pardon? As we think about what market structure legislation should look like, we should remember sort of the core innovations of Bitcoin, the core innovations of decentralized finance, because we do have different elements. So if you think about traditional market structure, it's typically relied on sort of this principal to agent relationship. And what we have is a different innovation, different technological innovation, where we're moving and we should be more accepting of sort of this principal to principal relationship that is different, it's unique, and it has different challenges and different opportunities. So we're actively working, as Bo said, on an interagency process, trying to formulate the best ideas for that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So Tyler, maybe back to you. How do you think that market structure, legislation could accelerate Bitcoin adoption? I know that one of the things that will be covered there is kind of regulating on-ramps and off-ramps. Again, creating more connective tissue with the legacy financial system, the banking system, which could stand to benefit Bitcoin adoption. What do you think about that?
Well, I kind of think it's a rising tide lifts all boats. And a couple years ago, the industry had spent so much time and energy advocating for the ETP marketplace in the U.S. And what we saw is very quickly afterwards, there was a institutional adoption that happened for Bitcoin. And I think it will be the same thing in the United States if we have market structure legislation and if we have stablecoin legislation, a sound regulatory regime that invites the industry to create and innovate in the United States is what we want, and that's what our job is.
Yeah, totally agree. So Bo, maybe to you, I think Tyler mentioned this a little bit. I think one of the defining principles of Bitcoin, right, is the fact that it created this decentralized blockchain and a digital asset that is associated with it, and that threshold of decentralization, the question of these systems operating without human control is a really kind of key linchpin of market structure legislation. Trying to basically set a goal for other digital assets and ecosystems to operate in the way that Bitcoin does. What do you think about the importance of kind of decentralization control and how it plays a role in the market structure legislation?
Well, it's immensely important, and this is the line that folks have been trying to draw for quite some time in the space, right? I mean, Bitcoin is truly the golden standard, and that's why we say Bitcoin is digital gold. We make no bones about that, and I've said repeatedly, as the United States, we want as much of it as we can possibly get. That's why we created the SPR in the way that we've done. We recognized it for being unique. Obviously, it's a commodity, not a security. Has intrinsic stored value. As David likes to say, it has the immaculate conception, right? This is an asset that we should be harnessing on behalf of the American people, and we're working diligently as a working group to figure out those budget-neutral ways in which we can accumulate more. And I always tell journalists that ask me all the time, how much do you want? Again, I'll say repeatedly here today, that's a very silly question. We want as much as we can possibly get, and I'll say it ad nauseum the rest of the time that I'm here. But I think that we showed that we recognized that for being unique in the way that we set up the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, we have the Digital Assets National Stockpile, which is different. And in this SPR, we said two things. One, we want to accumulate more, and two, we're not going to sell any Bitcoin that we possibly have in U.S. government, period.
So turning back to the bipartisanship discussion, I mean, obviously, I do think that the crypto is one of the most bipartisan issues in DC at the moment, but obviously it is not totally bipartisan, and there are some voices on both sides of the aisle that seek to try and make it a little bit more partisan. How do you all view that? How do you view the challenge in navigating the partisanship that might exist in certain pockets? And do you think it's a good goal to try and keep things bipartisan?
Well, it is a commodity in Washington, bipartisanship, so I don't think we should overlook that. I think if you want durable law, you have to have it. And we've seen, 16 and 18 senators on the Democratic side that supported the Genius Act on the cloture votes last week. So, that shouldn't be scoffed at by any stretch. That's quite a big bipartisan vote, and I expect that will only increase. And I think part of it is a little bit of momentum. You have to put a win on the scoreboard and move forward. And a lot of it is still an education phase. So as people learn more, as congressional members and senators learn more about stablecoins and learn more about programmable money on the internet, the more they get interested in Bitcoin, the more they get interested in other digital assets. So I think it's a little bit of an inertia. You have to, push the stone and see how far you can let it roll.
I think Tyler mentioned something that's extremely important here. In terms of garnering partisan support, or bipartisan support, excuse me, it's more or less an education process. And that's one thing that we've run into repeatedly, is a lot of these legislators still don't understand the space. They're not living it and breathing it every day like many of us are. And so I think that when they start to recognize, one, the power of Bitcoin, the power of this blockchain, moreover, the power of what's being built in other ecosystems, maybe not at the same decentralization standard, but there's still good technology coming out of other places in the space. It helps them understand how important this is for the American people, how important it is for us to lead the charge globally in harnessing this technology, plugging it into our current ecosystems, and really revolutionizing our financial system for decades to come. And as we start having these conversations more and more, you start seeing more of our Democratic colleagues come on. And I'll say again, this should be the least partisan effort that possibly exists in this Congress. I think that folks are recognizing that. It makes me extremely optimistic about what's to come, not only with Genius and stablecoin legislation, but with market structure moreover. And then enshrining the SBR into law is going to be next.
Amazing. Bo, maybe asking you a little bit about President Trump. We will hear from Vice President J.D. Vance tomorrow. But what do you hear from President Trump about crypto and about Bitcoin? We've seen him speak at crypto events before. Can you give us an inside scoop on what he thinks and cares about most?
Well, he certainly recognizes how important it is for the United States to lead the globe in terms of, one, being the Bitcoin superpower, and two, being the crypto capital of the world. I mean, he's said that repeatedly. The president cares deeply about this space. He's made it a priority from the very beginning. He signed an executive order on digital assets on day 3. He created the Digital Assets Working Group, in which he's created a streamlined process for us to innovate, for us to put out fires, for us to allow us to foster an environment that leads to innovation here and welcome back those folks that have left our shores. He established the first AI and crypto czar. He established the first position in the White House on the Crypto Council and the executive director, which is myself. Tyler's the counselor now to the Treasury Secretary on digital assets. I mean, he is showing real force and real momentum here, and he's absolutely serious about delivering on his promises. I think that we've done a lot of that thus far. These legislative priorities will act as the backstop, and we'll clean the rest up through interagency activity. But we can't thank the president enough for his leadership. Without him, we would not be here today. This environment would not be what it is today, and Bitcoin would not be having the success that it is right now without his leadership. So we're immensely thankful for him.
That's great. Tyler, maybe just to ask you the same question with respect to Secretary Bessent. I know that he's been speaking a lot about digital assets recently. What is your views about his inside views about the industry?
Yeah, I mean, as he said yesterday on TV, we're going big on digital assets. And I think, moreover, if you look at his career, he's been a macro investor, macro thinker his entire career. And I think, as he thinks about how we've lost track in the United States of leadership on innovation, leadership on Bitcoin, leadership in digital assets, it's a strategic error. And so now we're in the process of re-underwriting that and bringing it back on shore. So I think that's sort of his worldview about it.
Yeah, that's great. So I know that both of you have now been in DC working on with the industry for several months. I know that it's been a whirlwind. You've been meeting with tons of different entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, investors, all sorts of industry actors. What concerns are you hearing from the Bitcoin community and the industry more broadly about what they're looking for from a regulatory perspective and policy-wise? I know, Bo, when you started kind of saying that first was kind of deconstructing all of the damage that had been done over the course of the last 4 years. But what are you hearing from the community more broadly?
Look, I kind of view my role in the White House as almost being an administrator and/or Sherpa between White House policy, industry, interagency activity, and what's happening on Capitol Hill. So this, the president's given us broad authority to solicit feedback from industry players. I've probably had no less than 250 meetings with different industry folks over the course of the last 5 months. Both big and small, Goliaths in the space to startups. We want to hear from everyone. What challenges are they dealing with? what can we do to foster a better environment for them to build here? What can we do for Bitcoiners? What can we do for this environment? And I think that right now there's just a lot of optimism and hope that wasn't there a year ago. And that's a very exciting thing. We want to continue to foster that, continue to innovate. I think with crypto, we have very clear objectives of what we need to accomplish. We need to protect self-custody as one, protect the rights of privacy to people. We need to make sure that we're creating an environment which people have that clear regulatory authority so that they can innovate. And we need to create a backstop that's lasting. And we do that on Capitol Hill through legislation. So I'm immensely confident we're going to deliver on the president's priorities before August recess. We're going to have the most robust and clear regulatory environment that exists in the world as it pertains to digital assets. And you'll certainly see the United States stepping out as the Bitcoin superpower of the world.
Amazing. Tyler, how about you?
I think I've done just as many meetings as Bo, if not slightly less maybe. But I would say, at Treasury we have an open door policy, so we hear all sorts of commentary. We've spent a lot of time working on illicit finance matters. We spent a lot of time working on tax policy issues that affect Bitcoin miners and affect different participants in the ecosystem. We spent a lot of time thinking about how do we onshore activities and entities that have been pushed offshore over the years. So, everything from banking to market structure, the whole 9 yards, we think about it and we're trying to get smart on it because we ultimately have to write on it and put it in this report that I mentioned earlier. So I would say to the audience, the message is if you're in Washington and want to come see us, it's an open door invitation.
All right, that's great. So now that we've kind of heard what you guys are doing, I guess the question becomes, what should we do? What should the larger, broader community do to help kind of with these efforts and move things forward?
Well, tell your legislators why this is so important for you. I mean, that makes our job a lot easier as we go through this legislative process and we try to mend the gap between, just the education gap that exists in terms of helping folks understand why this is so important in the United States. I think that these legislators hearing from their constituents, hearing from industry is extremely important and powerful. And we saw that with the Genius Act. This was the first time that all of industry came together to support a piece of legislation, and we were able to push it home and do it in a bipartisan way. So we need to keep that momentum forward going into market structure, and we need to keep that momentum forward into enshrining the SBR through congressional activity, and we'll be in a great place.
Yeah, I would echo that. Just help us keep the momentum going.
All right, well, with that, I think we're at time. I think for everyone here, I hope that this conversation gave you a sense of why, there's reason for optimism. I like to tell people that I'm more optimistic now about, the chances of getting, successful policy and regulatory clarity in place than I've ever been in my time in this space, and this is part of the reason why. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
God bless you all.
Thank you guys so much for an incredible fireside chat.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We're live at Bitcoin 2025. You just heard from Bo Hines, White House Digital Asset Advisor, and Tyler Williams of the Department of Treasury talking about the United States' embrace of Bitcoin and digital assets. You're about to hear Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood. Before that, we've got a packed panel here to continue the discussion before the break about Bitcoin Treasury companies. The hottest topic and trend in the industry. We've got Alexander Lise, CEO of Blockchain Group. They're trying to raise enough money to buy 1,000 Bitcoin. And we've got Nico Lechuga, founding partner at Ego Death Capital, here to bring a VC perspective to the conversation. So let's bring you in, Nico. Bitcoin treasury companies have really kind of come out of seemingly nowhere. Michael Saylor pioneering this strategy 4 years ago has been essentially buying Bitcoin by any means necessary, but this was an overlooked space for a long time. There weren't copycats. Now we're seeing a wave turn into a tsunami. What are you seeing in the market?
I think one of the really interesting things that we're seeing is there's a global game theory that's being played out. So it's being played out on the sovereign level. It's being played out with private companies. I think what we've had in the thesis in the private market was that we were interested in investing in companies that when they cash flow, they would cash flow Bitcoin. But what we're starting to see within the marketplace, and the hottest topic that you hit on right now, is other businesses that are keeping their treasury in Bitcoin, or other holdcos that are just going out and buying an incredible amount of Bitcoin and using the public markets to aggregate this finite asset. I think it's fundamentally interesting. I think to see the different strategies at play from here, we have an entirely new chessboard of different individuals that are playing at it. I'm really interested to see how it unfolds across different market conditions, as everybody seems to have their own unique playbook right now.
Right, I wanted to stick with you for a second just to talk about the companies that you're seeing. When you think about Ego Death Capital and the kind of startups we used to see funded in Bitcoin, maybe it was a Bitcoin Lightning startups, wallets, exchanges. These were for-profit businesses selling Bitcoin products and services. Now we're seeing companies almost capitalize first and then try to figure out the product later. What's your view on that?
So yeah, you do have certain companies that are saying like, hey, we're going to go out and raise an incredible amount of money and we're going to figure out the product. And these, I would think these would be your treasury companies. Really, like if we look at the SPAC model, if I'm going to raise a lot of money, I'm going to take this vehicle public and then I'm going to find some type of public company to de-SPAC into. This is more in the treasury focus from here. I think what we fundamentally invest in the private markets is that business that has a product or service that does have a future cash flow that will be Bitcoin. I think what we're seeing is those things are starting to come together. And there's going to be a whole host of new companies that you can invest in.
Alex, I want to go over to you. Obviously, starting the company last year, seen tremendous success. Are there advice, is there risks, concerns that you would have about companies entering now or potentially even later? Let's just say the United States does buy Bitcoin, start buying Bitcoin under the Bitcoin Act, buying 1 million Bitcoin. What kind of risks exist for Bitcoin treasury companies under that environment?
Well, the first risk for companies that are adopting Bitcoin is to not focus solely on Bitcoin. You need to focus on Bitcoin. The second risk is to not allocate all of your long-term capital to Bitcoin. And the third risk is literally to not focus on increasing Bitcoin per share over time. And that's the risk that you will have every day, because if you are not adopting Bitcoin, you are going to the ground as a stable coin. And then on the medium to long term, the risk is that you don't want to be playing with the Bitcoin. We get solicited every day by different companies that want us to play with the Bitcoin. They want us to do stacking. They want us to do thousands of things. And our answer is simple. It's no. And why? Because my time is much best time spent by raising capital, as much capital as possible, as fast as possible, and to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible on the balance sheet with the lowest risk possible. And
this is, I think, what some Bitcoiners, maybe Aaron was here earlier talking about, the risk of just taking on debt to buy Bitcoin. You don't see that as a risk.
So traditionally, if you take convertible debt with fiat, well, you are limited to 20 to 30% of the value of your Bitcoin stack. And that's what strategy has done. But still, with this, your risk is very limited because you are on a 5-year horizon. And so the risk you take is the fall of Bitcoin over a very prolonged time. So if you don't believe in Bitcoin, you don't buy Bitcoin treasury companies. But then what we did is we stripped away even this risk. We stripped it away by doing BTC-denominated convertible bonds out of Luxembourg with a specific SPV. And so the risk is completely segregated from the group. And it's actually less risky for the company and less risky for the investor. And that way, we have been able to generate 800 plus BTC yield year to date.
You're about to hear from Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood. The guests and speakers keep coming. Stay tuned here on YouTube, Rumble, and X.
Tenev, the co-founder and CEO of Robinhood. He's at his first Bitcoin conference. Can we give him a round of applause? The first one ever.
I know. We've had our team obviously here before, but I thought I would check out what all the fuss is about, you know?
Yeah, this is my second year, so pretty cool to see everybody back. And it's obviously, I think it just gets bigger every year, to be perfectly honest, as crypto gets bigger every year. And I want to start with that. Our panel topic is obviously tokenization, but I'd like to get your take on sort of the macro view of how do you see Bitcoin from an institutional and, more importantly, a retail adoption perspective. How is it now in 2025, and what are the barriers? How far do we have to go to see even more adoption?
Yeah, these are great questions. Bitcoin's been around for a while now, and I'd say even in the previous administration, there was sort of like more widespread acceptance of Bitcoin itself as an asset. You imagine, 10 years ago, it was a very different story. Like mobile apps that offered access to Bitcoin were not even allowed on the App Store for a time period. So we made a ton of progress. And yeah, relatively recently it shifted, I'd say, in Washington from Bitcoin not really being questioned anymore. And now what I'm most interested in is there's sort of two different ways that you could look at cryptocurrency in general. One is as a tradable asset that you can buy, sell, or hold, much like a stock. The other is as an underlying technology. And I think the next step that we're right on the cusp of is how can we actually get securities on blockchains? How can we actually get this crypto technology to update and kind of disrupt the traditional financial system?
You're seeing a lot of interest from your retail customers in crypto specifically. I think you had some really good numbers in your earnings recently that suggested crypto trading was up something like 100%, I believe. And that just seems to signal that people are using Robinhood for crypto. They're not just using the crypto native trading outfits.
Yeah, we've become one of the largest retail crypto platforms. We've been growing market share, and we're actually relatively early to offering Bitcoin and other cryptos, particularly when you lump us in with the traditional financial players and brokerages. When we offered crypto in 2018, traditional financial companies were staying as far away from it as possible. Right. And I think that led to a lot of retail adoption. I think the last numbers that we announced, over 10 million people, retail investors, Americans, hold cryptocurrencies in their Robinhood accounts, and they believe in it. I mean, our customers, obviously they see it as an opportunity to generate wealth, but also as an opportunity to buy into the future of the financial system. Mm-hmm. And in that way, it's kind of similar to an investment in electric vehicles or artificial intelligence or all these other frontier technologies, because as a young person, investing is as much about making money as it is about sharing a point of view and a prediction and an opinion for what's going to drive technology and society in the future.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of driving technology and society, let's talk about tokenization. I feel like tokenization has become the buzzword for this cycle, maybe similar to how meme coins and NFTs were a previous cycle. Do you see the hype around tokenization as justified, or is it merely hype?
Yeah, I mean, I personally believe that it's very justified. I think I've been one of the people that have been talking about it. And I think there's a huge potential in the same way that stablecoins and stablecoin clarity driving US dollar dominance, particularly abroad, tokenization of securities could drive continued dominance of US companies. So that's going to be good for the companies themselves because it'll plug them into a global market of liquidity. And that could be useful for trading, but also for raising private capital, primary capital. It's also good for people outside the US because they could be plugged into the most innovative and attractive assets. It could be easier for those folks to build wealth over time. So I think those are the international benefits of it. Even in the US, it could be very, very helpful. The idea that you can self-custody a stock or a security is incredibly powerful because if you've tried to move your stocks from one broker to another, it takes multiple days. Sometimes you have to go into a physical branch office. You have to talk on the phone to someone. So people just don't do it. Your stocks are very much locked into a particular broker. And I think it's a risk management issue. If something happens to that broker and you're unable to get into and out of positions, I think that's a big problem. And that's just one of the things that tokenization could help address, which I think eventually, when everyone kind of sees the benefits of this technology, it'll go from being a possibility to actually being inevitable.
So Kraken obviously just announced that they are planning to tokenize stocks for investors outside of the United States. There was a report that Robinhood is looking to do the same for European investors. Can you confirm or deny that that is in fact the case? And if so, kind of how are you planning on going about that? When can we expect an announcement?
Yeah, I usually don't like to announce products before they're live. So obviously, if there were to be a product, you guys all would be the first to hear about it, the small group of people. And I would say in general, there's been a lot of people talking about tokenization and throwing the buzzword around. And I'm generally not a huge fan of that. Like, I prefer to create products that people can use. And so I think it's right now is about the time where we have to move from talking about it to actually putting product into people's hands. So I'm excited to see what Kraken puts out. Obviously, thus far, it's just been a press release and kind of an intention to launch. But you know, I like that team. You know, we collaborate on several things. So more new technology transforming traditional financial services, I think, is going to be better for all of us.
Are you waiting on more regulatory clarity for launching maybe a tokenization product in the US? I feel like I actually did have a conversation with another exchange. I said, you know, Kraken announced this, what about you guys? And they said, well, we really want to wait until we can offer these products to US investors. And, you know, I feel like that is obviously something that a lot of crypto companies have been waiting to do because of this regulatory climate change. You know, is that something that Robinhood is maybe using as a green light? It's more regulatory clarity, and does that come from Congress or does that come from the SEC?
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this question. I think the first thing is that in the US, we already have it pretty good. I mean, you can download Robinhood. It's fairly easy to set up an account. You get access to thousands of securities. It's highly regulated. The user experience is pretty good. We have over 1,000 securities that trade 24/5. And of course, we'd love that to be 24/7, which tokenization would make a little bit easier. But we already have it pretty good relative to the rest of the world, where in most places they don't have functional banking systems. You can't easily invest in US stocks. So there's that. There are benefits, of course, to tokenization. But I think the delta between what we have in the US and tokenization is largely going to be a back-end efficiency improvement. That said, we do believe that it should happen, and there's a lot of interest in making it happen, both from industry and from the regulators. So I think that the SEC has the authority to enable tokenization of securities on an exemptive basis, so without congressional action. And that's something we're working with them to figure out. Johan, who's our crypto GM, participated in the SEC Crypto Task Force Roundtable on tokenization just a couple weeks ago. Obviously, the White House has had the Crypto Summit, and I think there's excitement from the administration and from the SEC to figure this out and to be among the first to do it. And I think it'll unlock a lot of things. But yeah, I think it can be done in the US as well without necessarily having Congress act.
Yeah, you guys met with the task force, I believe it was back in February, and tokenization was a point that came up in that meeting as well. So you would say the SEC is taking this issue pretty seriously.
Yeah, and I think that just the equivalence, saying that if a security or a stock trades on a blockchain, it can be treated as a security, just like one that goes through the DTCC and central clearing, and it's not treated as some sort of derivative. I think that would be great progress. Another thing that I think would be massively transformative in the US is tokenization of private companies. So I think public stock is one thing. Private companies are just inaccessible to retail today. And part of it is the net worth and income requirements, which basically shut out all but the top 20% of individuals. So we live in a strange world where SpaceX and OpenAI are deemed too risky for retail investors, but meme coins are okay. Right. And obviously, I'm a fan of meme coins. I think people should be able to do what they want with their money, but the juxtaposition of being able to invest as much as you want in a meme coin while SpaceX and OpenAI are just inaccessible just doesn't make sense. So that's one thing we're pushing towards, more clarity for how retail can invest in private companies. And if we tokenize those private companies, you solve a lot of other problems, like access to liquidity, having the ability to trade in and out of them, and access to a global market of hundreds of millions of people that have Bitcoin and crypto wallets already. So I think we already have the technology. Now with some regulatory clarity and a rethink of the accreditation laws, you can find companies like OpenAI and SpaceX and potentially thousands of others trading just like stocks. And I think that would actually be an enormous unlock. It could lead to significant increase in capital formation, new startups, and GDP growth that's broadly shared with everyone. I mean, back in the 80s, you used to be able to buy a public company like Microsoft or Apple at a pretty small valuation and get a huge increase in the public markets. Now those opportunities are tough to come by. You know, companies are going public at valuations of tens or hundreds of billions. They're staying private longer. And so the profits, the appreciation is accruing to a smaller and smaller group of wealthy insiders.
Would you say there's more upside to investing in a private company than a public company, if that were to be a possibility?
I mean, I think the upside is definitely greater where the risk is greater. So for sure, there's also higher risk, and there's a legitimate investor protection disclosure argument that can be made. But I actually think there's solutions to all of those. We can open up access and make sure that investors are informed and they know exactly what they're buying and selling, and that's where kind of sensible regulation can help take us.
Is Main Street ready for tokenization? You say the average retail investor understands tokenization, and if not, what would be your maybe elevator pitch to someone? Why should I want tokenization?
I think that the best products, and people have been saying this for a long time, by the way, the best products should actually abstract the underlying technology so that you only need to interact with it when you absolutely need to. So I think what that means is when you have something that's powered by crypto technology, you can buy or sell it through your Robinhood app or your non-custodial wallet in much the same way that you buy or sell a stock or a future or an option. Like, the interface is very, very familiar. And you only really need to interact with the blockchain when you're actually sending it across crypto rails. And of course, there's a lot of details with how you handle decentralized exchanges and self-custody. But just in the past 3 years, I think there have been tremendous user experience improvements. So I no longer think that product complexity is a huge barrier. I think a lot of people, including folks in this room, have done a lot of great work in making simpler interfaces.
There's a saying called tokenize everything, or we should be able to tokenize everything. And a big proponent of that is actually BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. surprising. Maybe 5 years ago, you would have thought he would never have said something like that. But in his annual shareholder letter, he said, we can tokenize every stock, every bond. I want to get your take on that. Should we be tokenizing everything, or should we just be tokenizing highly liquid assets, or can it literally be anything we want? Practically.
Tokenizing everything is tricky. Now, can I think of anything that I wouldn't have tokenized? I think if it's legal, if it's a security, if it's a commodity, if it's some sort of collectible, and generally we want to allow retail investors and institutional, but we're mostly talking about retail, there's a huge benefit to it. And we should have an open, competitive market where people can try as long as it's legal. And if there's a market for it, if people want it, why not?
What would be the most surprising tokenized asset maybe Robinhood would offer in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So if I think about what the technology trends over the next 10 years that'll likely shape society will be, there's obviously crypto. There's also AI, right? And one of the things that AI is making possible is more and more value being created with fewer resources. So I think you'll start to see more single-person companies. Right now, it's very hard for a single person to run a company and to scale it to a valuation of billions of dollars. I mean, there's smaller companies for sure, but as AI models get better, you can imagine entire teams, functions that you would have had teams do being replaced by AIs. And so I think you'll have more single-person companies. Okay. And you have to imagine that they'll be tokenized and they'll trade on blockchains just like other assets. And so you'll be able to essentially invest in a person or the economic activities of a project that is run by a single person.
Or like a personal brand?
Yeah.
So those are very important these days.
Very important.
As someone like me would know.
I mean, I guess Bitcoin, in a sense, is that, right?
Yeah.
It's the personal brand of Satoshi Nakamoto backed by technology.
Yes.
So
we are out of time.
Maybe it's not a new idea, but I think it's very powerful.
Amazing. I don't know where that 20 minutes went, but thank you for everybody listening in, and thank you, Vlad.
Thank you.
Satoshi released Bitcoin. The world was forever changed. No one realized it.
This is the once-in-a-century opportunity.
And this is just the beginning.
Bitcoin is like digital gold.
So I view Bitcoin in line with the next evolution of humans engineering a better world.
I think the story of the past few years is Bitcoin going from a niche interest into a respectable global macro asset.
Bitcoin Policy Institute has become a thought leader.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. Vibes are high, the Bitcoin price is high, things are good. I'm Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined to my left by Iago, founder of Sovereign and Bitcoin OS, Joe Consorti, head of growth at Thea and Horizon, as well as Herman Vivier, founder of Bitcoin Akazi, a circular Bitcoin economy based in South Africa. I'm going to start over here to my left, Iago. Please tell us a little bit about what you're doing in the space and also what you're looking forward to here at the conference.
Look, I mean, for the last 14 years of me being involved with Bitcoin, what excited me about it was the fact that you can have complete ownership and utilize your assets without having to go through any centralized intermediary. And the problem with Bitcoin today is that that promise doesn't truly exist. Most people have to go through some kind of centralized entity in order to use their BTC, even if it's something as simple as spending it or selling it, and certainly if they want to do anything more complex with it. a year ago here at this conference in Nashville, we demonstrated for the first time ever the ability to verify a new kind of cryptography, zero-knowledge proofs, in block 853626. For the first time ever, Bitcoin woke up and had eyes and a brain to understand zero-knowledge proofs. And now, this year, what we're demonstrating is using that to create general-purpose computation on Bitcoin. So we can now issue any assets on Bitcoin. We can turn Bitcoin into a programmable asset and truly scale Bitcoin. And so, this is, for me and a lot of sort of the devs who have been working on this for the last 14 years on Bitcoin, what we're doing now is we're building Bitcoin OS, which is an operating system for the internet, an operating system for property rights, which runs on Bitcoin.
Understood. Appreciate that perspective. Best of luck with what you got going on. Joe, what do you got going on, and what are you looking forward to here?
Absolutely. So the Bitcoin conference is always fantastic. I mean, I've been here through the years, Miami a few times. We went to Abu Dhabi, and now seeing the amount of people here in Las Vegas is truly mind-boggling, particularly with what's happened over the last year, 2 years, with these ETFs and the institutionalization of Bitcoin. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We're working on tools for that at Theia. We're a self-custodial Bitcoin platform. Right now we just launched a brand new product, Theia for Business, that allows businesses to assemble self-custodial Bitcoin treasury vaults. Anyone from an SMB to an enterprise that wants to get on a Bitcoin treasury, they can start it. And they can start it with Theia very simply. And over at Horizon, we've just built a product that allows people to diversify their home equity into Bitcoin with no monthly payments, which is an extremely cool tool, particularly given how people feel locked into their low mortgage rates. And there's $35 trillion worth of home equity in the United States. I see Jesse Myers over there. He's one of the best at kind of doing charting and showing how much untapped capital there is in the world. $35 trillion of home equity in the United States, and we're looking to solve that and bring that over to Bitcoin with Horizon. So that's what we're working on, and I'm extremely excited to continue to see the panelists. JD Vance is going to be here, which is amazing. We saw Trump last year. We're going to see the vice president now, and I couldn't be more excited for it.
Awesome. We're happy to have you here, Joe. Herman, over to you. If you could quickly give us an overview of what you're doing in South Africa, and if you don't mind, we do have to cut back to the stage in about a minute, so maybe a brief overview, and then again, what you're excited to see here at the conference.
We're getting people to spend sats. That's what we're doing.
I like that.
And I'm looking forward to convincing more people to do that.
Tell us a little bit more if you don't mind. So how does it work, a Bitcoin circular economy?
We've got a team of people who run a community charity project, and we pay all their salaries in Bitcoin. And they onboard the local stores to go and spend it as Bitcoin without converting to fiat. It's basically an imitation of what Bitcoin Beach did in El Salvador.
And it's attached also to a nonprofit, right? You do work with the community. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
We get kids from a local community to come down to the beach and learn surfing as a way to try and teach them something positive. And it's their coaches who earn their salaries in Bitcoin.
You run your own conference, Adopting Bitcoin, which I attended in January. It's a little bit different than this. So its scale is a little bit, different, a little bit smaller. But what is it like to be here to see something like this? Is this your first time at the Bitcoin conference?
It's my first time here. It's my first time in Las Vegas. And our conference is a meetup compared to the scope of this thing.
Okay.
But it's great to be here, and it's interesting to see how well run it is. It's inspirational.
Appreciate that. What you're looking forward to? You're telling me off camera, you two were thinking of it'd be interesting to see JD Vance speak tomorrow. Any other thoughts? Anything else you're interested in seeing?
I'm looking forward to that. That's just a very interesting occurrence to see a vice president on stage.
It's good. It will be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to cut back to the Nakamoto stage. You're here at Bitcoin 2025. As I said, vibes are high. Thank you to the guests for joining. We'll be right back after this segment.
And what we would do is, typical investment bank, we're like, well, obviously we can do this for you. So we created a bundle. So a bundle of like stocks, options, think complicated sort of bunch of stuff put up together. Oh yeah, closer. And we would sell those things. But then there were three problems. One, there were proxies. They weren't exactly what people were looking for. And the most common thing is, and I sold these when I was at Goldman, people wanted to get exposure to Trump. And what we sold is very exactly, well, the thing to do is you should short the S&P for the period around the election. So people bought that. They were right about Trump winning, but they lost money. S&P actually rallied. Number two, it was inaccessible. So like if you're not rich enough to go to a bank to basically buy a product like that, you cannot get exposure to it. And so that felt very unusual to me. It's like Brexit doesn't impact only the rich or banks. They impact anyone. It impacts anyone, same with the election. So this idea of like, well, what if we just build a financial market where you can trade these things? the actual thing that people care about, that people relate to, instead of going indirect. And that was a genesis.
So last year, you won the landmark case against the CFTC. Not many companies sue their primary regulator, and even fewer end up winning. Can you tell us that story and what was actually involved in that?
So I'll give a little bit of a headline answer, and then I'll sort of go into the detail. The headline answer is we as founders, especially my co-founder Luana, were incredibly stubborn about this business and being right about it, being right about the importance of it existing. And so that was sort of like led to all the decisions that we ended up making. But what happened is we first spent 3.5 years creating the regulatory framework for this thing to exist. And it's very similar to crypto. Like, crypto has had to fight for its right to exist for a while. Prediction markets sort of are going and have gone through a very similar sort of journey, except that in some ways we're alone. We're sort of fighting that fight alone. And so first we got that. We got legalized the prediction market. Then the prior administration blocked the election market. They said, it has dangers of, sort of manipulating the outcome and ruining democracy. And so that was sort of what a lot of critics said. And so the CFTC blocked it, so we decided to sue them. And this is very important because we sued at a time where it wasn't very in vogue to sue your regulator. It was actually, now everybody wants to sue the regulator, now it's like fun. But at the time it was really kind of dangerous thing to do, because if you sue your own regulator, what happens, and it did happen, you kind of start, it's this sort of death by 1,000 paper cuts. They sort of like, they're the government. They can sort of like, attack you personally, attack the company, and all of that happened. But the reason we did it was like, one, we believe these products should actually exist. I think having more truth about who's going to win an election is something that's super important. Polls have been sort of failing us. We don't know who to listen to. Obviously, if you go to CNN, Fox, you get two different stories. And number two, which is the other really important thing, is we were right on the law. We genuinely believe we were right on the law. And so we ended up suing. It was super painful, and we were lucky enough to win last year.
So when Don Jr. announced that he was joining the company as an advisor, one thing he said was that his family and him were watching Kalshi on the night of the election, and that you were way more accurate than the polling. So if I'm a pollster, should I be polishing my LinkedIn profile?
I don't think so. It's a good question. I hope not. And the reason is it's like any financial, it's a bit saying the existence of a stock market doesn't mean that sort of analysts, like stock analysts, should not exist, right? You still need them. Some of them, sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right. And I think it's a sort of similar dynamic here. The markets sort of learn from the polls, and they learn from a lot of other data points and a lot of other things going on in the wild. And I hope that over time, actually, the markets push the polls to get better, right? And now, because there is an alternative to polls, it's competition. Maybe polls are going to sort of figure out how to get less biased, figure out how to kind of do their sampling better, and so on and so forth. So my expectation for the coming years is that you're going to see this sort of entire ecosystem of data being built around, because now people can make money out of it. So people, when they make money, this is the beauty of markets. You're giving an incentive for people to seek truth. Actually, I see more people getting into that industry because they can sort of monetize that in more effective ways. So yeah.
Interesting. One way to view prediction markets is that they've kind of existed in some forms for a long time in specific verticals. For example, the price of grain in 60 days, that's a market that has existed for maybe over 100 years. Who's going to win the NBA Finals? Sports betting has become a thing that's legalized in certain places. And we always knew there was demand for election markets. It just wasn't legal until you made it legal. I'm curious, is one part of what you're doing now a kind of breadth-first search for prediction markets that actually work? And beyond those, and what do you think they will be?
This is a great question. So let me answer it in two folds. Something's changed. I think we should acknowledge that first something's changed, which is, I think now there's there's the ability for these markets to sort of actually exist. And they're regulated now, they're legal. And that takes you from a position where you cannot recruit talent, you cannot fundraise, you cannot actually, invest and pour resources into making this thing happen, to a place where you can. Wow, so much louder. And so I think that now that I think there's a clear legality around these markets, I think it feels like we have now the opportunity to actually figure out the things that people want to do, and so on and so forth. In terms of what markets will work and so on, I think the sort of second key problem is liquidity. So historically, the examples that you mentioned, like grain futures, is like, well, you build liquidity in those markets, and that market exists forever. It's static in nature. You have liquidity, and people can trade it whenever they want. Prediction markets are more dynamic, right? Like what's exciting this week is not what's exciting in 2 weeks. It's very news-driven. It's like, will TikTok get banned? Will the CEO of Boeing get fired? Like these questions, no one, you know, people talk about them for a week or two, and then they stop. And so you have to build a sort of technology and infrastructure that enables building liquidity dynamically, where you can bring different counterparties together, meet in a marketplace to trade these in a much more dynamic way than, you know, how grain futures were traded. And I think we've made a lot of progress in that, and we have partners and we have organic liquidity in that regard. Now I think it's really about actually, there is a lot of breadth first search. So like try a bunch of stuff, see what sticks, and sometimes it's very unusual. Like one of our most popular prediction markets is, what will Trump say in any given speech? People love doing that, and you know, we're doing something like tens of millions on any given sort of like specific market on Trump saying something, and that I could have not predicted that. I could not have predicted that with strategy. But two is, I think, this news-driven nature. So figure out what is top of people's mind, and that's sort of changing on, you know, used to change every month, now every week, maybe every day, and then create markets for those things.
Are there any markets you wish existed but are kind of frustrated that they don't work yet?
That they don't work or they don't exist?
That you haven't been able to build sufficient liquidity for them.
You know, I think economic markets have been surprisingly not that popular, especially when you compare it to some of the other stuff. But I feel like I wish the economic markets were sort of more deeply liquid, because they're important, like forecasting where the economy is going to go, and you know, different scenarios and so on and so forth. But for some reason, they're not. Like even when you compare it to something like.
Do you think that's because speculators or investors can meet that demand through the bond market or other, you know, interest rate swaps or kind of other financial instruments?
Not really, because the reason why I don't think that's it, and I think there's residual sort of like, there's more to be done in this, is like for example, like we have a market on what the Fed will do every given month or whatever meeting. And that market is actually more accurate than the interest rate swaps or the traditional futures. So it tells me that, like, from an accuracy perspective, it's sort of like doing fine. It's just that it doesn't attract enough of the sort of, people just don't care as much versus something like the weather. We've launched weather, we never thought it would work, never really put any effort into it, but it's grown and it's big. People like to trade on the weather every day. I don't know if that's very useful, but yeah.
Speaking of liquidity, I think one thing that's remarkable about Kalshi is the level of institutional market making you've been able to attract to the platform. I think SIG is very public about their participation, but just what has that journey been like?
It takes time. Like, you know, the regulatory piece is critical. So it's kind of like, especially after, you know, the last sort of like, I would say like maybe like crypto cycle, like now you really see sort of like, it needs to work, it needs to be regulated, we need to have all these assurances. But then I think institutional adoption just takes time. It really just takes time, because they're constantly evaluating opportunity cost against other things. And they stack that opportunity cost on top of sort of like risk assessments. And so new things are always harder to adopt. So it took like all these sort of partnerships, and this is on the market making side, so liquidity providers like SIG, but also brokers. You know, we've actually just seen Vlad, we've partnered with Robinhood and some of the other brokers in the space. So you have to build these relationships over time and like convince these sort of institutions to take these bets that are like, may not materially impact their bottom line today, but could in the next sort of few years.
Actually, talk a little about the brokers. I'm not sure everyone realizes how much you power besides the Kalshi app itself.
Yeah. So, you know, the financial exchanges in TradFi, the traditional financial exchanges, especially the derivative ones, historically, when you want to buy like a stock or you want to buy like an option or a future, like if you want to buy an option, you don't go to CBOE or CME or the NYSE, you go to Schwab, Robinhood, Fidelity. And it's the same thing here. So the unusual part about Kalshi is you can go to Kalshi.com, and we have a consumer app. But over time, and this is a big part of our business model, is we actually put our financial instruments, our prediction markets, in the brokerages. And so we have Robinhood, we have Webull Live, we've been incredible partners, and you know, I think till the end of the year we have something like 10, 12 other brokers that are sort of integrating. And I think that's a key part of the distribution over time to take this thing mainstream.
Let's look to the future. What's on the near-term roadmap for you? What are you most excited about?
So we've just entered sports, you know, and the growth there has been pretty explosive. So within a few weeks from launch on March Madness, we were comparable to some of the largest sports books players in the US. And I think our forecast for the end of the year looks incredible. So expanding our sports offering and doing more on that front. Integrating more brokers is very big on the roadmap. And then 3 new structures. So we're starting to think about, now that we have the exchange and we have the full financial infrastructure to do a bunch of things, and we have the regulator's blessing to do so. Today we only have yes or no questions, but you can imagine prediction markets going beyond that, which is like, could you go long or short COVID? Could you go long or short the weather? Could you basically, could you do structured products that are not yes or no questions about the future, but basically, could you give people the ability to get exposure to the future in kind of like a much broader sort of, much broader ways?
How about parlays and kind of conditional betting? Is that a thing on the horizon?
We don't know yet. I mean, the one I'll talk about is this idea of like conditional markets. I mean, sort of like super exciting, which is like, and we talked a little bit about this. There's this concept around prediction markets called futarchy, which is this idea of running governments or institutions making decisions around policy informed by prediction markets. So today, if a government wants to make a decision about something, they ask maybe a politician or some person that works in the government. It's like, hey, should we do this? Is this going to have a positive impact for inflation? They say, yeah, probably, and then they do it. It's a little bit more complicated than that. But imagine you ask a market, like, what will happen to inflation if we impose these types of tariffs? What will happen to GDP? What will happen to the US economy? And it's a market-driven forecast that tells you what will happen if you do make different decisions. That's a frontier that I'm very, very excited about, because that's something that's very, very useful. And we're already sending data to like, the Fed, Doge, a few other kind of agencies in the government to inform some of the sort of like policy decisions that are being made.
As someone who runs a regulated exchange, obviously you can't make bets yourself. But if you could, what would you be betting on?
So my favorite market for some time has been the TikTok ban market. Because it's one of those things that like is super uncertain. It has ebbed and flowed a lot. It's counterintuitive how drastically impactful to the US this can be, how meaningful it is. And there really is no other alternative to forecast what's going to happen with that. Like it's very important, it's unusual, and there's no alternative. So that would be the market I would bet on. I won't tell you what I would bet on, like what side, but that's what about you? Well, you've done the election.
Yes. I think some of the most interesting bets are actually the kind of paired political bets where you think some economic outcome is going to happen if a certain political outcome happens.
Yeah. I like these.
So, okay, maybe last question. A decade ago, Bitcoin at 2 trillion and being adopted by nation states would have seemed insane. Yet we're here today. What's your insane prediction for where prediction markets are going to go in 10 years?
I think there's a lot of work to do and a lot of things need to go right. But the vision here is, I think, here's the way I put it. There is no reason why prediction markets cannot rival the stock market one day. Like having a stake and simple questions about the future is more natural and intuitive to more people than company financials. And so I think this is one of those things that we look back in 10 years and we look like, it was weird. There was a world where this was not a thing. You could go and look at the forecast that is market driven for what's going to happen with all these important questions about the world. And we used to kind of listen to random pundits or people on the news saying random things. But that would be my prediction.
Well, thank you, Tarek, Mansour from Kalshi, everyone.
Thanks so much, Matt. Thanks, everyone.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We're here at Bitcoin 2025. I am Frank Corva, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined to my left by Alex Thorn, head of firm-wide research at Galaxy Digital, as well as Jesse Myers, head of Bitcoin strategy at Moon Inc. The Moon. We love the Moon in Bitcoin. Please tell us a little bit about Moon Inc., Jesse.
Yeah, so Moon Inc. is a new Bitcoin treasury company that's seeking to do the Metaplanet playbook in Hong Kong and Greater China. And so we're very excited about what's possible there and look forward to getting that flywheel going.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that. What is your strategy? How are you putting this treasury together? Are you issuing debt? What's going on there?
Yeah, we're going to explore the various levers that are available to Bitcoin treasury companies. I think Metaplanet has done a fantastic job of issuing equity that's then used to buy Bitcoin, and it's accretive dilution because you end up with greater Bitcoin per share than when you started. And so that's the core of the playbook, and we'll seek to do that.
Okay, excellent. Alex, we didn't get a chance to touch on it before. We were talking about state-level SPRs. You had a panel earlier today talking about the federal-level SPR. What do you think the best strategy is for the U.S. government to acquire Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's tough. They're ordered by the president to come up with budget-neutral strategies to buy Bitcoin. Budget-neutral, very difficult, right? The second you uncover some fresh cash, out like from under the floorboards do rush the cockroaches of government seeking to put their hands on that cash, right? Because we need cash. We have a massive deficit. And so it's hard to figure out like ways in which other people won't come out and demand that cash. So whether it's bit bonds or revaluing gold or taking revenues from tariffs, or if you privatized FHFA, right? And there's all these ideas. But to me, the simplest pathway, the quickest pathway from promises made, promises kept on the SBR is to simply sell some altcoins from the digital asset stockpile, use those proceeds to buy Bitcoin. In fact, it's elegant because you don't even need to touch cash. You could sell like an altcoin BTC pair. Cash never appears, right? There's nothing for those the vultures of government to grab onto.
He wants the federal government trading on DEXs. That's what I'm hearing here, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse, over to you. What are you paying? Like, what other companies are you paying attention to? Are you even paying attention to what governments are doing when it comes to Bitcoin acquisition and also keeping that Bitcoin safe, right?
Yeah, that's the thing that's beneath the surface right now. Is like what governments are accumulating and when, and who's doing it secretly, who's going to be public about it. You know that it's happening, and it's going to keep increasing in scale. And so those announcements will come out of the blue, I think, and the market won't have priced it in. So that's only going to surprise to the upside.
Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, as well, we'll also have David Sachs on the stage later today. But right now, over to the Nakamoto stage for Vivek Ramaswamy. Keep it live here at Bitcoin 2025. We'll be back on the live desk right after this.
Hopefully to lead the state of Ohio as not only a governor that lifts up the lives of people in my state, but as the strongest pro-Bitcoin governor in the nation. And I will tell you why that is today. It actually relates to the history, the legacy of the state that I'm aiming to lead. In the first industrial revolution, Ohio was the state that actually led the way. At the turn of the last century, not a lot of people know this, we were the wealthiest state in the Union. Even in the 1950s, 6 of the top 15 wealthiest cities in America were in Ohio, leading in sectors like glass production in Toledo, or Akron in rubber production, or Youngstown and Cleveland in producing steel for the entire Western Hemisphere, to Dayton, which led in computing power, to my hometown of Cincinnati, which was known around the world as the Queen City. That was our heritage, the state of the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid, the state that gave Neil Armstrong the self-confidence to become the first man in human history to walk on the moon, John Glenn, the first American to go into orbit, the Wright brothers taking flight at a moment where that was deemed impossible. That's the heritage of the state where I was born and raised and the state that I aim to lead as the next governor. And I believe that we can lead the way yet again because we are in the middle of a second industrial revolution now. And if Silicon Valley led the way in the last 10 years, I want it to be the Ohio River Valley for the next 10 years. That doesn't just mean the sectors of the past. It also now means the sectors of the future once again as well. And that's why I'm running on a platform to not only bring back semiconductor production and nuclear energy, but also from biotech to Bitcoin to help lead the United States of America back to greatness. And I want to be clear about this. My pro-Bitcoin position, which I'll get to, is distinct from the crypto policy platform I rolled out during my presidential campaign, which I still stand by. We have to stand for financial freedoms, for self-custody of your assets, for self-hosting of your own wallets, for being able to have regulatory certainty, using the blockchain to make public expenditures transparent. I stand by all of that, but that is a separate discussion from why we stand for actually Bitcoin as a store of value for the long run, because Bitcoin's not like every other cryptocurrency, most importantly because it has a finite supply that's deterministic and mathematically defined. And right now, we're seeing a trend around the world where the hurdle rate for low-risk investments has historically been U.S. Treasuries, which is a good thing. But there has not been an appropriate hurdle rate for what the risk rate of return ought to be. And in the 21st century, we believe that risk rate of return hurdle is Bitcoin. That's why countless institutions, from companies to soon to include sovereigns and other nations, are using that as the hurdle rate for actually making any other equity or risk investments. That's a trend that's going to continue. You're going to see it not only in the case of companies, but I believe you're going to see it in the case of sovereign actors, even the United States of America. And I believe the people who lead our 50 states can't be blind to that reality, but have to actually embrace it and participate in it instead. And I will lead Ohio according to that principle of leading from the front to the sectors of the future, not just chasing the past, but to chase the future of American greatness. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now I want to get to the core subject that doesn't relate to Ohio, but relates to the future of the United States. And that is a problem we face heading into the 250th anniversary of our Declaration of Independence next year. A kid born in the United States of America in the year 2026, sadly, will grow up into a country where what the prior generation may have enjoyed in the form of the federal entitlement state, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, you name it, won't actually exist for a kid born in this country next year. It's just the math, whether you like it or not. That math is running out federally. We're in the middle of a national debt crisis of epic and growing proportion at $36 trillion and growing. And so the question is, what is our actually way out of that? And I believe America's path out of this national debt crisis and out of the crisis of dependence on the federal government isn't to double down on that culture of dependence, but rather to achieve independence from it. Independence for America means independence for Americans. That includes financial independence for Americans. And the way we're going to demonstrate what that means is by leveraging what Albert Einstein called the most powerful force in the universe, compound interest. We're going to talk about how that works. The difference between the wealthy and everybody else in the country is whether or not you own an asset that compounds. I'm going to ask the organizers to put up the slide that I had prepared for today. So I'm just going to put up some simple math on this slide. It's a conceptual framework, simple arithmetic. Hypothetically, if you had a kid start at birth with $10,000, that's the left-hand column here, and that's compounding annually at a 15% annual rate of return, that represents over $160,000 by the time that kid is 20, $660,000 plus by the time that kid is 30, and $2.6 million by the time that kid turns the age of 40. It would be a generation of multimillionaires built on the back of compound interest. In fact, you could even take the $10,000 and give it right back to wherever it came from, and $2.6 million minus $10,000 is still, on this math, around $2.6 million. Now, the rate of return really matters, because if that rate of return was reduced to as low as 5%, say the yield on U.S. Treasuries, 10-year Treasuries today, the compounding math is really different. That $10,000 only becomes $70,000 by the age of 40. That means that our path out of our financial morass has to run through two things. Number one is starting early and starting young. The compounding doesn't work unless you start early and let the magic of time actually work in your favor. And number two is the rate of returns actually really matter to the outcomes we're able to deliver. And I say this looking towards the 21st century, not looking backwards, but to our future. If we're really targeting 15% returns, compounding for the next generation of Americans at a rate that actually matters, there's no version of that in the 21st century that does not include a serious discussion about the inclusion of Bitcoin and the assets of the future to drive that compounding for our kids and their generation, to cultivate a generation of millionaires in America without actually apologizing for it, to embrace that success. A generation that's not spiteful to somebody else's success, maybe even those of you in this room, because every kid is participating in it with real skin in the game. So what can a governor do to help lead the way to that vision where every kid is able to participate in the magic of American capitalism and compounding, to not be spiteful towards the successful by being successful instead? One of the things I will do is I will lead Ohio to be the first and top state in the country to integrate financial literacy into our public education that includes the power of compounding, including education about Bitcoin as an asset class that every young person ought to be aware of as they make those financial decisions. To cultivate an education system where our young people aren't trailing China by 4 years or Singapore by 5, but in math, reading, writing, physical education, and yes, financial literacy too, leading not just the country, but the world. That's what allows our kids to have the building blocks for that American dream. But we're not going to just stop there. What if we were to turn the dream on this slide into an actual reality? Suppose you did it at the level of the United States of America. That first column would be $37 billion, about 3.7 million births, $10,000. That would be about $37 billion. A lot of money, but a minuscule fraction of the $3 trillion that we spent last year on Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid for an entire generation that won't have a need for that dependence on the entitlement state because they're actually participating in the power of creating a generation of millionaires in their own right. Take that for a thought experiment for now. But what I'll be rolling out later this summer in my home state is exactly how we're going to use that to turn around not only Ohio's economy, not only lift up Ohioans from the bottom up, but to be able to also stand for the actual American dream, to make it real, to keep workers tied to work requirements in our state at a time where we have a worker shortage, to make the American dream real at a moment where so many are skeptical of the American dream. I speak to you as somebody who's the kid of legal immigrants who came to this country over 50 years ago, over 45 years ago with no money. And in a single generation, I've gone on to found, as many of you have, successful companies, to be able to now be in a position to hopefully lead that same state where I was born and raised. And the extraordinary thing about that story is that it's really not that extraordinary in the United States of America, the land where you're able to achieve the maximum of your own God-given potential without any government or system or bureaucracy standing in your way. The state and the nation where we celebrate the American dream, an idea that we're often told to forget. You're often told to put away that American dream, to let go of it, that it's part of the past. I'm here today with a different message. Hold on and never let go. That's what we want for the American dream. That's what's represented by the people in this room. And speaking hopefully as the next leader of the state that sent the first man to the moon, we're going to send it to the moon again. Thank you guys for your support. We're excited to lead the United States back to greatness. Keep fighting and we'll get it done. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk here at Bitcoin 2025, presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corver, the political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined to my left by Jeff Park, head of Alpha Strategy at Bitwise, as well as Jesse Myers, head of Bitcoin Strategy at Moon Inc. Jeff, we just heard from Vivek Ramaswamy running for governor of Ohio. Without Vivek, maybe Trump wouldn't have found out about Bitcoin, and Bitcoin wouldn't now be, on the main stage here at, amongst politicians and all the other major financial types like yourself here on the main stage at Bitcoin 2025. Is Bitcoin just now a mainstream macro asset? Is that the way the world is viewing it?
I think our time has come. I loved everything Vivek shared about his story as an immigrant. I myself am an immigrant to this country, and the way that the American dream has actually changed is really material. I wake up every day nowadays actually more worried about U.S. mortgage rates for the entire generation of home ownership that's not being made possible by my generation. I rarely worry about Bitcoin price. And so I think what Vivek is intimating at some level is that the transformation of the American dream in itself is happening in front of our eyes. And if that's not a mainstream change that is coming for a whole new generation, I don't know what is.
Appreciate that perspective. We're going to cut over real quick to a Matt Cole ad. We'll be right back right after this here at Bitcoin 2025.
We have an amazing speaker coming up next. Matt Cole is the CEO of Strive. You may have seen an announcement this morning. I don't want to steal his thunder. He's going to talk a lot about it. But Strive is the first public asset manager to lead with a Bitcoin strategy. They are doing incredible work in the Bitcoin space. So please give it up for Matt Cole.
Thank you. Good to see you all. So I'm Matt Cole. I'm the CEO of Strive. And it was just 20 days ago that we announced our merger with Asset Entities to become a new Bitcoin treasury company. And we laid out a lot of the differentiations there, and I'm going to want to go a little bit deeper. But today we actually had a pretty big announcement. We announced the closing of our PIPE, $750 million, plus the potential for an additional $750 million, so $1.5 billion through the exercise of warrants, to fund our additional Bitcoin war chest. Yes. So that is the biggest PIPE ever raised to date for a pure play Bitcoin treasury company. But I want to actually dig deep today about how Strive is differentiating itself. What we've seen today from Bitcoin treasury companies is amazing. What they are doing is what's called a beta strategy. So my background is actually institutional fixed income. I used to manage about a $70 billion portfolio of actively managed fixed income securities, the largest of which was structured products. I couldn't use leverage like Bitcoin treasury companies to do. I actually had to find alpha. And so there's a difference between beta and leverage and alpha. And so what Strive is doing is we're going to be actually doing all the beta plays that you see to date, but we're also going to be layering on top of that alpha that we can bring as an asset manager, because that's what we do. We're alpha seekers. And when you think about how to value a company that's doing both Bitcoin accumulation through beta strategies that accrue value to common equity shareholders and alpha, you have to think about the valuation framework differently. And our belief is that it should be higher. And that's why we're doing it. But first, just to give a little bit of more depth on beta versus alpha. So what is beta? Beta is exposure to an asset, and you can take beta exposure up or you can take it down to an asset. And so when you deploy leverage, which is what Bitcoin treasury companies do, and Strive's going to do it too, if you can borrow in fiat, and I'm guessing this audience is a fan of borrowing in fiat to buy the hardest asset ever known to man in Bitcoin, that's a good trade. I love that trade. And if you can borrow at 10% or less, which is what most Bitcoin treasury companies do, and you buy Bitcoin and it's going up 30% a year, that's a great...
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. We're going to pause that video from Matt Cole from Strive Asset Management just for a moment as we cut over to the Nakamoto stage to hear from Robert Mitchnick of BlackRock. We'll be right back after this.
Bitcoin ETF category in the first 16 months of life, really unprecedented in terms of the level of demand and adoption that we've seen. But I think it's important to still remind ourselves that it's very early in the life cycle of an ETF. In many instances, it takes multiple years to truly kind of get all the cylinders firing in terms of the journey that you have to go on from an education perspective, from an institutional diligence perspective, from all the big wealth advisory platforms who each have their very intensive, typically multi-year processes where they vet these new products first to just allow their advisors, their tens of thousands of advisors, to add them to client portfolios, but then the whole other step up from that, which is to actually consider putting these in model portfolios, right? And so 16 months in, we're actually still pretty early.
Amazing. Well, I think one way that you're publicly talked about moving IBIT further, or Bitcoin ETFs, is expanding geographically. I know you've hinted at Europe. There's some underway in the UK or maybe Europe. Can you talk a little bit about, is that coming? When can people expect that?
Yeah, so we did just recently launch a European Bitcoin product to follow on, obviously, from the success that IBIT has had in the US. And the European market is smaller for Bitcoin ETFs for sure than is the US market, but we've seen, I would say, fairly substantial growth in interest there. Very big difference, the types of conversations we were having 18, 24 months ago versus today. So that's off to a strong start, and we're excited. This has been really a global story. Even if you look at IBIT's numbers, a massive amount of that actually from various offshore wealth channels, including some of the big markets in Asia who have access to US markets. Obviously, the majority of it is still US based, but really this is a global story, and so we're excited to be able to make this available as broadly as possible to our investor base.
I guess at maturity with something like IBIT, how many countries would we expect an ETF like that to trade in? What does kind of a total adoption look like for a product like that?
Well, it depends on the country, right? So there are a number of countries, including many in Latin America, who allow cross-listing of U.S. ETFs. So actually, a number of the largest markets in Latin America now, you see IBIT cross-listed there. In Europe, it's different. Europe has its own ETF market, its own listing process, and so when you want to be able to provide an exposure vehicle, as we did to Bitcoin in Europe, you do it through a standalone product that's domiciled and listed there, and so that's what we did. Asia, a lot of those investors actually just have access to U.S. markets, but not in all countries, so we're looking at ways to make it even more accessible to more investors there as well.
So you mentioned model portfolios. It came out, I think it was last year, BlackRock put out a report essentially recommending a certain model portfolio with 1% to 2% Bitcoin allocation. This sort of made shockwaves around the industry. It was seen as a big validation. What has happened since that recommendation? Is that recommendation being followed? What types of investors are looking at it? How do we go from that recommendation to investors actually allocating 1% to 2%?
Yeah, so just I think to set the stage for what model portfolios are and how they work for some in the audience. Basically, the idea is to support financial advisors in their journey to be able to build better portfolios, more optimized portfolios for their end clients. And so model portfolios have become a very powerful tool to help financial advisors do that. At BlackRock, we have a very significant asset base in the model portfolios that we build and then equip our wealth advisor clients with. And one of those portfolios, as you note, in February of this year, so just about 3 months ago now, added Bitcoin as an allocation in the 1% to 2% range. And this was a model portfolio that includes alternatives in it. And so that was, as you note, I think a significant development. That was not a sudden reaction to any one thing. That was a result of multiple years of analysis and research by that team who runs those portfolios. So it's been an exciting milestone. I think the investment thesis that is behind that is similar to what folks have heard me talk about a lot, what folks hear Larry talk about at various points, and that is this view of Bitcoin as an emerging global monetary alternative that is attractive in potentially a lot of states of the world.
So for the model portfolios, this is a way to reach a different type of investor. Can you talk a little bit about how the profile is different? Because some of these clients might not even be investing in these portfolios for Bitcoin, right? It just comes along with the package.
That's right. So that can happen that way through a model portfolio. It can happen where, so what we've seen is at the outset of the ETF launches, most of the brokerage and wealth platforms in the US made these products available in what was called execution only, which meant that the end client had to say, I want that, please put that in my portfolio. You make the decisions on the other 97% of my assets, but I want to have a Bitcoin ETF for, whatever position size. But the advisor could not recommend it. Now what's happening is more and more wealth advisory firms are on that journey to approve this, to give their advisors the discretion to allocate as they will. So that's kind of another channel through which this adoption is happening. And then the models is sort of the highest level where it becomes platform-wide, where basically, for a given wealth advisory firm, the model that a majority of advisors are running their portfolio off of, that actually may include an allocation to these.
I want to talk, a lot of people obviously want exposure to Bitcoin. A lot of investors on Wall Street now seeking that. The big narrative in the news has been this idea that Bitcoin is correlated to the stock market, right? We've kind of seen this over the last year, breaking correlation, the decoupling. What is your view on whether Bitcoin has decoupled from equities? Has it decoupled from equities? Or are we still waiting for that to happen?
Well, through most of Bitcoin's history, it's had very low correlation, right? And that is, I think, much more consistent with its fundamentals as this global, scarce, non-sovereign, decentralized asset that's detached from any one country's political risk, economic risk, monetary risk. It's only kind of lately that people have started to promote this idea that it's a generic risk-on asset, whatever that even means. I think people would have a hard time, defining that. But that narrative is sort of new, and it doesn't come from any particularly fundamental place. But if you repeat something often enough, it can become a little bit self-fulfilling, especially in the short term. So we have seen episodes where that's happened, right? I think when you consider the layer that exists in the Bitcoin market, I think you could almost look at it, there's two layers in this market, right? You've got a top layer that is, more short-term speculative, often trades with leverage, a little bit more retail skewed, trades with pretty high frequency, and there some of the trading patterns look more like tech equities, right? Equity
this
markets,
is like the Mag 7. We've heard a lot of talk about that.
Exactly. Equity markets are going down because of some negative thing that's happening. That negative thing may have no impact on Bitcoin. It may actually be a positive for Bitcoin fundamentally, but just impulsively, it's like sell everything in that top layer, right? And the leverage makes that effect worse, right? Then you have the second layer, which is actually a much larger share of Bitcoin, which is, I think, much more long-term focused, fundamental, typically not with leverage, doesn't trade that frequently. And most of the investors in that layer, including the institutional players who are entering the space, they don't view Bitcoin as a, quote, risk-on asset. They view Bitcoin more so as a differentiator in a portfolio and a potential hedge against some of the left-tail risks that exist elsewhere in a traditional asset portfolio. And so when these events happen, and I think a great encapsulation of this, think back to August 5th. The market had a mini meltdown, and Bitcoin got clobbered that day, right? Was related to Japanese yen, carry trade, unwind, had nothing to do with Bitcoin fundamentally, but Bitcoin got smacked. And that was unfortunate for investors who sold off into that just because equities were going down, because Bitcoin doubled over the next 4 months, right? And fundamentally, what tends to happen when you have these short-term moves is that lower layer is accumulating, but they don't accumulate on the day of. It's more of a medium-term story where they see a dip that may be irrational, and they're buying, and they're buying, and then you see these bounce backs. And we've actually seen that time and again through Bitcoin's history, when there's these major sort of disruptive events.
Well, we'll have Peter Schiff here tomorrow. He'll be making the case for gold against Bitcoin. That'll be on the main stage. Interesting to see. Can we talk about this narrative, gold versus Bitcoin? Because it does seem like gold has had a great year, right? And investors have been paying attention. And Bitcoin is portrayed as a digital gold. So maybe moving from this equity conversation to gold, what are you looking for when you're looking at Bitcoin versus gold? How do you think through that market?
Well, personally, I don't think one needs to look at the competition as zero-sum, right? They are, in many ways, sort of different angles on a similar theme, a similar investment thesis and worldview, right? They both are global, scarce, decentralized, fixed supply assets, right? They're both detached from those traditional country and systemic risks, and that's why investors are drawn to them. And gold today is much less volatile and has a much longer history. But Bitcoin is digitally native in an increasingly digital world, is efficient to store, can be transferred anywhere in the world in near real time at near zero cost. So it has some significant advantages too. I think there's no question Bitcoin has much higher upside than gold and lower downside, right? And so there's different flavors of it that investors have, and many investors are going to own both. We see lots of investors adding to both. We see some switching from, maybe they were 100-0 gold Bitcoin and they went to 80-20 or they went to 50-50. We see a lot of that, but certainly as a category, as a sort of diversifier and hedge, Bitcoin and gold is growing.
But it seems like the narrative that maybe we want, or the industry wants, is this idea that Bitcoin is a hedge. And I guess how do we get there through this market volatility of these different narratives, in your view?
Well, it's amazing to me that the industry hasn't promoted this more effectively, because it has a much stronger fundamental case than does the opposite, that it's just a risk-on asset. Bitcoin is obviously a risky asset. It's volatile, it's relatively new technology, but it's a very different set of risk and return drivers from traditional equities and most of the rest of what's in any one person's portfolio. And so the fundamental story is not hard to tell, and yet you still see, I still see crypto research, even though the idea that tariffs are somehow relevant or negative for Bitcoin has, I think, been pretty thoroughly debunked, right? Bitcoin is up 12% in April, had a great month.
Best performing asset since the tariffs.
Bitcoin's never heard of tariffs, doesn't know what they are. And so, but you still have crypto research outlets saying, we'll see if the tariff headwinds have eased, like cautious on prices from here. I don't understand why they're writing about that, but for some reason, well, I think the reason, Pete, probably is if you are in the business of promoting trading volume, it helps to be able to point to a given day's news event over there in the traditional market, the traditional economy, to drive some motivation to trade, right? The reality is, if we're just thinking about fundamentals for Bitcoin, there's probably only 3 or 4 things that happen in a whole year that really matter for its long-term fundamental value. That's hard to write about every day.
This is a Bitcoin conference, but obviously the environment at Wall Street is looking at the asset class beyond Bitcoin. I'm sure you're getting pressure from some folks to expand the product set beyond Bitcoin and Ethereum currently. How do you think through that, and what do you see coming down the pipeline? Are we at the verge of a kind of an explosion in these ETFs, these crypto ETFs?
Well, I think, when we think about this space, there's obviously lots of other things happening in the crypto world that are interesting, exciting technological developments. It's just different, right? Like Bitcoin is in a category of one, and then the rest of crypto is competing in different lanes, right? Attacking different use cases. The idea of, which one is the emerging global monetary alternative within crypto, that question is done and resolved, right? And so what that gives rise to is very different kind of investment theses and investor market dynamics between Bitcoin and everything else. So I actually think longer term, you're going to see the correlation between Bitcoin and the rest of crypto fall. When we think about the rest of crypto, actually, that does look a lot more like kind of a tech equities venture style exposure versus Bitcoin, as this diversifier and potential hedge. That's a very different way that investors will think about it in the portfolio. And as a result, we're seeing a very different kind of engagement across our client base in terms of the way the Bitcoin story is resonating that doesn't quite get replicated in these other ones.
We've got time for one final question here. A lot of politicians on the stage will have J.D. Vance becoming the first vice president to take the stage tomorrow to talk about the future of regulation in the United States. What are you looking for when you're watching the political environment in the U.S.? What do you see as the likely scenario for the next year or two?
Well, I think, you know, whatever happens at a specific level from a legislative process, it's just a great, encouraging thing that there is such momentum behind developing the regulatory framework for this space to harness this technology, to make it accessible, to make the U.S. a leader and an innovator in this space. And so whether we're talking about stablecoins or we're talking about market structure, I think there's great momentum there, and we're excited to see how that shakes out.
Robert Mitchnick, thank you for joining us. We'll be right back with more programming. Stay with us, everyone.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. We just heard from Robert Mitchnick, and now we're heading back over to the Matt Cole video from Strive Asset Management. We'll be right back to discuss it after this.
Way to generate returns to your shareholders, and that's this concept that Sigel laid out in Torque, and deploying fixed income instruments to deploy torque to your company and outperform Bitcoin over the long run. Great strategy, and it commands a premium to Bitcoin, MNAV. And I love that, and we love that, and we're going to do it. Alpha strategies are different. Alpha strategies can actually outperform Bitcoin, whether Bitcoin goes up or Bitcoin goes down. And we know that Bitcoin goes up most years, some years it goes down. So I want to actually talk a little bit about some of the alpha strategies that we're going to deploy at Strive. I laid them out at a high level at the Strategy World Conference, but I want to go deeper today. And so the first of which is leveraging experience that's pretty proprietary to Strive. Our founders, our management, and specific expertise in the biotech area. So there's an interesting phenomenon happening in the biotech space right now, where about 23% of biotech companies are trading below their net cash, their cash after all liabilities are taken care of. Why does that exist? It exists because it's just a phenomenon that happens in that space about every 15 years. The last time it happened was in the Great Financial Crisis, 08-09. And it's happened again. And just to give you a sense, in 2017, it was just 2% of biotech companies that traded below net cash. Right now, it's 23%. So these companies have typically had a negative clinical outcome. Their stock price plummets, but they're very well capitalized. And so when you actually have the deep expertise in the area of biotech, you also know the investor base, you can put together a win-win. And a win-win, in this example, I'm going to lay it out. Imagine a company that has $170 million of cash on its balance sheet, and then it has liabilities of $40 million, likely operating lease liabilities, and it has a net cash position after those liabilities of $130 million. But the market cap of the company is just $90 million, so there's this $40 million delta. For people that are experienced in this space, you can likely acquire these companies at about $110 million. You pocket the difference, and for a Bitcoin treasury company, you can buy Bitcoin at a discount. So clearly, if you can buy Bitcoin at a discount, that is alpha. It's not dependent on Bitcoin going up or down, even though we all know and believe it's going up, but you have an alpha strategy layered on top of a beta strategy. So that's the first example, and we're actually in active discussions right now with the first company that wants to do this with us, and we're considering it. And so this is, just to give a sense, a $30 billion current market opportunity that will likely persist for the next couple of years. The next alpha strategy that I want to lay out is actually a partnership that we announced about a week ago with Thomas Brazil and 117 Partners. And so Thomas and 117 Partners are the industry experts in distressed Bitcoin claims. So think about Mt. Gox claims. You have people that have had their claims to having Bitcoin on their exchange locked up for years. They haven't had liquidity. And so Strive is actually able to take advantage of a discounted Bitcoin price in these claims. and they trade at about a 20 to 30% discount to the underlying price of Bitcoin. So again, by partnering with one of the largest traders and deal flows providers in this space, 117 Partners, we have access to be able to acquire long-term Bitcoin at a discount, not dependent on Bitcoin going up or Bitcoin going down, but just an alpha strategy that we can deploy through our connections and partnerships. That's alpha. Alpha on top of beta. The last
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. I'm Frank Corva, joined here by Jeff Park and Jesse Myers to my left. Jesse, we just heard from, we had Matt Cole of Strive Asset Management talking about innovative ways to acquire Bitcoin. What were some of your takeaways from that talk?
Yeah, it's really interesting now. We're seeing finance show up for Bitcoin and bring innovation for how do you deploy traditional finance strategies with this new idea of how do you generate Bitcoin yield? How do you take Bitcoin and make more Bitcoin out of it? And what Strive is doing is implementing new versions of that approach, which Strategy has done, Metaplanet has done, others have done, by issuing more shares or raising debt. And what Strive is doing is finding creative ways to do the same thing, buying Bitcoin at a discount, effectively. And when you do that, you're automatically delivering yield. So it's very interesting now that the Bitcoin industry is now seeing innovation with Bitcoin yield.
Yeah. You're an innovator in the traditional space that's also working with Bitcoin and other crypto assets. What were some of your takeaways from there? Anything you heard that sort of piqued your interest?
Yeah, no, I think it's such an exciting time to be in the space at the moment. A lot of the innovation that we've seen with Bitcoin treasury companies so far to date at least has been really on the right side of the capital structure, meaning liability management. How do you create cheap liabilities to acquire more Bitcoin on a relative basis that increases economic ownership? What is now happening in Strive is actually focusing on the left side of the balance sheet, which is really talking about the asset side. How do we make the assets actually more accretive, more interesting, more dynamic, more alpha focused? Examples like this, where you can buy Bitcoin at a discount that will achieve par, is an incredible opportunity. And so what I think we're seeing here is the total immersion of opportunities that are coming from financial engineering, not just on the liability management, but what I think is really exciting, the asset management business entirely.
Amazing. Jesse, back over to you. So this idea of financial engineering, coming up with creative ways to get Bitcoin. When I first heard about this, I'm thinking to myself, like, are there really that many magical ways to sort of create this Bitcoin yield, as you termed it, or to get Bitcoin at a discount, however you want to look at it? Do you think we're going to keep seeing new strategies being introduced over the next months, years?
Absolutely. I think we're going through a monetary transition. What's the best store of value in your portfolio? In the past, it's been real estate, stocks, bonds. Now it's Bitcoin, and there's going to be a massive flow of capital towards Bitcoin. There's going to be arbitrage opportunities in that process for the next few decades, and there's going to be big opportunities for Bitcoin companies to find those arbitrage opportunities and make the most of them.
Well, you heard it here first from Jesse Myers and Jeff Park. We're going to be heading over to see Cynthia Lummis speak with Paul Graywall, the legal counsel for Coinbase. We're heading over to that stage right now. Stick with us here at Bitcoin 2025. Here at the Live Desk, we'll be right back after this.
Most relevant to this audience, I think it's important to call out what a champion for Bitcoin Senator Cynthia Lummis has been for so many years.
Thank you. Thanks.
Before Washington, D.C., at least most of Washington, D.C., even knew how to spell BTC, let alone explain what it meant, Senator Lummis was already there. She was on the front lines from the very beginning. She learned the technology, she wrote the policy, and she's fought for the right of every American to control their own financial future in an important way. And I'm just going to exercise the moderator's privilege for a brief moment to brag on Senator Lummis. She's too modest to do it for herself, but it's important that we acknowledge all that she's done. 4 terms in the United States House, state treasurer in Wyoming, and now a sitting United States senator. She sponsored the Genius Act, which of course will create an entirely new regulatory framework for stablecoins, and the Bitcoin Act of 2025, which will establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve and direct the United States Treasury to buy up to 1 million Bitcoin. Yeah, that's worth some applause. Whether it's been stablecoins, self-custody, mining, tax clarity. Senator Lummis has just been a consistent, courageous voice for responsible innovation here in the United States and American leadership in a very troubled time. Senator, you've just been so central to every single major crypto and Bitcoin debate we've had in this country. And of course, the debate we're having right now in the Senate. We're just very lucky to have a chance to pick your brain a little bit and get your views on the state of the world for Bitcoin and beyond. So I want to get right to it. I mentioned the Genius Act. You have been a steady and strong voice for passing this new regulatory framework for stablecoins. It's going to mark the first time in the United States' history that we've had this type of framework, and it looks like we're getting close, or at least closer, to seeing it enacted. Where do things stand right now with Genius, and how do you see the act moving forward?
Well, we thought it would be easiest to start with stablecoins because it is fully 100% backed by fiat currency, and because there are still members of Congress who don't even know what digital assets are, that this seemed to be a great place to start, kind of a plain vanilla asset. It's just a means of payment, kind of like a digital traveler's check. And we all use credit cards, so we're already kind of used to using digital money. So we thought this would be the place to start. It has been extremely difficult. I had no idea how hard this was going to be. So we did get it out of the banking committee. I think the vote was 18-6. We gained some Democrats, so it was bipartisan.
Absolutely.
And then we began to encounter challenges from the minority party wanting more amendments in order to get it to the 60-vote threshold required to move the bill forward for a final vote. So we've been negotiating with the Democrats for weeks now. We think we have a final deal. So we think that we'll vote for cloture on Monday and start the amendment process just next week. And if we can get this passed, this will be the first piece of digital asset legislation to pass the U.S. Senate. It is the first bill in 8 years to come out of the banking committee.
Amazing.
And so we don't have the muscle memory to legislate anymore. That's our job, is to legislate. But we've lost the mental muscle memory to do it. But we're trying to slowly recreate it, get the stablecoin bill passed, and then move to market structure. And for companies like Coinbase, market structure matters a great deal because the Securities Exchange Commission has been very hostile to digital assets.
We've noticed, Senator. We've noticed.
So companies like yours have encountered enforcement actions instead of clear guidance about how to comply with SEC regulations. So you're in a guessing game, and you're playing, it's like bowling alone or playing tennis with nobody to hit the ball back. You can't get a response until they're suing you, and then encountering months and months and months of litigation. It's the worst possible way for our land of the free to treat its business people and its innovators.
I could not agree more. Senator, I want to ask you about the banking committee. Not everybody in this room or watching across the country or around the world has even a tiny fraction of the experience you've had in seeing how the banking committee operates. Could you just maybe give a little insight into the work of a committee within the broader Senate to give folks a deeper appreciation for how hard this legislation really can be?
The banking committee created, and this is to the credit of Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. He's the chairman of the banking committee. He created a digital assets subcommittee, and we worked the initial bill and then ran it through his committee. Lots of amendments. That's where sort of the hard work of crafting legislation happens. And so we had a 3.5-hour markup before we brought the bill out of committee. And then we'll go through similar processes when we get to the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, when we get to portions of market structure, the SEC portion. Interestingly, the commodities portion of the bill, which is where Bitcoin falls, Bitcoin's a commodity, that falls under the Agriculture Committee because the Commodity Futures Trading Commission falls under the authority of the Ag Committee because they regulate agricultural products, which are also commodities. So at some point, we're going to have to combine those efforts. And then there's a taxation committee, the finance committee, that deals with the tax issues that we've encountered. So it's really hard, in the Senate especially, to piece a bill back together from its component parts.
I feel like we're all getting a real-time lesson in legislating in a way that is very, very special. So thank you for that, Senator. I want to return to something you brought up just a few moments ago, which is market structure. Love to hear your views on that legislation, and specifically, why is it so important that we pass a market structure bill fast on the heels of a stablecoins bill? Isn't stablecoins enough?
You know, the market structure bill is probably more important to a lot of the people at this conference than the stablecoin bill because there are a lot of businesses, yours among them, that do business for people who either buy and hold, so they want a custodial service, or there's companies that lend Bitcoin. There is a futures market for Bitcoin. There are so many ways in which Bitcoin can interface with fiat currency, with the US dollar, that it's a much more important component of what's happening here at this convention and what's happening around the country with the creation of applications for engaging the Lightning Network in small purchases, for example. We want to make sure that there's a de minimis amount. So if you are buying something with Bitcoin, you are exempt from IRS reporting if it's under $600. Things like that are important to making Bitcoin very, very useful and utilitarian within the U.S. economy.
Super important, and super important that we pass this legislation as quickly as possible once we're through the stablecoin.
Well, Paul, I know that on a subsequent panel, Brian Stiles and some of the other House members are going to be speaking about this as well, because we've been working closely with them, with the House, on this legislation. The advantage the House has with regard to market structure is the House of Representatives passed a market structure bill in the last Congress. It was called FIT 21. The Senate has never passed a market structure bill.
It has not.
And so there again, developing the muscle memory to have familiarity with a subject that is sort of a case of first impression is important. So I'm going to be very hopeful that we can work with the House, even behind the scenes before they bring the bill out, to see if they're able to pass something on market structure that could be also subsequently adopted by the U.S. Senate.
Well, you know, it's been said hope is a dangerous thing. I actually think in legislating, hope is an essential thing. You have to be optimistic, don't you?
Absolutely. It is a exercise of running against a wall and smacking into it and doing it day and day again with a smile on your face. It really is very frustrating, very exhausting, and you have to keep your creativity, your sense of humor, and your patience about you.
No question about that. Let me switch topics yet again to everyone's favorite topic, taxes. You have called for a de minimis tax exemption when it comes to Bitcoin transactions. I'd love to just understand a bit more of your yes, let's applaud sensible tax policy in this country. Explain to folks why you feel a de minimis tax exemption is just so important to supporting this technology.
As the Lightning Network develops and companies like Strike that have been leaders in that space create an opportunity for transactions to occur on a daily basis in Bitcoin, everything from buying a cup of coffee to a dinner somewhere, it will be helpful that certain transactions of that size, below $600 per transaction, not be subject to taxation. So that's part of what my office has submitted to the Finance Committee that's chaired by the senior senator from Idaho. And he is pretty positive, pretty welcoming of the proposals that we've submitted. The other thing we've submitted, Paul, that I think is worthy of note is that currently there's this terrible setup where if you're mining Bitcoin, you're taxed.
You are.
And then when you sell the Bitcoin, you're taxed again. There's double taxation if you're mining, and that's not true of other commodities. When we're harvesting corn, we don't tax it then. We wait to tax it until it's sold. So that's a provision we want to straighten out and make sure that Bitcoin miners are taxed only once, and that is when the Bitcoin is sold.
Yeah. I think you've struck a chord, Senator, with at least this crowd and many others watching this conversation. You know, what I find so sensible about what you've proposed, Senator Lummis, is the idea that, you know, when it comes to Bitcoin transactions, folks are simply looking for the same set of rules to be applied. No better treatment, no worse.
That is an absolute fact.
Yeah.
I don't see Bitcoiners asking for an unlevel playing field where they're overly advantaged. You just want to be treated like everybody else.
It's a pretty basic expectation, and I think a basic call to fairness.
Yeah, and part of the problem in the last 4 years have been largely regulatory agencies that have been very hostile towards digital assets. So we're trying to change all that as fast as we can. It doesn't happen overnight. We don't even have a confirmed IRS director in place yet. So it's really hard to get these structural changes enacted by the rule makers at the IRS when there's no IRS commissioner yet in place. But I understand the Finance Committee is going to start those interviews next week.
You know, in your incredible work on Genius, one thing that has struck me is that you have really pursued legislating on stablecoins in a bipartisan way from the very beginning. And I wondered, again, for the benefit of our audience, if you could share a bit of your experience working with Senator Gillibrand and attempting to forge a consensus across a political aisle that can sometimes seem so insurmountable these days.
Yeah, and I have not found that to be the case, particularly with Senator Gillibrand. She and I paired up early to work on these issues. She's been a great partner. Our staffs are almost interchangeable. If my staff is unavailable, I call her staff and vice versa, as the negotiations for the stablecoin bill have been going on. People on my staff have been the go-to negotiators to find the sweet spot, the compromises, and helping draft that as quickly as possible. I really do have one of the most highly respected, if not the most highly respected, staff on Capitol Hill when it comes to digital assets. And so their regard for finding good policy and not caring whether it was a Democrat idea or Republican idea has really, I think, established a level of trust among people who've been around for a while. Now, the problem is some of the new people that were just elected, they're just beginning their terms in January, haven't had that experience with me. And so here we are legislating. I'm the chairman of the Digital Asset Subcommittee, so I'm chairing these meetings. And I don't think some of them realize how long Senator Gillibrand and I have been at this and how very bipartisan we've tried to keep it. So I'm finding that more challenging to get this pushback. And I suspect Senator Gillibrand's finding it challenging too.
I'm sure she is. I have to just applaud, the effort to work across the aisle, even as you and many of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle have very strong, deep, genuine disagreements on a whole range of other issues. You're finding common ground where you can, and I think that is something that serves the country very, very well. I also have to just point out, Senator, for the audience's benefit, your staff has done an amazing job. Chris Land, other members of your staff are true servants for the public, but I think their ability to forge working relationships with the staff of other offices in the Senate has been a really effective tool for the effort to get this bill passed.
And I think that is somewhat unusual, but the fact that we were not able to legislate during my first 4 years on the Banking Committee because the chairman would not let any legislation out of that committee, not a single piece in 4 years. And so it was all build up on our part, gaining knowledge, sharing drafts, getting feedback from people like the people in this room who could identify issues that we had not addressed or had not addressed correctly and help us make a better bill. So the silver lining between about all that frustration is that I think we do have a superior product. We have a superior base of knowledge. Chris Land and Connor Brown in my office are fantastic. They have solid working relationships across the aisle. Their attendance at negotiating meetings is mandatory, not optional. People trust them. And so that has been delightful. And as big a struggle as this has been, I still remain very hopeful and very positive that we're going to be able to move forward with stablecoins and then move into market structure. And then hopefully a Bitcoin strategic reserve.
Can we talk
later.
about the reserve for a moment?
Absolutely.
I know folks want to hear more about that.
Yes.
You haven't even talked about it and they're clapping. I love this. President Trump has been very clear in his vision that the United States adopt this reserve. Obviously, you have been a champion of this idea for some time. Yeah. Could you just talk a little bit about why it's so important in your mind for the United States to have this type of reserve in place and what it can mean for the country?
Well, we're $37 trillion in debt. So if we bought and held 1 million Bitcoin for 20 years, it would cut that debt in half. And we have underperforming assets on the books right now that can be converted to Bitcoin without borrowing additional money. It's just taking gold certificates that are valued at their 1970s value and bringing them up to current fair market value for gold, using them to buy Bitcoin. Buy and hold for 20 years, HODL, and we could eliminate the debt in half. And for those of you who were at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, you might recall RFK saying if we had a $4 million Bitcoin reserve, 4 million Bitcoin reserve, that it would eliminate the debt. So those are the kind of numbers we need to do to illustrate to our colleagues the significance of having an asset that's growing in value at the same time that we, the Congress, are debasing the value of our currency by spending more than we take in revenue, and the Federal Reserve printing dollars 24/7. You know, we had a really disappointing auction just recently of bonds and treasuries. And that should send alarm bells to every single member of Congress, that if we don't do a better job of addressing our debt and do it this year, that the headwinds for the US dollar are nerve-wracking.
Well, treasury markets rarely lie, and I think it's important we take the message that they're communicating from that auction to heart. Senator, can I ask you a bit about your support for not just Bitcoin, the idea, but the ecosystem as a whole and protecting innovation here in the United States. And in particular, there's been a lot of conversation, even this morning in the hallways here at the conference, about Bitcoin mining and its future in the United States. Why is it important? Why does it matter that we preserve an important role for the United States in Bitcoin mining?
Bitcoin is such an important global strategic asset, and it is not only important in the economy, but in our global defense, because there's components to our defense. One is, having a lethal war-fighting machine that can overcome other armies and other military efforts. Another one is having an economic machine that can overcome other currencies. The Chinese want to dominate in both spaces. And so we're in a bit of an economic war at the same time that we're building up our abilities to defend ourselves and some of our allies. So even our military generals say that Bitcoin is an important deterrent to aggression from other countries, especially from China. And so we have to be a robust participant in a strong Bitcoin ecosystem, and that includes mining. And then there are ways that mining, oddly enough, is very advantageous to our energy infrastructure. For example, in Texas, because Texas has its own grid, electric grid, they can mine Bitcoin at night when energy consumption is low for other users, and then reverse it the next day. And that creates a stability within the Texas electric grid that makes it operate more efficiently. The same thing is being pursued in the Tennessee Valley Authority. So there are definitely ways that Bitcoin mining can help have a much more efficient delivery system, and we can continue to grow our ability to serve new energy markets. And of course, we all know that artificial intelligence in the race we're in there with China, we're only about 6 months ahead of China in some areas, less in other areas, and maybe a smidge behind in other areas. And the bottleneck is going to be having enough energy. And so it's very important that as we move from traditional uses of energy to data centers, to Bitcoin, and then to artificial intelligence data centers, that we have more energy, that our demand for energy is only going to grow. And part of what Bitcoin miners do is invent new ways to produce energy more efficiently, less expensively, and use it more economically. So this is a very important industry. Bitcoin is a very important industry to our economy, to our energy grids, to our intellectual capabilities, and especially as we move into a more robust artificial intelligence economy. It is the base technology. If you look back to 2009, when the Satoshi white paper was produced and the very first use of a blockchain was done, it sparked a whole new global effort to make intelligent uses of energy and do it in a way that produces economic value and economic freedom. Perhaps that's the most important word associated with Bitcoin, is freedom.
Well, Senator, I can't think of a more inspiring point to close on, but you've been such a tireless champion for the entire American and indeed global Bitcoin community. I want to give you an opportunity for one last word to that community. Anything you want to share, any words of encouragement, hope, inspiration, anything at all that we can do to help that you'd like to say before we wrap it up?
Well, thank you, Paul. And I just admire your work so much. You went from MIT to the Chicago Law to being a very significant developer of this industry throughout your entire career, and now doing so at Coinbase. And we've all been able to learn from you and take advantage of what you've been able to share with us, as those of us like me who don't have that background have tried to develop that background. So for starters, I want to thank you for everything you've done to help me learn more as a legislator so I can be more effective. And I want to thank the people in this room for that as well. It's amazing how many people in this room, how many people I've talked to today have helped inform my understanding of what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong, and how we can tweak it and correct it and make it better. Because as President Trump has said, the United States has to lead. It has to lead in this area. We've always led. We are the financial markets capital. We have created so much of the technology that's in broad use around the world today. This is no time for us to fall behind. This is where we excel. But we can't let government constrain us. Imagine, as I think I said this morning, if the Wright brothers had faced all of these regulatory agencies to decide that they didn't have the chance to fly because somebody might get hurt or something might go wrong. And we're free people. And free people are just able to envision things that you can't think about if you don't have enough food or your government is looking over your shoulder. And so this is the place where this innovation will occur. Look at the Lightning Network. Look at all the applications that are going to come out of it. Then you look at artificial intelligence. You'll have somebody like Peter Thiel say, well, here was the internet in terms of its technology. Here's Bitcoin. Here's AI. I mean, we're moving into avenues that are just, we can't even conceive of today. And there are people in this room that can see where we're going. But we have to enable the people in this room to take us there. And if the government gets in the way, you'll find greener pastures. We know of companies that have left our shores because the government has not allowed them to pursue the freedom that's available when you are able to innovate and invent. And so I just want to leave you on a hopeful note. I'm very hopeful. And yes, you know, I wrestle with this and I beat my head against the wall in the US Senate, but you can see it. You can just see what this country can do. And I have great faith in the people in this room, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the people who will be undaunted by our government's reluctance to let us think freely and embrace the freedom that technology is going to add. It's going to add value to our lives. It's going to make things possible for people who are underbanked or unbanked or living in places with oppressive governments. You know, this is the place to do it. This has always been the beacon of freedom in the world. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope, faith, and freedom. From the great state of Wyoming, Senator Cynthia Lummis. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's Industry Day at Bitcoin 2025, the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, happening at the Venetian in Las Vegas. Still much more to come. We've got David Sachs and Donald Trump Jr. later today. You just heard from Cynthia Lummis talking about the underperforming assets held by our federal government, saying that America should buy and hold Bitcoin for 20 years to eliminate the national debt, and talking about the disappointing sales of government bonds that have occurred. Here to break down all the action once again on live stream, streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and X. We've got Jesse Myers, head of Bitcoin strategy at Moon Inc., and Jeff Clark, head of Alpha Strategies at Bitwise. Let's talk Lummis. Jesse, over to you. Your thoughts on this talk. What did you learn? What were you looking for?
You know, Cynthia makes really sharp points about what Bitcoin can do for our country, for our financial situation as a country. I think that the challenging thing is the U.S. government is the biggest institution in the world, and institutions move slowly, and it's hard to get consensus and the critical mass necessary to make changes that are beneficial. So Cynthia Lummis is on an education campaign, raising awareness about the value of Bitcoin, what it can do for our finances, and that's a long battle, and she's fighting the good fight, and she makes fantastic points about what incorporating Bitcoin into our balance sheet can do for strengthening our fiscal position.
Going to go over to you, Jeff. Your thoughts on the positioning here. Obviously, we've heard this narrative before. We've heard these talking points. It's been a year now since the announcement of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. It's been 3 or 4 months since the executive order that created it. What did you hear that was new and interesting?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is a true coalition building by the mandate of the people that I think is going to look really different going forward. As you said, an executive order strategic reserve is one version of an implementation format. But what I can tell you is that I've been on this journey promoting Bitcoin for institutional investors for so long time now, almost 7 years. And the thing you realize is that for a lot of these public institutions, especially things like pensions and endowments, where the stakeholders are not representing their own capital, but the capital of other people, it's very hard to get the buy-in to come to action, because generally those people are what I traditionally call short the put, right? They have a lot of reputational downside, and they get very limited upside, if any upside, because as a public servant, you actually don't get to participate in the opportunity of the financial gains. And so what I think Senator Lummis is doing is an incredibly noble thing. Her goal is to align the people, to get Congress to actually put in motion that this is the will of the people. It is not just Senator Lummis deciding as de facto, I'm going to do this with an executive format. I'm representing instead what the people want, where therefore the upside participation can be captured by the people. That transition, I think, is happening with these kinds of voices being introduced, and it's the most important thing.
Well, Cynthia also talked about the fiscal backdrop. I want to hear your thoughts on the government bond sales that she was talking about, labeling them, quote, disappointing. This is relevant because the Bitcoin Policy Institute early this year, there was a sort of landmark proposal, Newmark Capital, coming out, and basically suggesting that the U.S. government should create a bit bond, essentially back U.S. government debt with Bitcoin. A lot of excitement that we'll hear some movement at the conference today or tomorrow on this issue. Haven't heard it yet. Jesse, what's the big idea here, and why do these things connect with what Cynthia is saying?
You know, we're living in an interesting time where, for the first time ever, U.S. credit rating has been dropped from the highest level. And that's to say that our fiscal position isn't great. What Bitcoin can do with a bit bond incorporation is a creative new way to generate more interest in the issuance of new debt, because that debt can perform better than the debt we currently are issuing. You know, if you think about what a U.S. Treasury is offering, it's saying, here, tie up your capital for 10 or more years, and we'll give you 4.5% a year in yield. But if you, like Michael Saylor, think that global asset value will inflate at 7% a year, you're losing in real terms every year that you hold a bond that's yielding 4.5%. And that's possibly why demand is drying up for these bond issuances. And bit bonds would be a way to infuse bond issuances with higher potential returns and create greater interest from potential buyers.
Jeff, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Something I struggle with as a longtime observer is just the speed at which all this has happened, right? You know, we had the election cycle last year, the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve announced. It's already created. It's here. It's been created by executive order. We don't know how much is in it, still in process. But to go to something like BitBonds, is that too much of a leap? Do you expect to hear anything over the next couple of days about an idea like that?
You know, I think these kind of trends seem to take a long time to build up, and then the inflection point can happen very quickly, and the stories can change. The thing that's most fascinating to me is that when I pitched Bitcoin back to my prior hedge fund GP, the number one constraint people would look at me in the eyes and say would be, everything you said, Jeff, really sounds like it's illegal. Because the things you're describing are things that the US sovereign would never permit in the event of the dollar hegemony being the greatest strength of its power. Well, as Jesse said, sometimes you actually see the weakening of that hegemony in itself that is going to accelerate the adoption of Bitcoin, whether you want it or not. And I think we're kind of hitting that inflection point with a credit downgrade, with 30-year rising at near 5% levels, 10-year consistently being at a premium of about 4.5. These things have real impact for American consumers, and so they want an alternative. And if the alternative is a way to save with the construct in which every non-American has already accepted, which is that their base currency is always on the dollar, and so they already know their weakening power when they see the dollar strengthen in ways that now Americans are finally opening up their eyes, because inflation has shown actually the dollar is pretty unstable for you too. And then Bitcoin is the thing that can hold value over a period of time, which is actually the kind of way credit innovation happens. Credit works when the asset is believable, durable, trustworthy, that people can transact on top of.
Well, more to come on this topic. We're going to send it over to the Nakamoto stage. Stablecoins separating money and state. Question will be answered by this panel. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, this whole panel is music to my ears, because what Frax is trying to do with Frax USD is become the first Genius Bill legislation-compatible stablecoin built in the U.S., innovated in the U.S., and the entire point of stablecoins is that it is a transparent and regulated, stable asset. If you want fully permissionless, decentralized asset, there's Bitcoin, right? As Michael Saylor says, there is no second best, right? There is no second best to Bitcoin as a store of value. And so for stablecoins, the best design is to actually work with the government that actually issues the unit that you want to peg with. And that is what Frax is trying to do in being US-based and issue Frax USD and comply with the Genius Bill.
So I think it's safe to say you agree with David that stablecoins and Bitcoin don't compete with each other, but they actually complement each other.
Oh yeah, they are literally the most complementary, and so the whole title of this panel is Separation of Money and State, and I think the most important thing to think about is stablecoins bring the best of blockchain technology, the 24/7 settlement, global payments, everything there, to a safe and stable unit that is in the US's interest for global usage. And Bitcoin will always be the most decentralized, censorship-resistant unit and store of value. These two things don't compete. In fact, they make each other stronger.
Senator Haggerty, we're on the precipice, fingers crossed, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, of passing the Genius Act in the United States Senate. Just a round of applause that we're this close to passing the Genius Act in the United States Senate.
Big time. It's good.
We have a recess this week, and then we're going to get back to us. Can you tell the people where does the Genius Act stand today as we're going through the amendment process, and why it's critical that we get this done sooner rather than later?
Well, certainly I can, and I want to thank you for having me, but also to have such great colleagues in the House of Representatives. With Chair Emmert, with Brian and I have been friends and worked so closely together on this, and it's taken a tremendous amount of work, both in educating our colleagues as well as just pushing through a legislative process where time on the floor is the currency of the realm, right? And it's very, very limited because we've got to get cabinet members appointed, we've got to get ambassadors appointed. It's a very precious asset that we're consuming. And I have to say, the other side, led by Elizabeth Warren, is doing everything possible to force us to consume as much time, much delay as they possibly can. But here's what's going to happen. We're going to pass it. We're going to pass it with help of my friends right up here on this stage. And we're going to see the United States move back into the realm of competitiveness again like never before. Innovation is going to happen here in America, just like Brian said. If I can leave you with a couple of major reductions that are going to happen with the stablecoin legislation. Just think about this for a minute. One, we're going to reduce counterparty risk because of the time and the speed and the efficiency. And again, we're bringing our payment system into the 21st century. We've been relying on a payment system that was designed in the 70s and 80s. It's cumbersome, it takes time. It introduces counterparty risk, it introduces currency risk. Both of those go way, way down when the transaction is almost instantaneous, thanks to the technology we're talking about. If you think about this, it also reduces the cost to do a transaction because you're taking all this friction out of the system. And finally, it reduces the working capital necessary to float your accounts receivable or whatever it may be for the 5 to 10 days that it takes to clear in the old system. All of this makes our payment system cumbersome and outdated today, and we're going to take it into the 21st century and again bring competitiveness back and open the door for the type of innovation that's represented right here on this stage. Thank you.
Those reasons and that rationale of why we have to pass this bill now, I'm curious how your colleagues in the Senate are responding to this. And it could be even a broader question. I would ask you, Whip Emmer and Congressman Style, the same thing. You know, what are the points when you're talking about stablecoin legislation or digital asset legislation more broadly that really seem to be resonating with their colleagues to get them energized to pass these bills?
I think the most important thing is that my colleagues understand where we're going with stablecoins. It's this first step, I think, in terms of appreciating what can happen here. And you mentioned it earlier. If I think about the major selling points to my colleagues, the cost savings that I went through, the efficiencies, that's all good. But if you think about what this does for dollar dominance around the world, the dollar has been the reserve currency of the world, and we've seen a slow degradation of that. This is going to turn the tables on this and move us right back to the fore. Second, demand for Treasury securities goes up. This is positive. If you look at the analysis that Citibank conducted, by 2030, that's just less than 5 years from now, you're going to see stablecoin issuers as the #1 holder of U.S. Treasuries, a benign holder, a stablecoin issuer as a holder, as opposed to some sovereign nation who may not have our best interests at heart. There, I'm thinking about the CCP, for example. So all of this from a national security standpoint, from the dominance of our dollar in the system and our economic, our economic competitiveness, all of it very positive from my colleagues. And then finally, there is also a major element of protecting the consumer here. Because by establishing a dollar-denominated, backed up one-for-one with high-quality assets like United States Treasuries, short-term Treasuries, you have put a tremendous amount of certainty into the system. Again, that will facilitate this use all over the world, but also make consumers far, far safer because they're protected in ways like never before if something were bad to happen to an issuer.
Whip Emmer, Congressman Style, anything on how you educate your colleagues on these issues?
I mean, I think this is all about unlocking the golden age of digital assets and things like Bitcoin. And so this is our opportunity to really turn the tide after the past 4 years. The fallacy on the left is they'll want to set up an argument that says a nanny state government is best, that without explicit permission you can't do anything. And the fallacy of some of our friends on the right is that failure to do any regulation in here will actually result in a laissez-faire system. But that's not true. Failure to act will result in really inefficient regulatory environment and enforcement actions driven forward by an executive state if we ever go back to an era of someone like President Biden or Gary Gensler. And so getting this right and having a fundamental principle in place and legislation in place will really allow, I think, incredible innovation and development to occur.
David, I would ask you the same question as you're talking to consumers directly. How are you educating them on why stablecoins are important?
So there are different types of stakeholders that really care about stablecoins. You know, the first one, like Congressman Emmer mentioned, is really so many people want desperately a US dollar bank account denominated, in US dollars, a US bank account denominated in US dollars, and they can't have that. Stablecoins provide that to hundreds of millions of people around the world, and turning those assets into real money by law is actually going to enable the reach of the dollar to go so much further than it has in the last few years. So that's one set of stakeholders. And then another set of stakeholders are actually institutional players, and what Senator Agarty was talking about around like limiting counterparty risk, making our market more efficient. and creating an infrastructure that enables real-time settlement and value movement across different systems that currently don't talk to one another. I think all of these are just going to enable us to continue to lead as a country and to ensure that as we build and reinvent the entire rails of the financial system, that we are the ones building it and not some other nation.
So hopefully, once the Genius Act passes the Senate, next week, maybe, we then turn to the House, where, Congressman Style, you've been leading on the Stable Act, and I'll get to that in a second, but Whip Emmer, you've been a leader on these issues for a long time now, several Congresses. You've had multiple bills introduced. You're an OG in the space. What has it been like talking to your House colleagues on this, and why is it so important for the House to lead as well on these issues?
Well, it's been so much fun the last 3, 4, 5 years to see the growth that's taken place in the House and the Senate. And now you hear the talent of Bill Hagerty and Brian Style. These are just the tip of the iceberg. And Brian, you would agree with me that on the House Financial Services Committee, this isn't limited to Republicans. It's not a partisan issue on the committee. It's an American issue where we all are getting in alignment. What's going to happen is Bill is going to get his bill across the line. We're not going to say maybe. It's going to get done. You're going to send it over to the House. Brian's running the committee. Brian will take it through a process with his Stable Act. We'll have the Genius Act right there with it. I'm sure you'll be looking at both of them, Brian. He'll mark them up. It'll go to the full committee. And French Hill, I believe you'll see by the end of July, French Hill will probably move through our committee with Brian Styles' help. He will move through the stablecoin legislation, likely to be the Hagerty legislation with who knows what modifications, and a market structure bill that has already been accomplished once in the House. This obviously is a different political environment, so it'll be a little bit different than it was a year ago. But those two will move through along with in the House in order to get votes. We end up putting these votes together. The president has asked for the stablecoin legislation and the market structure bill before the end of the summer, which means before the end of July. And in the House, we also have this little bill called the Prohibition on Central Bank Digital Currencies, which will preclude our government from ever trying to create a surveillance tool with digital money that will likely be voted on at the same time as those two major pieces of legislation.
Can I add something? This last piece of legislation gets at where the resistance has been in the Senate. Senator Warren only wants a centralized solution. You ask yourself, why is that? Why would they want a centralized solution, one that they can control, one that's issued by the government, so they can control us? And if you get to the very foundations of what's motivated people all over the country, and frankly, most of us in the Republican conference, it's the concept of liberty and freedom that this allows. It's the exact opposite of moving in the direction of the central bank digital currency. And my hat's off to my colleagues in the House of Representatives for putting a nail in the coffin of this terrible idea.
Whip Emmer, you touched on the support of the White House and the administration. I know yourself, Congressman Style, you were at the White House Crypto Summit. Can you talk about that support from the Trump administration and why it's so important in moving these bills forward?
Well, first off, at the Crypto Summit, those of us that were there will remember one of our colleagues sitting around the table said, if you would have told me a year ago that I was going to be in the White House for a Crypto Summit, I'd have thought that I'd be more likely I'd be in jail because of Gary Gensler and Elizabeth Warren and et al. In fact, it's a new day in America when you talk about digital assets in the space. Give Donald Trump credit for recognizing there is a group of voters in this country, 18 to 40 years old, who have grown up inside the internet. I mean, I was joking about it with somebody earlier today. When I was in high school, I didn't have a computer on my desk. These kids have had computers on their desk from day one. They think differently, they process differently. And I think President Trump, with the help of some family members and others around him, recognized this is a huge issue for 50 million Americans and beyond, and it's a huge issue for his self-proclaimed golden age of this country. This is part of unleashing the economic growth that's going to need to happen to make sure that we're here for generations to come. It's a great day that the White House is in. And have you noticed? Trump is all in.
Yeah, and I also wanted to add onto the congressman. I was actually at a dinner last night, and one of the things someone from the admin said is, what if we give you guys everything you want and you guys forget, because there's midterms in 2026, and then there's 2028 and hopefully beyond. And one of the things that I actually said was, we as an industry are very, very loyal, and everyone who's a huge ally on this stage, and the Bitcoin community, the crypto community has a very, very, very strong memory. And once this industry is legalized, is transparent, it's safe, all of the big players understand that it wasn't possible without this administration, this Congress, this Senate, and we're lifelong, career-long allies. And so I think that's really, really important and needs to be said.
I'd just like to add one confession. Emmert and I are old enough to know how to use a slide rule. That's what we had on our desk in high school. But a critical point with respect to President Trump, and some of you in this room might have been with me. I met with him and industry folks back, when he was running for office down in Mar-a-Lago. We had the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, a great session with President Trump that really, I saw him begin to absorb the potential of this technology. And he's been a huge advocate of this. I promised him, I said, I will get this first piece of legislation, do this stablecoin legislation in the first 100 days. We had it out of our committee. Again, we have a cumbersome process in the Senate. That's a polite way to say it. And they've been able to slow us down a bit. We're just outside of the 100-day window, but we're working at pace to make sure that we get this delivered. President Trump is motivated to sign it and to take our nation into the 21st century all the way with payments and with this industry.
This is a key component of President Trump's agenda. And what President Trump is incredibly good at is putting attention on specific topics. And so when he leans in on this, because it's difficult to get anything done in Washington, with his assistance pushing this forward, I think that's going to help us get it across the line. And so it's great to see J.D. Vance coming and speaking here tomorrow. I think people are really excited to hear his speech tomorrow. I am. But having his support and push from this administration with President Trump, I think is going to help us actually get these bills across the line and signed into law.
Senator Hagerty, you touched on Senator Warren, and my question was going to be to the panel, who doesn't like these bills, whether it's the Genius Act or the Stable Act? Who doesn't want a U.S. stablecoin regulatory framework? What are we up against?
Two categories: those that are ideologically wed to central control, and this is just anathema to them. The other are just those that want to see everyone fail. They're so bitter about the results of the 2024 elections, losing control of the Senate, extending control in the House, and taking the White House back for America. They're just so bitter that they're not going to support any sort of legislative victory, and America suffers as a result of this. But I would say this broadly speaking. We have right now 18 Democrats in the Senate that it has been murder to get them there. The first time we brought this to the floor, Elizabeth Warren was able to get every one of them to vote against me. But we've been able to turn it back. Our friends in the House are helping us too. It's delicate, it's fragile, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there, and thank you for all of your help. Let your representatives and your senators know this is important.
David, I'm curious from your perspective in the private sector, you can make the argument, I don't agree with it, but you could say, we've got stablecoins right now, and we don't have that regulatory framework. They're regulated by limited purpose trust charters or through the money transmission license regime. Why is it so critical we get this federal framework now?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of your question.
Why is it so critical we get this federal framework now?
Well, I think, it's really critical that we have clarity and that we don't have fragmentation. And I think, right now, there's just a lot of interpretation that's still, allowed, so to speak. And so I think it's really important that we get the legislation through both on the Genius bill and the market structure, so we have clear guidelines across the whole country and builders can actually build without looking over their shoulders. So, it's really critical.
And one of the most important things I usually tell people and explain is that these are not stablecoin bills per se. These are USD bills of upgrading the digital dollar to legally compliant, transparent dollars. And so these are very different then stablecoin guidelines in different countries, right? There's the UAE guidelines, there's the European MiCA guidelines, and these all have to do with USD, but those countries don't issue the USD. The US government issues USD, and the best way to actually issue the best, safest, most transparent US dollars with the best technology on blockchain rails is to be compliant with these bills, and that's what these bills actually give, and that's why it's so important, which is why Frax is working to actually be the first compliant Genius and Stablecoin Act legislation compliant stablecoin. Now, the issue, though, is that there's a lot of, as Senator Haider said, there's a lot of banks and other entities that don't necessarily want this to pass. And I can say from experience, from talking to partners and everyone in the private sector, a lot of them are just scared because they don't know where their place is in this new framework. And I think once more and more education is done and where institutions fall on this, like for example, Frax works with BlackRock, Fidelity, Wisdom Tree to custody our Treasury bill assets, where banks would fit in on this. Once everything falls into place, I think everyone will understand that this is a very, very value-creating act and very efficiency-bringing act to the actual economy.
You touched on something important there, Sam. In both legislative proposals, non-banks are still able to issue stablecoins. And I'd be curious from the members, why was that so critical in putting in the bill, that you could still have non-banks being able to issue and compete in this industry?
Well, we already do have non-banks issuing stablecoins. Our goal wasn't to try to put people out of business. We're trying to encourage people to come into the business. And their requirements, their state requirements, their federal requirements, depending on whether you cross the $10 billion threshold. But what we want to do is have as inclusive an environment as we possibly can. You've got to abide by the rules. But as long as you can, I don't give a damn whether you're a bank or you're not a bank. I want you to meet the requirements for safety for the consumers and also the consistency that we want to see. But we want this proliferated around the globe. Again, back to dollar dominance, back to demand for treasuries. This is great for America. And we're not going to limit the issuers based on whether they happen to be registered with the OCC or not.
Competition is good for consumers. And so at the end, this is about putting competition into the space, and at the end of the day, it's the consumer that wins.
Whip Emery, you touched on, hopefully once we have stablecoins behind us, and I know this is a stablecoin panel, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, what's next? Is it market structure? Where do we go from here?
Well, I think market structure and the stablecoin legislation are two, they're both part of the same ecosystem. You really can't have one without the other, in our opinion. And I think that's why I said, Bill's Genius Act will come over to the House in its current form. I expect there are some minor differences between some of our House members and the Genius Act. I don't expect big differences, but I'll leave that to the subcommittee chair, Brian Stile, and French Hill and our membership, which, by the way, will be both, Cody, Republicans and Democrats. I may not be Maxine Waters, I know that'll surprise you, but there are a lot of Democrats on the committee that are working with us to try and get this thing done. And why? Because it's about predictability, certainty, clarity. This is the whole problem we've experienced. Brian was talking about it when we started. The last 4 years, they had an open door policy. Come on in and tell them what you're doing. They're going to kick you in the ass and sue you and do all kinds of other stuff. This is about establishing the clarity, the playing, the rules on the field so that you want to do business in this country and you want to take advantage of the opportunities that this is going to offer. I think that's what you were getting at, Brian, was that clarity, certainty, and predictability.
And Congressman Stile, with the Stable Act, I've heard you say they're 90% similar, the Stable Act and the Genius Act. What's that process look like in terms of reconciling those differences? I know Whip Emery alluded to it, but.
I mean, at the end of the day, the goal is to get the legislation across the line. And so it's bringing these ideas together to make sure that we have the support in the Senate that Senator Haggerty is leading on and in the House. And I think we continue to get closer and closer to that end goal. The week ahead in the Senate, as this goes up to the floor, which Senator Haggerty is going to lead, is a huge moment. And so we're all going to be looking to the leadership of Senator Haggerty to be in a position to get this done. The goal is not pride of authorship. The goal is to reach an agreement where we have an opportunity to get this bill across the line and signed into law by President Trump. That needs to be the focus.
There's one thing I just underscore to share how difficult this can be. It's almost embarrassing for me to say this, but our stablecoin legislation was the first piece of standalone legislation to move through the Senate Banking Committee in 8 years. And it was a practically 4-hour debate. Elizabeth Warren sending it over the net, myself, Cynthia Lummis, Senator Scott sending it back after about 4 hours. And she'd done a good job of spreading the 84 amendments that she tried to make at the last minute to the bill to destroy it. The vote was taken. And you know what happened? She was able to hold 5 of her Democrat colleagues, and 5 came over and voted with me. And we had the most bipartisan product that we've had come out of the Senate Banking Committee in a decade, and the first one in the past 8 years.
And one thing I wanted to add is that Whip Emmer said is these are all bills in an ecosystem where the stablecoin legislation, then market structure, and also the Bitcoin Reserve Act by Senator Lummis. And these go step by step. And like I said earlier, when stablecoin bills are hopefully passed, everyone like Frax, other people in the industry won't forget the lifelong support that we will be giving for the next step and the step after that. And these things build on top of each other in a step-by-step manner that can't be accomplished all at once, but they build incrementally to get everything that we need to do to have a pro-America innovation.
Yeah. Momentum's critical. Momentum is critical here.
And I think it's remarkable that you're right, this is a bipartisan bill. This is a bipartisan issue. It was actually you, Whip Emmer, several years ago at a Bitcoin conference in Miami. You told me that this is a nonpartisan issue.
Yeah, don't use it's not bi. When you say bipartisan, you've already identified 2 separate groups. This is nonpartisan. We are all the same on this. You're either in alignment or you're not. And it's not a Democrat-Republican thing.
David, I'm curious for you, what's one takeaway you would want the Bitcoin audience to take away on stablecoins?
Well, first of all, I do want to say, because I know we're almost at the end of this panel, that it feels like the best whiplash ever to be here today, and for someone who has lived under the tyranny of the previous administration trying to kill the entire industry that you're all here representing, to having both Congress and the White House under the leadership of many of my co-panelists here really completely flip the bit entirely to not only not wanting to kill an industry, but wanting to promote and help develop the industry here in America is honestly surreal. And that's why elections matter. That's why all of your voices mattered. And if you think about the last edition of this conference and now, and where we are and the road we've traveled, it's really, really amazing. And these gentlemen all deserve a big, big round of applause for that.
To the members on stage, does this surprise you of how quickly we're moving? Again, I know I don't want to get ahead of myself. I know it's Washington, but I've been in Washington for a decade, and I've never seen legislation move this expeditiously in this bipartisan or nonpartisan of a manner. Are you guys surprised every day?
Well, it's taken a great deal of work by a terrific staff. The lead person on my staff, Luke Pettit, is soon to be the Assistant Secretary of Treasury for Financial Institutions, but he's done a tremendous job. Cynthia Lummis' team, Cynthia Gillibrand's team, to the point it's been bipartisan. Our staff have worked their hearts out. They know it's our priority. They're taking it. Senator Scott, Senator Lummis agreed with me as we started this Congress that this would be our first piece of legislation to the Senate Banking Committee. And my hat's off to Chairman Scott, too. I think he really wanted to turn that committee around. And Sherrod Brown is no longer in the Congress thanks to his lack of support, I would say, for this industry is an understatement. And we have a new day in the Senate Banking Committee, and this is our chance to demonstrate that, and we have. And we're pushing this across the floor. Everybody's rowing in the same direction right now that wants to see this done on a bipartisan basis. And I'm feeling very good that we're going to, as hard as it's been, I think we're going to get a product out that we'll all be proud of, and we'll be able to send it to you, Brian, very soon.
I think some of the speed that we feel is because of the juxtaposition of what we experienced for the past 4 years. And so actually a lot of work was being done by people like Whip Emmer and others for years, slogging in the policy to get the text, to get the understanding right. But I think we all knew we weren't going to have a good chance of having that signed into law by President Biden. Now we're in a position to really accelerate on the work that others have done in this space, Patrick McHenry, Tom Emmer, folks in the Senate. And so some of the speed that you see is because now we actually have light at the end of the tunnel, that we have a real opportunity to get this done. And so we're able to build on a lot of the work that was previously done in this space.
We're running out of time. I guess I'll ask one last question as we go down the panel. Are we going to get stablecoin legislation before August recess?
I mean, Frax is super excited to hopefully say yes, because we know that Bitcoin's always been great, the US dollar's always been great, and we want to do our part to upgrade the US dollar with crypto and blockchain technology, and so we're banking on it.
I am confident. As Brian knows, I'm always confident. I know somebody who counts the votes. We get these 3 bills to the House floor, which I have every confidence in Brian's style and French Hill, in the members of our committee, Republican and Democrat, wanting to get something done, and got a lot of confidence in the president, who said, I want it by the August recess. Make sure you get it done. So I think you've heard something that we don't get very often in Washington, D.C. Brian, it is that it's the juxtaposition of the slowness of the last 4 years, but it's something bigger. The election last November, for the people that are in this room and everybody who's similarly aligned, was sending a message to all of us in Washington. President promised this. We want you to get it done, and we want it done now. And Bill Hagerty showed how you can actually move a calcified organization called the U.S. Senate, where they never do anything. And this guy actually moved this through at record pace. That tells me we're going to get it done before the August break.
So yeah, I think it's going to happen. I think the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, you'll start to see not only just keeping the levels where they are, but adding to it. And one more prediction is I think that Bitcoin ultimately will be the winning network where stablecoins will exist as well over a longer period of time.
I just say this, we've opened the door now in a very positive way. You've heard all the tonality here on this stage. You'll hear it for the remainder of this conference. There's a new lift in people's step. This industry is going to thrive in America now. This is opening the door. This is the first step. We're working together to make certain that that ecosystem is in place, and I couldn't be more proud to work with these gentlemen up here on stage to make it happen.
I would say not only will it happen, we have to get it done by August. Everybody is counting on us. This is our opportunity to really unlock the golden age of digital assets.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to get a U.S. stablecoin regulatory framework, and when we get it, it's because of these gentlemen on stage. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's Industry Day winding down at Bitcoin 2025, the largest Bitcoin conference in the world. Day 1 tomorrow. There's still time to get down here to Las Vegas and more to see today. Coming up, we've got David Sachs, Donald Trump Jr. You just heard from Senator Bill Hagerty and Tom Emmer on a panel about the Genius Act. Some quotes before we get to our panel here. It has been, quote, murder to get to the Democrats to the table, talking about Elizabeth Warren's last-minute shenanigans on the bill, quote, this should be a nonpartisan issue, not just a bipartisan issue. We've got a great panel to break all of this down for you on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We've got Tracy Hoyos Lopez, Chief of Staff of Strategic Initiatives at Kraken, and the woman who orange-pilled Donald Trump. We've got Keith Amon, State Representative in the New Hampshire House of Representatives, pioneering the State Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, and Sean Hagan, Head of Media and PR at Bitcoin Magazine. Tracy, let's start with you. Nonpartisan issue. It seems more and more that, unfortunately, Bitcoin is a partisan issue.
It's so sad to see, because the truth is that Bitcoin is not a partisan issue, right? But Bitcoin is subject to the whims of politics. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party has decided to make this a partisan issue. So we're back to basics, right? What was the thing that we did at the beginning of everything, right? Well, we appealed to the Republicans because they were the only ones that were willing to help us save our industry. And they did. Promises made, promises kept by President Trump, by Haggerty, by Cynthia Lummis, all of our allies in the Republican Party. Meanwhile, here are the Democrats again trying to destroy us. And the thing is just like, why? Every single person in the election that ran on a Bitcoin or a crypto platform won their seat. If that is not a sign that these individuals that are trying to keep us from innovating, from moving forward, are in the wrong path, then I don't know what is. Like, you're going to keep losing. Bitcoin is going to keep winning.
Keith, over to you. You're obviously active at the state level, much different than what we're seeing in the federal level. How do you react to this seeming gridlock, last-minute backtracking on something that, you know, could help America, like the Genius Act?
I mean, they call it the sausage-making process for a reason, right? There's always backroom deals, and there's always hidden agendas and personality conflicts and all of that. I think it's short-sighted of the Democratic Party, because the next generation is going to be crypto native, and it's going to be obvious to them that they're on the wrong side of history. So sometimes it takes, I'm a Republican, so excuse my partisanship, but sometimes it takes the Democrats a little while to figure out which issue or which side of an issue to be on. And this one, I think that some of them are getting it, particularly the younger Democrats, you know, 45 or under, seem to be a little more open to the ideas, but it's going to hurt them in the long run. That's my position. I'll stick to it.
Well, Sean, I want to go over to you and incorporate you into this conversation. Your thoughts, obviously, you've seen the Republicans come out and be strong on the issue. Not many Democrats here showing up at all. What does that say about the attitudes in Congress?
Yeah, look, I think that a lot of Bitcoiners miss the picture here. You need order to make sense of the world and society. And at its most basic level, all politics is the ordering of a society. And so, you know, it makes sense that as Bitcoin's matured and grown that we're entering the world of politics. And to me, it's disheartening that the Democrats have decided to attack us instead of engage in honest discourse about what our industry even is. And so, yeah, you know, it has surprised me. And you know, to the representative's point, I do think that the younger side of that aisle is coming around to the idea. But I think that generally anything that people don't understand, especially when control and power is involved, tends to scare them away. And so I think that hopefully this is an issue where as time passes and we kind of get some younger representation on the Democrat side, perhaps that'll change. But obviously we can't really afford to wait too much longer when their end goal is to kill our industry.
Well, generational change underway. We're going to the Nakamoto stage, advancing Bitcoin bills in Congress. Stay tuned. More to come here at Bitcoin 2025.
And I said, well, how do we do that? And he said, I don't know, let's figure it out. And so that's been the story over the last 4 years. I'm really proud to be a part of the movement that all of you represent.
So this panel, really quickly, Grant McCarty, co-president of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're the largest cryptocurrency think tank in the country and the only organization focused on Bitcoin, specifically working in Washington, D.C. At the start of the year, the president signed an executive order on digital assets, and he established 3 clear priorities: stablecoins, market structure, strategic Bitcoin reserve. And a couple months later, he signs an executive order establishing strategic Bitcoin reserve. And the president and this administration have made it clear that they want the United States to be a global Bitcoin superpower. They want to be a global Bitcoin and crypto superpower. So, Congressman Donalds, we'll start with you. How does the administration's approach to digital assets, how does that executive order help set the playbook for what the House is focused on with digital asset policy?
Well, I think what the president is doing with him and his team
is actually choosing to step into the digital assets marketplace, including Bitcoin. And I think that's a fundamental difference in what we've seen out of Washington, not just the last administration, but really even before that. I mean, I think it's important to understand a lot of our colleagues on the Hill don't really conceptually understand what digital assets, crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain technology, they don't really understand it. So when you have the president making an affirmative step, not just with executive orders, but with desiring the work that comes out of our committees, it really puts the wind in your sails to finally address this question, not just for the people in this room, but for the American people overall. And I think that's the broadest way to look at this. I think for specific reserves, the president is looking at the long view in the United States, and he's basically saying we have to make sure we have deposits or reserves of key assets, Bitcoin being a key asset, because it's demonstrated to be a holder of value that is outside of, fiat currency and central banking. And so I think the president is looking at that. Bitcoin obviously is one he stepped into. There's other assets he's looking at as well, but it is about fundamentally making sure the United States is in a better shape going forward.
Congressman Style, market structure, stable coins, these have been core issues in the House for a number of years. So reiterating the question, how does the president's playbook help reignite some of these issues? Does it push them to the top of the agenda? Obviously, stablecoins have had a lot of movement in Congress. You were just talking about stablecoins on this stage, but I know you've been doing a lot of work on market structure as well. So what has that movement just in the last few months looked like?
President Trump's actions in this space, David Sachs, Bo Hines, have really focused our attention in this space. And that is so absolutely important, because if you want to get legislation across the line, it is incredibly difficult to do in Washington. If I come from the private sector, you want to just pound your head against a brick wall when you recognize how difficult it is to move forward legislation in Washington, D.C. But when you have the president leaning in and putting his support, using his bully pulpit to be able to do that, it's so essential. And what President Trump is so unique at against almost anyone you could ever imagine that's ever existed before is his ability to focus the attention of media, to focus the attention of legislators, to focus the attention of everyday folks on important issues. And what he's done is he has put a spotlight on the exact three bills that you just laid out, which has given us the ability to drive forward the energy, the time that's going to be needed to get these across the line. And the work of this administration and the work of those of us in the House and in the Senate who are interested in making sure that the United States is the home of innovation and development in crypto, in Bitcoin, in digital assets is going to be absolutely essential. And I feel like we are in that position to actually go and grab that brass ring.
Now, Faryar, you've been leading policy efforts at Coinbase for a while now, and as somebody else who has also been working on Bitcoin and crypto policy in DC, I feel like we've been talking about a lot of the same things for years now. So from your position at Coinbase and maybe even representing a lot of industry views more broadly, what is this reigniting that we're talking about here, like pushing these to the top of the agenda, what does that mean to maybe your company specifically? What does it mean to the broader crypto industry? What does it mean for Bitcoin that now we actually have a shot on goal for things that we've been talking about for 3, 4, 5, 6 years now at this point?
Coinbase is a global company, so we're all around the world, and I talk to governments everywhere, and they always ask me, what's the best, most important thing you can do from a policy perspective in crypto? And I always say it's the tone from the top. It's when you've got the leader of the country announcing that as a matter of national strategy, they want crypto and Bitcoin to be a part of that. And I always thought the US was probably different because we were a different jurisdiction. And then we saw what the tone from the top meant under the previous administration. It meant an attack on all of you and all of us who are in the sector for 4 sustained years in reasons that were just shocking and unbelievable. And so the tone from the top point is exactly what Donald Trump has showed us. He campaigned on Bitcoin and crypto, and he came in not just from day one in office, but from day one as president-elect to change the tone in Washington. And so he's put a real clear vision that he wants stablecoin legislation, he wants a market structure bill, he wants a much more strategic approach to how the United States approaches approaches its handling of the billions of dollars of Bitcoin that it currently holds. And it wants to provide a home for innovators like all of you to build in the United States. And I think that's been formidable. It's been powerful for us as a company, but it's given members of Congress like the two on the panel here, who long ago understood the importance and the power of this technology, the impetus they need to get legislation through.
Talked a lot about stablecoins on the last panel. Market structure is a term that has been thrown around quite a bit, right? We need regulatory clarity, right? One of the amazing things about Bitcoin, at least, is its position as a commodity has been pretty firmly established for a while now, right? It is sufficiently decentralized. There's no CEO or foundation that controls it. There's a broader cryptocurrency industry that, frankly, has had, very little clarity from a regulatory perspective for a while now. And that doesn't just affect those crypto companies. It affects Bitcoin users and Bitcoin companies as well, right? When people see crypto as risky broadly, those same views get passed on to Bitcoin. A lot of people see these things as one and the same, right? So can we talk a little bit about, and this is an open question to anybody on this panel, what is the value of a market structure bill for moving Bitcoin companies in the US, like moving this forward? What is the value of setting these clear rules of the road that, again, people have been asking for years and years? What actually happens when we do this? Because I fear that we've been talking about it for so long that people are just taking it for granted, and it's not actually clear to people anymore what the impact is. So walk us through impact of the market structure bill. What does this do?
The market structure bill is essential. And why is it essential? Because we talked about the three things that are in President Trump's executive order, and the one piece that wasn't on there because he inherently controls it is the appointment of regulators. And so if you like the regulators that President Trump is appointing like I do, you feel like we're in a pretty good position. But if we look back to the previous administration where President Biden appointed Gary Gensler at the SEC, you didn't like the regulator. And so as we look at the opportunity to put forward a regulatory framework, what we have is an opportunity to put some constraints and controls on the regulators. So under the Biden administration, policy was being developed through enforcement actions, and a lot of those enforcement actions, in my opinion, were politically driven. And what you got was a really unworkable regulatory framework. So yes, if we look today, we would all agree that Bitcoin is decentralized, it's not centrally controlled, it should be treated as a commodity, all very good things for the broader digital asset ecosystem. But what the fear is that a future regulator would come in and take actions that none of us in this room would agree with. And so by putting in place a regulatory framework through market structure, what we do is we clip the wings of a future regulator from coming in and trying to unwind what we're going to be able to accomplish during the Trump administration. And to me, at its core, it's that type of regulatory clarity which will allow investment and innovation in this space, which is so absolutely essential.
Well, just to add on, Brian is correct. The key piece is when you have a market structure really in Washington, so Washington knows where the boundaries are, then it gives you guys the ability to raise capital, to start new enterprises, because now you have a certainty of how Washington is going to look at the overall industry. I mean, you talk to any business owner in the world, the number one thing they desire more than anything else is certainty and consistency. This provides that from the federal level. So whether it's raising capital, domiciling in a state, domiciling in Florida, but domiciling a state, wherever you choose to do, once you have clear rules to the roads for the agencies, so you know where you are from a day in, day out basis, it changes the game. That's how this becomes $1 trillion industry in the United States. Without it, a lot of fits and starts. People aren't quite sure. You're paying a lot of attorneys, paying a lot of attorneys to try to find a way to navigate your company or navigate your enterprise. And at the end of the day, who it hurts more than anybody else? The individual owner and holder of commodities or of Bitcoin or of any stable coin, because there's not going to be a stability to that market, which will actually be one of the greatest things ever for long-term value.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Just to double down on the point that Congressman Donalds just made, I talk to investors all the time. There's a lot of them that you're all familiar with who've gotten into the crypto markets, but there are billions and billions and billions of dollars that are still left on the table by investors who just don't want to touch crypto because they don't have the risk appetite. They just expect at some point, 3.5 years from now, there'll be another Biden-type administration, re-engage the war on crypto, and they'll get caught under attack by future regulators. This provides clarity and certainty. Once Congress acts and does what Congress is working on right now in terms of providing clarity, there will be investors that control trillions of dollars who will be willing to put money into the sector, funding innovators, owning crypto as an asset class, doing any number of things that they just can't do right now.
When you don't have clarity in this space, what you end up with is a lot of innovation and development occurring at boardrooms and law firms. And what we want to do is have innovation and development occurring in basements and dorm rooms. And so if you get this right, you're pushing that innovation and development down out to regular folks rather than concentrating it in corporate control.
To that point, all three of you used the word certainty, right? Clarity, certainty. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, which, without getting into the weeds, basically it aims to allow exactly what you're talking about, the dorm room applications that are being built on Bitcoin, open source software. It allows developers to operate and create software without fear of being punished or penalized by regulators, right? There's legislation. There are things that need to be determined via legislation. Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, it aims to solve a very specific regulatory problem that has really hindered people from creating open source software because they're scared that a single person in the bureaucracy is going to decide, oh, they broke this minutia, you're right, they broke this rule, and now we're going to charge them with a federal crime and throw them in prison. That is certainly keeping people from innovating. But I want to pivot.
Well, real quick, the only thing I'm going to add to what you just said, and again, this goes to the importance of having certainty, because a lot of times, it's not that there was some law that was broken. It's that you have some G12 regulator in some agency who saw something and they have an interpretation of it where Congress has never spoken to it. Or they'll try to reach back, and Gensler was the worst at this. You got people who are reaching back to the 33 Securities Act to try to make a determination on technology being developed today. Totally ridiculous, but that's why you have to have what
here. This is advancing Bitcoin bills in Congress, and the third pillar and the current administration's agenda is a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Congressman Donalds, you've put forward some legislation seeking to codify the executive order on the strategic Bitcoin reserve into law. This is, again, a priority for the administration. It's a recognition of Bitcoin as a strategic asset. There is a companion bill of Senator Lummis's bill, the Bitcoin Act, that is in the House today, that wants the United States to buy 1 million Bitcoin over the course of 5 years. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of Bitcoin as an asset? What makes Bitcoin a strategic asset? And why did you move forward that legislation?
Well, I'm going to address one thing. We talked about it in the back. I'm familiar with the Lummis baggage bill. We drafted a bill that codifies the president's EO. The only reason I haven't co-sponsored the Lummis baggage bill is, we get busy, man. It's like there's bills all over DC. So it's not I don't like Nick Begich and I don't like his bill. I actually like Nick Begich. I endorsed him, helped to get to Congress. I think he's great. It's just we get busy, and sometimes you just didn't go to him and say, hey, put me on this. But definitely that bill comes to committee, I'm voting for it. Now to why it's important. Bitcoin has proven to be a holder of value. It's proven it to me, it's proven it really to the entire world. I remember back in 2015 when I was in financial services, I think Bitcoin was trading at 1,100 a coin, 1,200 a coin maybe at the time. And I had clients come to me and they're like, should we buy Bitcoin? And I would sit there and be like, I don't know, the first thing about that stuff, do what you want. If you got to spare $2,000, have fun. I don't care. But what it has proven over the last decade is that you believe in it. And at the end of the day, anything on this planet that has value because you have a broad swath of people who have a fundamental agreement that this is a holder, whether it was precious metals, gold, silver before, or Bitcoin today. Secondly, of course, there's only going to be, 21 million ever in creation? So that in and of itself demonstrates a baseline that can't be eroded by central banks, by debasing currencies, et cetera. I think the last reason why this is critical for the United States is, let's just be blunt with each other. We accuse other nations of messing with their currencies, but we have allowed ours to be diminished in purchasing power because the federal government spends far too much money. And we are borrowing the future earnings of the American people to pay for, we're borrowing future earnings to pay for current living expenses. That's what the federal government is doing. So if you know this, and we have a debt problem, which we do, the prudent thing to do is try to amass assets that you can hold that have an appreciating value to help offset some of your long-term liabilities. That's why a strategic Bitcoin reserve, in my view, is critical to the United States.
I'm going to pass the same question to you, Congressman Style. What does a strategic Bitcoin reserve mean to you? Have you thought about this? Last year at this conference in Nashville, President Trump announced that if elected, he would establish a strategic Bitcoin stockpile. And again, 2 months ago, this is what happened. Do you have any thoughts on this kind of being the third pillar of the administration's digital asset focus?
Super exciting. I was talking with Senator Lummis. I've talked with Nick Begich on this. Here's a couple questions, I think, to get in the weeds of how you actually implement this. What is the current inventory of digital assets across the United States? Senator Lummis was talking about this earlier. To get to the answer of that is actually more complicated than it ever should be. If you want to know how your federal government spends money, it should be incredibly transparent and straightforward. As Byron Donalds and I know, it's not nearly as transparent as it should be. We need a broader inventory, and then there needs to be a better understanding of how we are controlling these assets. It's easy to think of your federal government seizes a physical asset, a gold bar, where it's stored, how it's secured. The rules of the road are not nearly as clear as it relates to Bitcoin, to digital assets, to crypto. And so we have to get the building blocks right first, and a lot of us are working in the weeds to get that piece done correctly, which then unlocks a lot of the other really interesting legislation that Senator Lummis and others are working on.
Knock off stablecoins, knock off market structure. Hey, Bitcoin Reserve is right there. Faryar, super quickly, does Coinbase support a Bitcoin Reserve?
Oh, absolutely. We're a very strong supporter of the Bitcoin Reserve. And I think the way the two congressmen said it is exactly right. The government right now holds billions of dollars of Bitcoin that they've seized through various sort of civil and criminal procedures, and they manage it in a completely non-strategic way. And when Donald Trump came in, and I think looking at it as a business guy, and basically said, listen, we're holding all this Bitcoin, we're disposing of it in ways that have no remunerative benefit to the United States. We have to have a national strategy around this, and he established one through an executive order. He's asked Congress to act on it. The two congressmen here are big supporters of it. We're strong supporters of it. And so I think we'll see congressional action soon, hopefully.
We got a few minutes left. I want to talk about bipartisanship. I want to talk about moving bills. Faryar, very quickly, Coinbase got involved with elections. Can you just talk through what made you all take that leap?
Well, it's like I said, I mean, we found ourselves in the fall of 2023 recognizing that we were facing an existential threat. We did all the normal things that companies do. We lobbied, we wrote position papers, we did this and that, and we realized that the Biden administration, Elizabeth Warren, Gary Gensler, weren't going to stop at anything until they destroyed us. And so we decided we had to respond. And so ironically, what we did is we helped create the largest single-issue super PAC ever in U.S. history, 175 million. It'll be bigger next year. We also have a grassroots operation at standwithcrypto.org, which by the election day hit 2.2 million members. We're going to support the group to hit 4 million. And our goal, ironically, is to build the largest political operation ever and to take the politics out of crypto. And I think we're on our way to do that.
Congressman Style, in order to get anything moved in Congress today, it's got to be bipartisan. We just saw the Genius Act in the Senate. get a bunch of Democratic votes. So you're doing work on stablecoins, you're doing work on market structure. Eventually, it sounds like Bitcoin Reserve. Talk through your approach on working across the aisle to get these things moving.
This legislation shouldn't be partisan. It should be nonpartisan legislation because this is about making the United States of America the location for digital assets, for Bitcoin, for crypto. And if we do this right, the United States of America wins. In drafting this legislation, that is an in-the-weeds conversation with my Democratic colleagues. On the House side in our committee, as we move forward our Stable Act legislation, we had Democrats coming across the table to work with us and vote in favor of it. As we look back to last Congress, as we move forward market structure in the House, we had over 70 Democrats voting with the overwhelming number of Republicans, or all the Republicans, to move that legislation forward. And so this is upon building upon that success, but the goal here needs to be not moving it just through committee or just through the floor of the House. We need to make sure that we get this all the way across the line and signed into law. And to do that, we need Republicans and Democrats together. And who wins? The United States of America wins if we do this right.
Congressman Donalds, close us out. Final thoughts, bipartisanship, moving bills, anything you want to leave the audience with?
I think bipartisanship definitely can be had, especially on this issue. Brian is absolutely right. America wins. But individuals win. People who are trying to figure out wealth at the bottom, they win with this type of legislation. Last thing I'll tell everybody here, you may not care about politics, but politics cares about you. So I would be thinking very clearly as you start to move in however you love Bitcoin and digital assets, how you move in your industry, you need to think very clearly politically. Because the people who have voting cards, I have mine in my pocket right now, those of us with voting cards and how we think about these issues are going to define the future. So you may not care about politics, but trust me, politics cares about you and your industry.
Faryar is going to get me in trouble here. We are out of time. Go for it.
So one thing for people who don't know, Congressman Donalds is running for governor of Florida. When he wins, if he wins, the tone from the top in Florida is going to be pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto. So just want to make sure we set that.
All right, they're kicking us off. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. Industry Day continues to roll on, the largest conference in the world happening here at the Venetian. You just heard advancing Bitcoin bills in Congress, and still more to come. The grand finale, we've got David Sachs coming up, as well as Donald Trump Jr. taking the stage here to break down. We've got our all-star panel again, Tracy Hoyos, Lopez, Keith Amon, and Sean Hagen. Want to turn the topic to the grassroots movement that is happening across the U.S. right now at the state level. We just heard from someone who could be the future governor of Florida. Now there's activity also at the state level to pass pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto legislation. So Keith, why don't I turn it over to you? You passed the strategic Bitcoin reserve, the first at the state level in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that process. What did you learn, and how does this become a statewide or a nationwide movement?
So our legislation is enabling. I'll have to make that clear from the beginning. So it's a baby step in the right direction. We have Arizona followed New Hampshire about 24 hours or less than 24 hours.
It was a tight race.
It was tight, and we knew they were coming. We wanted to be the dark horse.
Really? Okay, interesting.
And then
so there was pressure.
There was pressure, yeah. And so there's some behind-the-scenes maneuvering that was kind of fun to watch.
Okay, interesting.
Getting it to the governor's desk. But it was fun to be first. Texas, Greg Abbott tweeted out about their bill passing their house, so that's a good sign that he's going to sign it soon. And so I think every state should look into it. And I have this little debt clock here. I don't know if the camera can see it. Maybe they can zoom in.
Yes, we've got to zoom on that.
This is Thomas.
What are we at right now?
Thomas Massey's. Well, this is according to the Treasury Department, 36.2 trillion, but I think it's closer to 37.
Well, maybe you could tell us a little bit about what got this successfully over the line in New Hampshire. How were you able to unite people across the aisle?
So it started with conversations specifically with our state treasurer. Her name is Monica Mazzapelli. And it was just conversations about what is she able to invest in. It turns out that the investment vehicles in statute, none of them could beat inflation. So, they're super safe investments except for inflation eating away at the...
Except for the fact that they go down.
Except for the fact that they, right. And so we added, digital assets above a $500 billion market cap, which is only Bitcoin for the time being, and then also precious metals. So two assets that if you put them into buckets and you regularly rebalance those buckets, it helps you beat inflation, right? And it limits the risk because you're not putting all your eggs in one basket.
Tracy, why don't you go to you quickly? How does what's happening at the states affect the federal conversation in your view?
Well, so we've seen that Donald Trump has moved into a friendlier, he's friendly administration towards Bitcoin and crypto. What we are seeing in the states, though, is that the blue states are starting to retaliate where they can't pick it up at the federal level.
Oh, and we've got word now, David Sachs taking the stage. More to come, Bitcoin 2025.
That you'd be in the jailhouse than the White House. That's where crypto was back then. This is true.
That was a line of the summit, by the way. And I think the president appreciated that because he similarly was facing lawfare a year ago when his political enemies were trying to put him in prison for 700 years. And so I think he really understood the plight of the crypto community because they were being subjected to the same kind of unfair persecution that he was.
Well said. Yeah, I think a year ago, this time of year, I think the president was still a candidate. He was engulfed in lawfare. Biden was apparently sharp as a tack. J.D. Vance was still a senator. And then something really remarkable happened.
And obviously the war on crypto, and we can go into the details, but Operation Choke Point 2.0, how many bank accounts did we lose?
How many what?
Bank accounts did we lose?
Oh, we lost, we were losing a bank account every other week in the year of 2023, and we were down to literally our last bank account for wires and last bank account for ACH. And if we had lost either one of those, it would have been game over. So that's how close Pocahontas got to taking us out.
But, okay, so I think it's really important to go back in time a year because it's hard to imagine it's easy to forget how bleak it was. There's the war on crypto, there's Operation Choke Point, there's all this stuff happening. But then one thing happened, two things really, but one thing. You and Chamath courageously hosted a dinner for President Trump at your house in San Francisco, in the heart of enemy territory. And I think that really started a preference cascade in Silicon Valley.
So David, what did you think about that event?
Yeah, this was June 6th of last year. I remember that date because that happens to be D-Day, and it felt like this was kind of a big event in San Francisco. It was right on the heels of that whole sham trial that they put the president through, where I don't know if you guys remember this, it feels like so long ago, but the Democrats tried to brand President Trump with that whole convicted felon label as the way they were going to try and win the election. And he had to spend a couple of months kind of locked up in this courtroom in this sham for the past couple of months. And so in any event, he on the heels of that, he came out to California and to do our event, and then he went to LA and did a couple other events. And no one knew exactly how he would be received, especially in liberal San Francisco. And for the for the week before the event, the media in San Francisco had tried to gin up protesters to show up. But all along the motorcade, when the president, came to, eventually arrive at my house, there were demonstrators all along the side of the road, but they weren't anti-Trump. They were all pro-Trump.
Yes,
and
true.
Thousands of them. And the first thing the president said when he got out of his car was, "Am I in the right city?"
Right.
And we knew right away that there was some huge vibe shift going on, because all the energy was pro-Trump, even though, the Democrats had tried to do this whole, convicted felon hoax. So right then, we knew something was changing.
Yes, definitely. And then I think that your dinner was in June, and then President Trump keynoted this conference a month later, last summer in Nashville. And I just remember I was in the audience for that.
Wait, before we get to that, can I tell a funny story about at the dinner?
Please.
So the president, he's hilarious, as you guys experienced. And so he basically did, a speech at our house. We had about 100 people there. And it was kind of like having a Trump rally in your living room, and he would go up there and he would just, talk to us. And he would pick people out of the crowd and just start, saying things. And for some reason, he took a shine to Tyler and Cameron right away, because he picked you guys out. And he said, as I recall, something like, "I know you guys really created Facebook. I know it was really you guys who did that. And yeah, I know you didn't win that court case, but it's okay, because you guys got dealt a lot of cards. You're very rich, very handsome. You got dealt a lot of cards."
Supermodels with big brains, right?
I said to I said to you guys, so do you know President Trump? And you said, no, that was like the first time you had met him. So amazingly, he just picked you guys out, and he knew all this stuff and just started riffing. So in any event.
Yeah, and that was, I think that was his like 5th event that day. And he had started at like 5 in the morning in Florida. And by the time he got to SF, that was, I think, he had probably already had a very long day. And I remember, he just kept going. He would have stayed all night probably if his staff hadn't said to leave, which is so different and so authentic than other politicians who sort of come in, mail it in, get the money and go. And Trump really engaged and he really listened. And I have to hand it to the media, because they did a really good job. You meet the guy in person and you're like, I knew it was BS that the media was attacking him, but still, like, this guy is so different than the person that is portrayed out there, and the diff was massive.
Yeah. No, it's true. His work ethic is just incredible. I think that day he had woken up at, must have been like 3 a.m. our time in Florida, done a bunch of meetings there, then flown to Arizona. He did a rally in Arizona earlier that day, then flew to our place in San Francisco, and then after our event, he flew down to LA for another event that he had the next day, and he could have left. He stayed 2 hours longer than he had to. He really spent the time with everyone. It was really incredible. And he was very interested in what everyone had to say. And I would say that probably 1/3 of the people at that dinner were folks in the Bitcoin or crypto community. And I think it was maybe one of the first times that he had heard this message about how unfairly that all the crypto people were being treated by the Gensler SEC. And I think it definitely registered with him. And then, a month later, he ended up speaking at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. So I think this is all part of the process of him just listening and understanding the concerns of the community, how unfairly they're being treated. And like I said, I think it really resonated with him because he had also been subjected to all this lawfare.
Yeah, and so when he came to the conference in last summer, and I was in the audience, and the energy in the room was just tremendous. People were so excited, but the line that got the biggest rise was when he said, "I'm going to fire Gary Gensler." And
it's getting a good rise today.
And it was such a good line that he ended up saying it again, and the crowd erupted more. And he did fire Gary Gensler. And so I think one of the big themes is promises made, promises kept, and you're part of that, David. So big thank you to David, who's the crypto AI czar with this administration. So it'd be great to hear sort of what you've been up to, and I feel like this administration is moving at the speed of a startup, which is something that you know a lot about, but it's moving at breakneck speed. It came in with a plan, with promises. Oh, and by the way, the other big point from last summer was free Ross.
Yes.
And
definitely a huge campaign promise. So, we just had the first 100 days in the administration, and it's just incredible how much the president's gotten done just in the area of crypto. It's really amazing. I mean, I never do this, but there was so much that's happened in the last 100 days. I have to pull out my cheat sheet. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, how much time do we have?
I know, but
this might take a little while.
Let me just highlight a few of the most important things. So first of all, you're right that on the president's first full day in office, he pardoned Ross Ulbricht. So that was 2 days later, he signed a week 1 executive order to promote U.S. leadership in digital assets. That EO prohibited CBDCs. It ordered the end of Operation Choke Point 2.0, and it created our President's Working Group on Digital Assets that I'll get to in a second. In March, he established the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, which treats Bitcoin as a reserve asset of the United States for the first time. And then we also hosted the first Digital Assets Summit at the White House, which is the first time that digital assets or crypto has been treated in that way as an industry that's arrived. There's also been a ton of work that's been done on the sort of agency rulemaking side. The president rescinded the IRS's DeFi broker rule. We rescinded SAB 121, which effectively prevented banks from getting into custody of Bitcoin. The DOJ ended its regulation by prosecution approach, which ended these aggressive legal actions against digital asset firms without telling them what the rules are. I mean, we had this approach under Gensler where he would say, well, just come in and talk to us. I heard all these stories from crypto founders that they were told, well, just come in and talk to us. And then there'd be someone from the enforcement division in these meetings writing down everything they'd say. And then the next day they would get a Wells notice and the prosecution would start us. Well, who would want to, people learned very quickly not to go in and talk to the SEC. So the DOJ has ended that. The SEC has established a crypto task force to provide regulatory clarity. Hester Peirce has done an amazing job with this. The Federal Reserve Board, the OCC, and FDIC have all issued favorable guidance for banks to engage in crypto-related activities, which I think is a very important step to further mainstreaming crypto adoption. And then my personal favorite is that the administration defunded the CFPB, which is Elizabeth Warren's personal regulatory agency. This was her personal goon squad to terrorize crypto companies, and that got defunded. So that's just a small sample of what's been accomplished in just the first 100 days. Is pretty incredible. And then, you heard from Senator Hagerty a minute ago what's happening on Capitol Hill. There's the stablecoin bill's about to pass, the Genius Act, and then I don't think that's going to be the end of it. I think on the heels of that, there's also a market structure bill that's coming that I think will also likely pass before August. And the point of the market structure bill is to enshrine all of the new rules that we've put in place into law so that a future Gary Gensler can't just unwind everything that we've done.
I mean, yeah, that's a tremendous list, and that's definitely larger than the amount of promises that were made. So it's promises kept and then some.
There have been a couple of times where, in rooting out all these insidious rules that were created over the last 4 years, some of them, we've received some serious pushback, and occasionally it's had to go all the way up to the president. And what the president always says is we have to keep our promises. I mean, it really is a point of honor that he made these promises at the Bitcoin conference last year, and he has kept all of his promises. That is very important to him.
Yeah, the other thing is that strikes me is that we always want startups coming out of dorm rooms, not the boardroom of a law firm. And that's been the state of play in crypto, in our industry, in Bitcoin for the better part of the last decade. I mean, we feel like we've been building into a headwind for a decade, and now finally we're building with a bit of a tailwind. And what does that look like? And I always view the Bitcoin price as a proxy for how early it is. And I think we think that, Bitcoin is obviously, orange is the new gold. So Bitcoin is gold 2.0. And that's been true since day one. And so at $100,000 Bitcoin, that's exciting. But if you take 21 million into the above ground market price of gold, really it should be $1 million a coin easily, and then some. So we often talk about baseball games as being sort of the metric for how early things are, and we're literally in the first inning. And let me tell you, this game's going to overtime. So buckle up.
Well, I don't want to measure, what we accomplish exactly through price levels. I guess I want to measure it through innovation levels. But I will say that I did notice that Bitcoin just hit a new all-time high the other day, and that was great to see.
Yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence.
It's not, yes. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we see that blockchain, Bitcoin, crypto, this is the financial system of the future. And we want this innovation happening in the United States. We don't want it driven offshore. That's basically what was happening before, is because under the Biden administration, and as we all know, Elizabeth Warren had the auto pen, all this innovation was being driven offshore. It was being driven to other countries. And that's not the American way. I mean, the American way is always to be the innovator, the leader in technology. And we want this financial revolution happening in the United States. We want to be leading in this. We don't want to be driving it offshore. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think the U.S. capital markets are the most vibrant, deep, liquid markets on the planet. And a lot of that, the stage for that was set 100 years ago when securities laws were first passed in 34. And I think we have this opportunity now to set, for the next century, laws that enshrine the right to self-custody, peer-to-peer transactions. Not that long ago, in 1933, FDR passed an executive order that confiscated gold. You actually couldn't hoard gold or hodl it, in our parlance, and you actually had to turn it in. And that was less than 100 years ago. So really, I think we're on the cusp of enshrining these human rights, this right to property rights, digital property rights in Bitcoin. And I'm very excited. And I think the work that you are doing and this administration's doing is setting up that next century of innovation. So again, definitely very grateful for all that work that you've done, David, there.
Well, I've noticed a number of states are acting on the Bitcoin Bill of Rights, and I think it would be good for the federal government to do something as well. And I think we can incorporate those concepts, the right to self-custody, the right to financial freedom in the what's called the market structure bill. So I hope we can do that.
Yes, that would be great. Yeah, and
is there any? I'm curious to ask you guys, like, is there anything else that you guys think we should be doing? I mean, I'm kind of worried that as cryptos are. By the way, I never expected to be in government at all. I mean, I'm like you guys, I hosted that dinner for the president of June of last year, and I never could have predicted that it would end up with me taking a role in government and being on the stage with you guys here now. But I guess, things, we've been moving so fast to, correct all these things, in terms of the legislation that's moving on Capitol Hill, in terms of rooting out all the regulations, the agencies and departments. I think by August, we might have achieved, like, the crypto agenda in Washington, I think. I mean, what else are we missing? Like, what else should we be doing next? What would you guys like to see? What else is on your wish list? I'm curious here what else you guys would like to see.
Do you want to go first, Tyler? Or? Something about capital gains tax. No. I think it'd be great if the U.S. government started proactively acquiring Bitcoin.
What do you guys think about that?
That's about as big a rise as Fire Gary Gensler getting last summer.
So the executive order establishing the strategic Bitcoin reserve does allow the government to purchase more if it can be done in a budget-neutral way. So specifically, if either the Commerce Department or the Treasury Department can figure out how to fund it without adding to the debt, then they are allowed to create those programs. So if we can convince Howard Lutnick, who's the Commerce Secretary, or Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary, to buy some, and they can figure out how to fund it, without a new tax or without adding to the debt, then maybe find the money from some other program that's not using it, then we could potentially acquire more Bitcoin.
Wow, love it. That sounds.
So I can't promise anything, but there is a pathway to doing that, and the question is just can we get either the Treasury Department or the Commerce Department to get excited about that? Because if they do and they can figure out how to fund it, they actually do have presidential authorization already.
Cool. So how should we get their attention to do that? Can
you guys get their attention?
Raise your hands if you want the U.S. government to start acquiring Bitcoin. All right. Do you think we should put the tariff money to buy Bitcoin? I think I heard from somebody. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
buy the dip. I have Bitcoin with the tariff money. Cool. So what do you think so one of the things, David, I think also is the AI crossover with Bitcoin, and I think talking about building like financial infrastructure in the US and how that's an issue of national security and innovation. And Bitcoin mining, for example, the GPUs, those are the same chips that power AI. And I think it's really cool that they're all sort of meeting together. And how do you think about like the next 100 days or the next couple of years?
Well, definitely one of the common denominators between AI and crypto or Bitcoin is that you do need energy. You need power. You need electricity. You need electricity to power GPUs for AI data centers, and you need it for Bitcoin ASICs to generate hash power. So this is something that we definitely need to do more of in the United States. We need a lot more power to basically fuel this future of AI and crypto. And I think the president definitely got us off on the right foot by, with drill, baby, drill. He definitely wants to unleash oil and gas production in the US. So that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Also making it a lot easier to permit new energy production, new pipelines, and then also permitting the creation of new data centers. I think we want most of the new, let's call it AI compute, and most of the new hash power to be in the US if we can. I mean, it would be nice for there to be more hash power in the United States, just like we want there to be a lot more, AI data centers. So I think, we're going to try and make it a lot easier to again, like build, beyond drill, baby, drill, we need to build, baby, build, and it just needs to be a lot easier in the United States.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like energy is so important for the growth of these technologies. And in the last Bitcoin cycle, there was people sort of talking about the energy consumption and carbon footprint of Bitcoin mining, which was pretty silly because it was still a fraction of the traditional financial system and the internet. And I think one of the things we probably want to watch out for is people trying to use ESG to try and attack Bitcoin from that vector and just, call it out and make sure we don't get Greta pilled over here and deindustrialize.
Yeah. And, I just got back from a trip to the Middle East with the president, and he did something like $3 trillion of new deals with the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. And I think the president's been very focused on getting, net new investment in the United States, including for data centers. Also helping the American technology stack spread internationally and become the standard. So for example, we just did a deal in the UAE where they're going to be building a huge campus for American AI companies, cloud service providers, hyperscalers to build new data centers, and then they're going to make a matching investment in the United States in the build out of data centers. So this is the kind of stuff that the president's looking at. He wants to encourage investment in the US. He wants to encourage the build out of data centers. He wants to encourage new energy sources. And just generally, he's on the side of innovation and the future. Whereas if you look at the Biden administration, they were really doing everything they could to stop all of those things. I mean, you had the Gensler SEC, you had all the restrictions on oil and gas. They were even alienating our Gulf state allies who want to invest in America and they want to be on the American tech stack. And the Biden administration was doing everything they could to limit the export of American technology, forcing those countries to potentially choose Huawei. It just didn't make any sense at all. So I feel like what we have in Washington right now is just a sea change. It's just a total comprehensive shift from being anti-innovation to being pro-innovation and being, much more future-oriented and getting all the obstacles out of the way and helping the private sector innovate. And it's really just been incredible. It's been really fun to be part of. Like I said, I never anticipated that I'd be part of this administration. I'm just a guy from Silicon Valley who hosted a dinner, and then the next thing you know, I'm helping to drive this agenda in Washington. But I think that it's been really incredible to be part of and see the whole thing take shape.
Yeah, well said. Awesome. Thank you, David. It's hard to imagine a president, any other president, being able to do a fraction of this or accomplish that, or any administration. And we're just over 100 days, so it's pretty amazing that we still have a lot of time left.
No, it's incredible. I mean, we're basically 4 months in, so we still have over 3.5 years. So I think just what we can accomplish over the next few years is going to be really incredible. What all of you guys are going to accomplish with Bitcoin is going to be incredible, and to the moon, right?
To the moon. Right. Well said. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you.
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. It's Industry Day at Bitcoin 2025, winding down as we head into tomorrow, the largest Bitcoin conference in the world about to start. You just heard a fireside chat with Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss and David Stacks. Still to come, stick around. Donald Trump Jr. will be on stage in just a moment. Now we have a panel here to break down the issues of the day. Janessa Lopez, policy lead on digital assets, AI, and emerging tech at Block. To her left, Matt Corallo, developer at Spiral, and last but not least, Kyle Only, CEO at Escape Velocity Partners. So we're going to turn the conversation over to a bill that has received some lesser attention amongst all the regulatory action in Washington. Talking about the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, saveourwallets.org. You can go and check it out. Janessa, let's go to you. Why is this bill so important, and why should the Bitcoin community be dialed in to what's happening?
Yeah, so this bill was introduced by Congressman Tom Emmer and Richie Torres last week. It's bipartisan. Emmer's been introducing this bill for the past several years, but what it does is clarify in statute that control is a necessary factor in money transmission. And this is important now more than ever because of what we've seen in the recent DOJ actions against Tornado and Samurai wallet developers. They had a charge of conspiracy to operate as unlicensed money transmitters imposed upon software developers, which we'd never seen before. And if that logic were to be taken across the industry, then that really puts people at risk who are node operators, validators, software developers, and self-custody wallet providers who never have control over customer funds, but they do interact with it in a way that if you're not technically an expert of how the technology works, you might assume you need a money transmitter license to even operate. And so it's very dangerous. What this bill does is clarify that these industry participants do not have control and therefore should not be regulated the same way. So it's the BRC.
SaveOurWallace.org. We've got to head to the main stage. Donald Trump Jr. We'll be right back. Bitcoin 2025.
So what's up, Bitcoin 2025? A little about me. I'm the CEO and founder of Rumble, a cloud services company, and more importantly, a video platform that is the bastion of free speech. We all know who I'm sitting beside right over here, Donald Trump Jr., host of the Triggered podcast, which is exclusive to Rumble, so make sure you download the Rumble app and catch his show. He also sits on numerous boards like Public Square, Trump Media and Technology Group. But I want to say something about Don that most people don't know. About 5 years ago, 2020, it was the election season, and free speech was eroding faster than you could possibly imagine. I saw it firsthand. There was 3 people that actually fought behind the scenes relentlessly and didn't ask for anything in return. One of them was Congressman Devin Nunes, who's now the CEO of Trump Media and Technology Group. The other was Dan Bongino, who's now the Deputy Director of the FBI. And the third person, which many might not know, was Donald Trump Jr. He never asked for a single thing from me, ever. But he was fighting for free speech in early 2021 when every single platform on the planet was turning off the switch, changing the narratives, shadow banning, call it whatever you want. So not only did he put Rumble on the map during this process, but he also, which is more important than anything, he kept free speech on the map. So Don, thank you for everything that you have done.
Thank you.
For free speech and for Rumble. So here we are at Bitcoin 2025, the Bitcoin conference. You have a lot of things going on right now with respect to Bitcoin. How did you get here? You were not only early when it came to seeing the erosions of free speech and freedoms. What brought you to Bitcoin, and where did you see that? When did you get orange-pilled?
Honestly, during that same period of time. I mean, I think there's so many natural ties between free speech, crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain technologies. It all sort of happened at the same time. And what I realized was, I wasn't an early adopter like so many of the people in the room that were here in 2012 or something like that. We were later. We were, real estate guys. We were hard assets. We built buildings. It was a little bit nebulous, but the second we got into sort of that political spectrum, all of a sudden, the guy that I could have called, 2 weeks prior in New York and gotten a loan for a building in about 5 minutes, all of a sudden that guy wouldn't even take my calls. We're getting debanked, we're getting de-insured, we're getting de-everything. It was pretty brutal, and I came to realize pretty quickly that I always say we were basically at the top of a Ponzi scheme, which was the conventional TradFi, financial markets. I just didn't know it because I didn't know any different. It was that aspect of finance was always easy to us. We always had that access, but it disappeared like that. And so, like all things, once you're faced with that conundrum, you either just accept it and get pushed off into the darkness, or you actually do something proactive about it to adapt. No different than when I was getting thrown off, or my family was getting thrown off, or conservatives, or anyone who believed in freedom of speech were getting thrown off social platforms. We didn't just say, okay, well, I guess we'll just pack up our stuff and go home. We said, we're going to innovate. We're going to do something different. With me, one of the first things I did was, Dan Bongino linked us up, and I think I was the 3rd verified user on Rumble, and we fought for that. When the social media platforms started getting more aggressive, guys like Devin, myself, We formed Truth Social to make sure that we always had that avenue to get out there. And so it was really a product of necessity once you realized, again, how fragile those ecosystems that you took for granted were. So, now, we're in crypto. We're seriously long crypto. We're seriously long Bitcoin. Everything from, you saw the announcement even today, TMTG, Truth Social, literally creating a Bitcoin treasury to the tune of $2.5 billion. That's a pretty big deal, right? There's not a lot of people that have done something that big or shown that level of commitment. And the fake news is going to fake. They're out there saying you're going to use the money for other things. No, we're saying this is what it's for. It's for literally Bitcoin. We're then working with the guys from Hut 8 on the crypto mining side, where we're doing American Bitcoin, forming a group to actually go after all of those things to create those reserves. On the more crypto side, pure crypto, you have World Liberty Financial, because that's going to, in my opinion, DeFi is going to change so many aspects of the financial systems, create the efficiencies that we need that have been lacking. Again, coming from TradFi world, it was like, of course you pay points in and out, and of course you pay a point for, title insurance and all these things that no one's doing anything special for. Like, that can be handled with the blockchain. So, we're in 3 major deals, and I think the future runway for all of the things as it relates to these ecosystems is so vast. I think we're going to change with all of the support of the people in this room. You guys are on the leading edge of changing the financial markets. And with David Sachs speaking before that, you see people who know what they're actually talking about, creating the regulatory framework within government. I'm outside of government. I'm doing this stuff in the public markets and then the private sector. But guys that actually know what they're talking about, as opposed to the usual way of DC is, you've just been there longer, so you get to make all these decisions even though you don't know what you're talking about. We have such an incredible opportunity as a country to capture what I believe and truly believe will be the future of finance. And it's all the people in this room who were frankly probably believers before I ever was. But it took having the rug pulled out from us, not in the meme coin sense, but from the, you know what I'm talking about. Having that pulled out from us in a system that we thought was pretty good, and it worked for us for a long period of time. So it's awesome, and I still truly believe it. I know there's guys that have been in this for over a decade. I truly believe we're still at just the beginning. So the opportunity abounds.
I absolutely agree with that last comment. We're at the very beginning. People might know that Rumble also has adopted the Bitcoin treasury strategy. And today, the announcement with Trump Media Technology Group adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy and going to buy $2.5 billion, not million, billion dollars, I think is probably one of the largest raises we've ever seen in the public markets, aside from MicroStrategy and a few others. But when do the floodgates open up? I've always been of the thought, Rumble was one of the very first companies to adopt it that wasn't in the Bitcoin space. We decided that we're going to start bringing Bitcoin to our creators, bring it through tipping, through the Rumble wallet, which will launch in Q3. And we decided to step into it with the strategy, but we weren't a Bitcoin company to start off with. We're a free speech company. When do you think companies like Rumble and like Trump Media and Technology Group, when do they follow suit? Is it going to, I've always been of the opinion it's going to start slow and then it's going to be all of a sudden everyone is going to jump in.
I actually think we're almost at that all of a sudden moment. You see what's going on, even, again, the traditional banking system. All of a sudden, now there's an ETF that you can do this, and there's another way you can do it. They were reluctant adapters because I think they view a lot of these technologies as a threat to this, right? I went to Wharton. I graduated in 2000, conventional business school, banking at the time. There's a lot of guys I know, smart guys, good enough, whatever it is, but they're making a lot of money to do not a lot of work, pushing paper across the desk. And I think so many of these things can be so simplified, so expedited, and really shake up that entire system. There's always going to be a reluctance to adapt to that, but there's also going to be a point of necessity where they can't put it off anymore. And so I literally, I mean, every day when I see someone else sort of adapting this or taking on a little bit, I mean, I think we're at the point where those floodgates are going to open, if they haven't already. So I think we're there right now.
So for the last 5 years, we've been, when I look at Bitcoin, I look at Rumble, I see the same thing. For 5 years, we've been relentless attack by corporate media, hit pieces, fake news, you name it, everything thrown at us. The same way Bitcoin has everything thrown at them. They have laws coming at them. They have, for the previous administration, now thankfully we're in an environment where the current administration is extremely pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto. But what is it going to take for like a Google or an Apple or one of these large companies to make that move or even the banks? Well, we're starting to see a little bit of that, but like we're disrupting their entire ecosystem. The same way Rumble is disrupting corporate media, Bitcoin is disrupting the entire financial ecosystem. And how much of a beating can corporate America take on that before they turn and say, you want to know what, we need to jump in like ASAP?
Again, I think some people are going to take more than others. Some people have a little bit more runway. They can perhaps get away with it. But I think the reality is the latest adapters are going to fare the worst. The people who are able to understand the technology, the people who are able to say, hey, we just have to accept that things are going to be done differently and create those efficiencies that they can then pass on to the markets. I mean, it really is very much aligned with what you were doing about free speech and all of these things. I mean, I think we're at that point right now, and the people who adapt fastest are going to be able to take the most advantage of that. So, you see that. I mean, when Elon was taking, Bitcoin to be able to buy Tesla, I mean, it's right there. And I think when you talk about that and you talk about, frankly, the rest of the crypto space, each and every day there's also another product that's actually creating the utility to be able to actually use these things, right? Like we're relative, again, to the people in the room. I'm a late-ish adapter, and when I'm calling my friends who've been doing it forever, like, okay, how do I do this again so I don't send someone a fairly large piece of money and don't get it wrong? Once we get those things simplified, the utility is there. I mean, I think, again, it's the future of finance. It's going to be the biggest disruptor of the financial markets. I'm so excited to see, the administration and guys like David, who when I was, still working on the transition before I just said, hey, January 20th, I'm out. But guys who understand that and create the regulatory framework so that people know what they're doing. I mean, as we started doing some of this stuff, even in the last year or two, and looking at it, you could find the most sophisticated lawyer in America. Well, can we do this? Well, probably, because it makes sense, it looks fine, but we can't actually give you an answer. You create that framework along with the adaptation and the utility, and I think you have a perfect storm for this thing just going to the moon, as they say.
So at Rumble, I would say for us, one of the big inspirations, the main inspiration for us jumping into the Bitcoin strategy reserve was the new administration. Your dad becoming the president of the United States. It gave me all kinds of confidence that the new administration would do all the right things when it came to legislation and allow us to give clarity to the community on crypto. So here's a little bit of a personal question. Did you orange pill your dad?
Well, I think honestly between my brother and I, probably definitely did some of that and took him through it again. I mean, this is a guy that was a hard asset real estate guy forever, and then he was in DC and he wasn't focused on the business. We're the ones that are getting subpoenaed in nonsense lawsuits. We're the ones that are actually dealing with the fact that we're debanked. I mean, he's running the free world. I mean, he's trying to keep America out of wars. He had nothing to do with it. So we're the guys that probably saw that stuff firsthand. We're dealing with the headaches. We're dealing with the nonsense. And so I think, we probably maybe got there a little bit before him. And once we started explaining to him the potential, as you know, I mean, he's a quick study. He'll figure it out. He'll find the flaw. He'll figure out the thing. he then got it really quickly. And I think it was a big shock to him. I think what we saw, again, whether it was free speech, whether it was what happened on the social platforms, whether you could literally cancel the leader of the free world, the most powerful man in the world, you could cancel him on a dime, and that was controlled entirely by tech companies as influenced by the Democrat Party. I mean, you saw that and you realized just how fragile these systems are, just how quickly they can be turned off. And so, as a guy who is a serious innovator, I mean, he sort of did things before everyone else. He saw ideas before everyone else. He implemented them, and the first guy to do branded real estate. He was really successful in that. And then he saw an opportunity in television, parlayed that into the presidency of the United States. I mean, he's a guy that gets these things. He sees even the things that he may not be all that familiar with. He gets it so quickly that I think that's the opportunity. I mean, I sort of laughed when during the last presidential election, he's like, I get it. Like, I'm all in on Bitcoin. I'm all in on crypto. I want to make sure these things happen. And then you see sort of the other campaigns, Kamala Harris jumping in. Well, I'm all in Bitcoin. Like, I would pay money, like a lot of money, like maybe my entire crypto wallet to be like, please just let Kamala Harris explain like blockchain technology, because like everyone, that would be the greatest word salad in the history of Kamala Harris word salad. You'd get a 30-minute explanation of nothing. It would be a total disaster. So, when he says he's going to do something, it's not just for the people in the room at the time. And we see a lot of that in politics. It's like, we'll talk to a group of 5 people, we'll tell them what they want to hear, we go back to DC, we do whatever we want or whatever the special interests pay us to do. That's the problem with the system. He's the one guy that doesn't care about that. He cares about doing what's right for America. And I think the democratization of finance, which has not been the case for a long time, I think that's a fundamental tenet after like world peace of what I think he wants to accomplish in this administration.
Wow. That's awesome. So, I think one of the greatest achievements personally for me was having the honor to platform your dad on Rumble when no one else did it. Yeah. It was an easy decision.
By the way, to Chris's credit, he did it when it was not at all politically expedient. I mean, you were called every name in the book, the stuff they normally do. If they don't like you, you're a Nazi and whatever it doesn't matter. One of the ists. But Chris was one of the few guys in all of free speech, maybe the only, that went all in on it. If a country wasn't going to allow you to have free speech, then they just leave rather than accept, their conditions, which meant not free speech in almost all cases. So the room has to know how much of a champion you were for this cause. It's truly important.
Thank you. So that was like by far the greatest honor to be able to do that and, help be the cloud provider for Truth Social as well. But what we're seeing around the world right now, we now have an administration that's very pro-free speech, very pro-freedom, pro-financial freedom, etc. But the rest of the world is not even close. Yeah. And I think it's very hard to see, but once you step out of this country right now, it's not good. Rumble's shut off in Brazil. We're shut off in France. We're shut off in Russia. We're shut off in China. We're shut off in many places in the world because we stand on the principle of free speech. And, one of the speeches that caught me was from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in Europe recently, where he really, emphasized how important this is. And to me, that was a really significant moment and a significant speech when it comes down to what I think is the greatest and one of the most important human rights, freedom of expression, free speech, which is, by the way, in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Charter, Article 19. How do we get the world in a better place with like from what I'm seeing, it's getting worse, and it's getting very bad in places like Europe, in the UK, obviously Brazil, France. What's the solution to that? Where are we going?
Well, I think like all things, I mean, if you have strong leadership in America, the rest of the world tends to follow. But you're 100% right. I mean, what JD said in Paris, what he said in Munich, I think it was so important because I think it was the first time that you've had people, perhaps other than my father, call out world leaders to their face. Talk about how asinine what they're doing is. And so you see the usual media response, and it was like no different than, remember when the Germans laughed at my father, at the UN a couple of years ago. He was like, "You're really going to let Russia control all your energy? This is what's going to happen." Oh, it's so silly. He's so silly. Like all great conspiracy theories, they're always proven right. It just takes a couple months. And he was, but I think JD calling them out in their backyard at their conference, where no one else is in agreement. They can't believe it. How could he possibly say that? And then a week later, all the things that he's saying are true, right? People are getting thrown in jail in the UK. I mean, in the UK, I mean, for tweets, thrown in jail. We talked about this. I mean, I campaigned on it over the last few years. Like, hey, this stuff's going to happen. I mean, this election was truly a fulcrum point for, where America was going to go, or if they're going to go down that same disastrous rabbit hole. I think with America at the helm, and a strong America, because we saw, again, a weak America doesn't do anything for the rest of the world. And a strong America is not just good for America, but it's also good for the rest of the world. Again, in the last 4 years, we went from, it's true. Listen, we saw it. Under the last administration, we went from a time of prosperity to a time of poverty. We went from a time of peace to a time of war. Open border policies, fentanyl coming across the border. I mean, just think about just fentanyl alone. 100,000 American deaths a year. 100,000, that's 2 Vietnams a year. And it's like no one even talked about it. No one had the guts to talk about it. And so, the notion of free speech, and what was clearly not free speech for a long time in America, Elon did a great job bringing a lot of that back as well. You were certainly the leader in it, Chris. Now we have a chance, because once people actually understood, the amount of people that you talk to, you bring these statistics like, that can't be true. It's like, no, it is. You just never had a chance to hear it. It was against the narrative, so you'd never see it. And so it's so fundamentally important to talk about these things, to make sure that you have the resolve to have those conversations, that you're unafraid of cancellation. And so, I think the free speech component right now, it's still under threat, right? The mainstream media is 93%, the marketing department of the Democrat Party. You're never going to get it from there. And so these alternative platforms like Rumble, like Truth Social, they're so critical. Just like I think Bitcoin, crypto is going to be to the financial side of things. I mean, I imagine everyone here knows someone who was debanked, or something was far more difficult than it should be, or their credit score didn't matter because they had a political opinion that differed from, the woke shareholders of whatever bank it was. Even if they wanted to give it to you, it wasn't worth their headaches, and they're going to get a call from the chairman of the board that says you can't platform these people from a financial standpoint. And so I think what's going on here in this very room, at this very conference, that's the financial side of everything we've been fighting for on the free speech side. So I think they're inextricably linked. And I think the stronger a fight we put up, the more resolve we have, if we all become unafraid, and that's not always easy. Don't get me wrong, but if you've been doing what you've been doing and you've seen the ups and downs and you're still in this room, I guess, you're a fighter too. If we do that, I think we can take on all of those things. If we falter, if we fail, and the other side wants us to fail, and the people who are definitely not free speech absolutists, they want it to fail, we got serious problems. And so the fact that we've addressed the problem to their face, that people are starting to see it, that all of the things that we're being told and have been told were lies or exaggerated, that they're all coming true, frankly, they're far worse. What's actually going on is even worse than many of us even predicted, and we've all been pretty loud. When you see it actually happening, you realize just how absurd it is. You understand that this is truly a fight for our civilization, for our Western values, and we cannot lose that fight.
I fully agree. It continues to creep. It shocks me to even see these governments around the world get worse, even with the new administration here in the United States, how bold they are and how much they don't want it. Not only is Bitcoin confronting the whole old system of finance, but Rumble and free speech is not something any of these other governments around the world want any part of. And they're doing everything they can to shut that off. And it's pretty scary. So just like you said, we can't give up on it. It's not over. We need to work on this for the decades and decades and forever. This doesn't come easy. Holding up the freedoms and free speech does not come easy. It's something we're going to have to continuously fight for day in and day out. I know we're running out of time. We're out of time right now. But I wanted to ask one last thing before, and a little bit more back onto the Bitcoin. Where do you see Bitcoin? This is obviously not financial advice, but
we got to go. We have to throw in the disclaimer language, right? Because we've all suffered through the lawfare, and I'm sure they're going to start up their usual nonsense again, and you see it. But,
exactly.
So yeah.
Where do you see Bitcoin in 2 years and in 5 years?
I think I sort of alluded to it earlier, but I think we're going to the moon, guys. I mean, it's going to be awesome. Just stay in, stay strong. We're like I said, we're in it from all these different ways, whether it's Truth Social, whether it's what we're doing with American Bitcoin on the mining side, World Liberty Financial, on the DeFi platform stuff. I mean, we're true believers. We're guys that came from a different world. We saw what was missing. We saw how fragile those ecosystems were, how manipulated they were. I think we want to help and be a big part of the leading edge, of changing the future of that, again, of democratized finance. I think we're just at the forefront, and it's only going up. There'll obviously be some dips, okay? Because someone will say, "Oh my God, he didn't say," But if you're hanging in, it's going to be awesome. I truly think, and I think once you create the regulatory framework to keep that stuff in America, to not ship this incredible technology, ultimately what I believe to be, literally the new financial sector of America, to other places, to have that here in the United States, I think is critically important as well.
All right. Well, Don, thank you so much for coming up on stage and talking to everyone at Bitcoin 2025. Thank you for helping put Rumble on the map. And most importantly, thank you for everything you've done for free speech.
Thank you. And thank you all for all of the support. Thank you, guys. Like I said, the support from the community has been so epic. I just want you guys to let you know how much we truly appreciate it. And we're going to keep creating, we're going to keep innovating, we're going to keep fighting. So let's go. Thank you, guys.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk presented by Mara. Industry Day is in the books at Bitcoin 2025. You just heard a fireside chat with Donald Trump Jr. bringing the quotes and the enthusiasm, saying a perfect storm for Bitcoin to go to the moon is brewing, saying it's going to be awesome, saying we have an incredible opportunity as a country to capture the future of finance. Quote, we are still early, a lot to unpack here, and really what has been a day focused on regulation. We're once again joined by a panel of special guests here, Matt Corallo, developer at Spiral, and Kyle Only, CEO of Scape Velocity Partners. So to the panel, moving the question now. In the segment before, we were talking about the need to preserve the rights of Americans to self-custody their Bitcoin, to be able to send transactions, route transactions, without being harassed with undue regulation, a theme we heard. So maybe, Matt, you can take us in. What did you hear in these panels, and what resonated with you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of focus here on just making sure that America can be competitive in this industry and hold the developer mindshare in this industry, give developers freedom to build, and then also let people actually use this software. And there's really important stuff coming on the regulatory front there. There's important work that's already been done, but it's really been the focus basically all day.
Well, really, we've been hearing from the administration that there are 3 bills in Washington. This is kind of the constant refrain. It's the Genius Act, market structure, and then it's the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, the Bitcoin Act. We've been talking about this kind of other act, the Blockchain Regulatory Clarity Act. Kyle, where does that fit in? Why isn't this incorporated in one of the other 3 bills?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one of the reasons that Matt and I got involved with SaveOurWallets.org is because we think that the BRCA is one of the fundamentally most important things that's going on in Washington right now. It's great that we have, over the last few years as Bitcoiners, developed a political identity in Washington, and we've been able to exert some of that political capital, let's say. But what's really important is that we've still got open source software developers who are sitting in jail today for doing things that should not be illegal and are really existentially dangerous to our community if we allow the kind of treatment that they're being exerted.
Well, there has been a softening, right, with the Tornado Cash, and we've seen some, signaling from the government that maybe this will end. Samurai, obviously, that case still ongoing. Matt, how does this bill fit in, and what is covered in this bill that isn't in the others?
Yeah, so it's really about taking what has happened to Samurai. Okay, yeah, the current administration has relaxed that a little bit, but we don't know what the next administration is going to do.
Maybe explain a little bit for the folks at home what Samurai is.
Yeah, so Samurai was this wallet that was a mixer, but they were totally non-custodial, right? So there was an open source wallet that you ran on your phone. It was a mixer, and so there was this service operator that was operating the service, but they weren't involved in touching your money at all. They were arrested, thrown in jail for operating the mixer, but also charged specifically with saying, even though you were running a non-custodial wallet, the fact that you were operating the service associated with it means that you had to do KYC, AML, all of the usual stuff that you have for a custodian that really just didn't make any sense. They couldn't do it. They shouldn't have needed to do it. They shouldn't have been charged with this. The government, the new administration, the Trump administration has now walked that back and said, look, that part of the charges, maybe they didn't make sense. We're going to drop some of those charges. But we don't know what the next administration is going to do. And I'm a software developer. I'm sitting here talking about building stuff. And if in 3 years, the next administration is going to try to throw me in jail for running, a Lightning service provider, an Arc service provider, all these scaling things that people want to build, I'm not going to be able to run them in 3 years under the next administration. So we really need to get the law changed now while we have the chance so that this can't happen again.
Yeah, I would just add on to that and say that I think it's incredibly important for Bitcoiners to understand that none of us are free until all of us are free. People who are writing open source software, which is, well, I shouldn't say the Supreme Court, but there have been judicial rulings that show that open source software is free speech. We should be living those values in this country, and we should be supporting those values in the entrepreneurial and business community, right?
So just to be crystal clear here, the fear here is I'll be able to run some software, I'll be able to run some program, it'll allow me to move my coins around, obtain some privacy, and this might be deemed illegal?
Yeah, and not just obtain privacy, right? It really affects every type of Bitcoin wallet. Everyone is talking about how we have to scale Bitcoin, how we have to enable people to do cheap transactions, fast transactions. Guess what? All of the protocols, all of the designs we have for how to do that, of which we do have many, they all require some kind of ancillary service provider. There's some, maybe it's centralized, maybe it's decentralized.
Maybe you send a Lightning transaction, it goes through routing.
Exactly.
Network.
Routing nodes, but there's various different protocols here. They all require something, and all of them are at risk under this potential regulatory regime. And under the next administration, they're all at risk unless we get the law changed so that it's clear and this isn't a risk going forward.
Well, I'm curious because I hear the dialogue from Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and they're being very clear. They want to make the regulation accommodating for the industry. They want to stop this overreach, and they do feel like the prior administration was harassing the industry unfairly and trampling on the rights of developers. It sounds like we're saying that maybe these words have to actually be codified in a different way. Kyle, is that what's happening here?
Yeah, well, I mean, anybody who's familiar with U.S. politics will understand that it's great that, we can get, pardons for somebody like Ross or, for the Samurai and Tornado Cash developers, like in the event that they end up getting some form of clemency. That's wonderful. Like, we all would support that, obviously. But it's not sufficient for us to, kind of be in a situation where people have to get thrown in jail, spend many years of their lives fighting against false charges in order to then, ultimately get the sort of freedom that they should have enjoyed from the jump. So getting this codified in law is very important, and I think Matt and I and many others would say that this is among the most important priorities in Washington right now.
So Donald Trump last year gave the keynote here famously, gave the industry a list of promises. One of those was the right to protect self-custody. Does this go beyond self-custody? Is that too narrow a definition for what we're talking
I think this is, it is mostly focused on self-custody. It also covers all kinds of stuff, just the ability to have all these protocols built around it. It is mostly focused on self-custody. And, I don't want to throw the administration under the bus. Obviously, the administration is doing what they can on the executive branch in the White House on that side. But here we're really talking about, like, we need Congress to move. We need the House and the Senate. We need people calling their congressperson. We need pressure on them to say, look, Trump promised this. This is a priority for the White House. And we need them to actually execute on it.
We've seen action at the state level with these Bitcoin rights bills passing in a lot of states, including the right to self-custody. Does that offer people protections, or do we need a federal law? Kyle?
I think it needs to be federal, frankly. And I think that, this bill, the BRCA that, Tom Emmer's put forward is literally about as clean a bill as you're going to get in Congress. I mean, for, again, people who are familiar, these things are usually laden with pork. It makes it very challenging for people to get on side, join the coalition. This is like a one-page bill. It will literally take you, if you're not familiar with it, go read it. It will take you maybe 90 seconds to read the bill. It's abundantly clear. They're just trying to make it so that people who are engaging in open source development, where they are non-custodially touching coins and providing services to enable better scaling and usage of the Bitcoin network, can be sure, they can have certainty that they're not going to get thrown in jail, prosecuted, or in other ways be molested by the government.
And just to really hit it home to everybody why this is an important issue, we need people to self-custody their Bitcoin, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're, what's the whole point of Bitcoin if people can't have access to self-custody? I mean, yeah, sure, many people are going to use custodians. That's great. Custodians offer a useful service. But if people don't have the option to self-custody, what was the point? Like, we lose the value proposition. People are buying Bitcoin because it's censorship resistant and seizure resistant. And sure, some people are like, well, when I need that, I'll use it. But if all of a sudden Bitcoin doesn't have those properties, then people are like, yeah, well, it doesn't actually have these interesting things that I wanted. And now I don't have as much interest in buying it. So the price would also reflect that.
SaveOurWallets.org. You can find out more about what's being done to protect the rights of Bitcoin users in America. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us. There's still more to come.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
If a Bitcoin was the size of a quarter, all 21 million of them would fit inside a single shipping container. But to fit the dollars the Fed prints on average every day, you'd need 72 shipping containers. Each year, you'd need 26,280 containers. And to fit what they've printed in the last decade, well, you'd need a lot more than that.
I think the new type of censorship is going to be far more intelligent, and I'm already seeing a lot of signs of it.
The tide of free speech has turned, and it's unstoppable. At Rumble, creators are unfiltered, uncensored, undeniably bold. Powered by our own cloud, we are completely independent. Through the Rumble Advertising Center, we're rewarding authentic voices. This is where crypto creators and communities who value freedom and authenticity belong.
What is the key to progress? Is it more machines, more money, more buildings? Or are those just the outcomes? What if progress relies on having purpose?
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk, presented by Mara. Industry Day is in the books at Bitcoin 2025 here at the Venetian, Las Vegas. You've heard a packed schedule of content, a lot of big-name speakers. Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., David Sachs, the Winklevoss twins, Cynthia Lummis. It was truly a day for the history books. We've got an all-star panel here now to break it down for those who have stuck with us across Rumble, X, and YouTube. We appreciate it if you're liking the content. Smash that like button or subscribe. We've got Susie Violet Ward, CEO of Bitcoin Policy UK, Juan Galt, Bitcoin Magazine business reporter, and Adam Swick, Chief Strategy Officer at Mara. It was a packed day, a lot of excitement, a lot of headlines. News was made. Susie, let's go to you. What did you take away from day one of Bitcoin 2025?
The most interesting panel that I was obviously one that I was on was about Bitcoin mining origin stories, and it was the journey that Bitcoin mining has actually gone on. So starting off from something that was very risky, the volatility, having to manage that, the efficiency gains, and I just thought it was fascinating because mining is obviously going to be the most important
Bitcoin
part.
once mined on laptops, now being processed in data centers. Of course, on the floor here, you'll see no shortage of mining equipment and accessories. It has become big business. I think there are several shipping containers back there with different products and services. One, we've heard Susie's takeaway. Day one, what did it mean to you? What did you hear from the panels?
Well, I think it's very interesting to hear the conversation around structuring regulations and making sure that there's a clear path for businesses to operate. You know, the industry has for 15 years operated under the assumption of hostile environments, and we've done well. But it's certainly true that if we had reasonable jurisdictional sort of approach, right, like if the laws made sense with the technology, then we could build very fast. And I think it's painfully obvious that a lot of the laws that sort of apply, maybe not, maybe yes, to the financial industry and Bitcoin, in crypto and stuff, they actually are widely outdated, as we see with the KYC. hacks
Right.
from Coinbase, etc.
We shared about the Blockchain Regulatory Clarity Act, SaveOurWallets.org. That was our previous panel. Adam, over to you. What was your big takeaway from day one? Of course, plenty tomorrow, including the vice president.
You know, great panels today, great speakers, but honestly what sticks with me today was walking in. You know, the energy, even in the hallway, is pretty electric. People can tell we have a lot of tailwinds in the industry, whether it be policy, whether it be price, but there's no complacency amongst all the people that I spoke with. It was everybody saying, yes, now's our time to build fast, let's seize the moment. And that was apparent, yes, up on stage, but it's even more apparent just walking around throughout the day. Today was supposed to be the quiet day of industry day before the madness of general admission, and I am not prepared for the madness that's to come in the next 2 days, if it's anything building on today.
Yeah, we've been told announcements still to come, but of course some omissions, right? There were notable speakers who people were looking to hear from and hoping to hear some signal, especially about what's going on in Washington with these bills, maybe some clarity on whether they would pass, maybe some clarity about the strategic Bitcoin reserve, how much the government owns. We heard Cynthia Lummis on stage talking about this information has apparently been classified, maybe some intrigue going on there. So Susie, I guess maybe you can fill us in on your view of what's going on here. What did you hear?
I can only really talk about the UK.
Okay, well, maybe you give us your perspective on what's happening in America.
I think, obviously, that when it happens in America, the rest of the world will follow. I think it will really help us out. Our politicians aren't paying attention. We actually had a Financial Times Digital Asset Summit recently where we had one of our politicians, Emma Reynolds, who came on and said, a strategic Bitcoin reserve is not for us. And I didn't quite understand why that would be. But you're paving the way for us. It is really important. It's going to take us time
But
to
there's
catch
hope,
up.
right? Nigel Farage, we'll be hearing from him tomorrow, potentially
Yes.
speaking about positive regulatory
I
development.
sent him a Bitcoin manifesto mid-May, so I'm really hoping that he actually gets asked about that. He's very aware of Bitcoin. Unfortunately, he's not in a party that's in power, but you never know.
Juan, over to you about the omissions here. Obviously, you know, the Bitcoin Act couldn't pass at this conference. The strategic Bitcoin reserve, there wasn't going to be a U.S. government Bitcoin purchase. Do you think some people walk away disappointed? Were expectations too high, or do you feel the event met expectations?
I think expectations are often very high, but I think for the speed at which government usually moves, this administration definitely is moving very fast. And I think we've seen that the way that Trump likes to play and the Trump admin likes to play is, you know, they hold their cards and they wait for the right time, the right moment. I think there's a lot of rumors about different ways that they might acquire budget-neutral Bitcoin, and I think there's still a lot of announcements that could come tomorrow, you know?
Well, Adam, I want to talk about investor expectations. The price hovering at $108,000 per Bitcoin, all-time high set last week, $112,000. There were expectations that we'd see an all-time high today, tomorrow, with J.D. Vance coming. Obviously, expectations there too. Can you speak to market sentiment and what you are hearing from investors?
Yeah, kind of fun to have a new all-time high reached on Bitcoin Pizza Day. I guess only better thing would have been to have it reached during this conference. We'll see if we can't sync that up this week or maybe next year. I think people feel good about it, but yet it's not dominating the conversation. People still seem committed to building. People still seem committed to innovating, spreading the good news of Bitcoin. There's no patting on the backs of we did it. I think people recognize a lot of the achievements that have been complete. For a long time, people were ahead of themselves saying institutions are coming next year, and we said that for 8 years, and it seems like they're finally coming. Hopefully the government's come a little quicker, and the price is starting to reflect that hype. Ultimately, I just take a step back, and when people ask about Bitcoin price, it's really supply and demand. And as evidence just walking around here, demand's only going to go through the roof. More and more people are going to learn about this. And guess what? Supply, we know that answer. And so it's a pretty simple equation for me.
Well, I'll read through some headlines here. Trump Media confirming a $2.5 billion fundraising to put Bitcoin on its balance sheet, as well as other cryptocurrencies. Vivek Ramaswamy's Strive doing the same, raising $750 million to buy more Bitcoin for its treasury. Cantor Fitzgerald coming out, announcing that its Bitcoin lending program is operational and serving clients. And Nakamoto company making its first purchase, but maybe one notable non-Bitcoin treasury company purchase, Square announcing
Bitcoin and Lightning payments now accepted at all merchants, all terminals. So some big stuff here, but really the theme, it does seem, is corporate adoption. Susie, maybe what's your take on the fact that this is now the leading narrative within Bitcoin?
It's inevitable, isn't it? It's absolutely going to happen. There's so many things being built on Lightning. There's a lot of solutions that are going to help it scale. I think scalability is the most important thing about this being used as a mode for payments. And when you think about how far Bitcoin has come in the 16 years that it's been here, it blows my mind. It's huge. I mean, I can't actually believe how much it's grown in such a short space of time, and I think that it's only up from here.
Juan, your reaction, obviously the dominant headlines today about Bitcoin treasury companies. This narrative really does seem like it is going to take off over the next 4 to 6 months, maybe even be the year's dominant narrative. Your take?
I think it's a really interesting strategy if coupled with accepting Bitcoin as payment. You know, as somebody that's actually tried to onboard retail merchants of many kinds into accepting Bitcoin, the piece that I think has been missing is getting that Bitcoin into the treasury and being able to account for it properly and get loans on it and use the financial tools businesses are used to with the ease of use they're used to. I think if we can combine accepting Bitcoin payments and Bitcoin treasuries, I think that's potentially a flywheel that we've never seen in the industry before. And I hope that if we are going to get this sort of expansion of Bitcoin treasuries, that they also start accepting Bitcoin. I mean, you might as well take it and put it right into cold storage.
Well, Adam, this is right in your wheelhouse. One of the top holders, Mara, of Bitcoin. I think number 2 on the leaderboard behind MicroStrategy.
Yes, that's correct. Ways to catch up. It's something we've believed in for a long time. I mean, if you have a strong foundational belief in the asset, why wouldn't you hold a ton of it on your balance sheet? So we've been hodling for a while now. Pleased to see others coming along on the journey, and not terribly surprising. We talked about the slowness and hoping that some of the states or some of the governments would move quickly. Obviously, if I were to ask you what moves quicker, a corporation or a government body, all of us would say the corporation. And so maybe that's what's playing out, and maybe this is the leading indicator that those sovereigns are to follow. We'll see. Positive, I think a lot of people are asking questions. I think the narrative is shifting. If you're in that CFO seat, even 5 years ago, if you put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, you risk maybe being fired if something goes wrong. It might be switching now to if you don't, you're going to risk being fired because you missed out on something big. And that's a pretty big foundational shift for the individuals making those decisions at all these corporations.
Well, Adam, I want to stick with you because this has been pioneered by the Bitcoin mining space, right? In 2020 and 2021, we saw a lot of Bitcoin miners attempt to build large Bitcoin treasuries that then maybe diminished a bit during the bear market. Some people worried if similar dynamics are at play here. Do you think that this time is different?
Well, it's great to see Bitcoin price at all-time high, but miners have to wrestle with this other fun variable of global hash rate, which is also at an all-time high. So the economics of mining are still tough. It's a zero-sum game. There's only a certain amount of Bitcoin that we're fighting for every day. And so efficiency is incredibly important, whether it be electricity price, whether it be the efficiency of machines that you're buying, all of the above. And so it's still a dog-eat-dog world in the world of mining. That being said, Bitcoin price and a lot of these other companies that are adding it to their balance sheet is a separate equation. They more just care about price. Ultimately, all good things. A higher price, I think, attracts a lot of people. They start asking questions. A higher hash rate means a more secure blockchain, and so it's kind of win-win all around the board.
Juan, I want to go over to you. Obviously, a lot of administration presence here. People on the desk today saying now Bitcoin is mainstream. No longer it's going to be mainstream. It's happened. It's in the past. We are a mainstream industry. Is the culture being lost? What's your take on how well the administration is speaking to the values of the Bitcoin community in your view?
I mean, I think the question that a lot of people have not really thought about is what does success look like? What does victory look like? Let's just say success. And I think this is very much what success does look like. I think we have a very short, probably, opportunity to demonstrate what the industry can do, how fast we can build with a favorable or at least neutral administration, right? And hopefully we can prove to America and the world that Bitcoin is very, very useful and very cool.
Of course, much more building to come. We'll be back tomorrow for day 1 of Bitcoin 2025. If you're watching at home on Rumble, YouTube, and X, there's still time to come down and get your tickets. We're at the Venetian in Las Vegas for 2 more days of epic Bitcoin programming. You've been watching the Bitcoin Magazine news desk presented by Mara. We'll be back
tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, bringing you all the highlights, the programming, the talks from the speakers, as well as the panelists here. Go to bitcoinmagazine.com, pick up a copy of the latest print issue. Much more to come, including Michael Saylor, Ross Ulbricht, and others. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in.